what we play every gosh darn time. We're going to just go for this. And you know what? We're going to close the pawn pyramid. And already on move whatever. I'm not 1000% versed with this opening, but I'm confident that it's going to work out. And I think the longer you play chess, the more openings just make sense. And so, like, I don't know if I've had this exact position. I believe actually I have. Normally this pawn has done something, but we're going to just go for this pawn break. It makes a lot of sense to me. If he takes, I develop the bishop. If he doesn't take, I have the natural developing square for my knight. And so he has this check, which I can defend like this. It's a little bit sketchy, but it will. Wait a minute. I defend with the queen. What am I talking about? I defend this. I threaten the queen. Oh, dear Lord. He's trying to get fancy. I think I can shut the door on the queen first, because this check is really what seems to be the risky business in the situation. So I can shut the door on this queen and then capture back at will. And so I think we are going to just go ahead and do that. My natural knight for the natural developing square. So we're going to do this. Could he sacrifice the knight for activity? I don't know. Things could get a little bit complicated. And this is about the point of the game. The point of the game where we start the rigmarole and we see who's the better chess player. Because we've got no more opening theory. I'm booked out. Completely booked out. And so is our opponent. Because look at this pawn attacking his queen. He doesn't know what to do. He's frizzly frazzled. Does he step back or does he try and get fancy with it? That would be the only option. Okay. Now, I like the idea of taking with the rook, because I'm not going to castle that way. We've got a completely equal position, completely equal. I have the only bishop on the board, so kudos to me for making that happen. And I'm going to promptly do something with it on my next move, essentially. So this kind of just walks directly into a pawn hitting me in the face. And my other options don't make a whole lot of sense. I don't need to put it here because I'm never going to get pinned. So we put it on the more active square. The only reason I would ever put it here is to break a pin from another dark square bishop. But I'm the only one with a dark square bishop. So watch this game unfold. And this... I traded off. Just kidding. This dark square bishop is going to come in clutch. And when I say clutch, I mean it in the most... I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I'm going to clutch out this bishop. Okay, stepping back seems like a little bit of a beta move. This pawn move greatly weakened his king, but this kind of has two purposes. I want my queen to assist in this side because he can quite quickly bring his forces, not like this, the knight could come here. He can quite quickly bring his forces to this side of the board, which I just don't love. And pawn advancements over here, like, what am I chasing, bro? There's nothing over here. The king's on this side, so that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So this weird little stepping back move, if he takes, I get to take. So we are going to play this stepping back move. And if he locks it in, I'm going to kick him out because this pawn is not going to be weak on an open file. In many lines, pushing this pawn is difficult to do because this is the open file. And yes, I see. So I push this pawn. He will either take my knight or he will step back to here and get in the way of this knight. Those are his options. Take or retreat. And which one's better? Hard to say. I think I actually like retreating. I somewhat favor that move. And we're in the thick of it. We're in the thick of it, boys. And my one female viewer that... I'm not even going to kid myself. Like 1% of my viewership is female, by the way. If there's a girl watching this, go ahead and send me your Instagram or whatever. But in the case, I get like 100 views a video. 1% of that is females of my entire time making videos. So the probability of a female watching this video, it's just us, boys. It's just us, and we're just moving horses and bishops around the board. I like the idea of this. Immediately apply pressure to this pawn. What I am scared of is this. So hold on a gosh darn second. Luckily, all these pawns are on light squares, so my dark square bishop is the best bishop on the board by far. So what should I do? What should I do? Scoot over with the queen? I feel like an attack is kind of brewing. This side of the board is like frozen. So you know what? Does this move make any sense? What am I even trying to accomplish here? I want to share something with you guys. I only drink water, for one. Coffee and water. This is my... Look, I put a little ledger sticker on here. This is my water bottle. But it doesn't hold that much water. So every day I run out of water. I'm like, drink, run out of water. I bring it to the gym. I fill it up. I come home and I'm out of water. Always out of water. Are you ready to see something? Your boy is never going to run out of water. Look at the size difference. Look at the size difference of this thing. This is you, and this is the guy you're worried about. All right? That thing is a gallon of water in a metal casing. Okay. He's got the double-barreled bazooka. Rook's looking at my position. Bro, what if I just take a little cheeky step forward? You gonna break? I definitely destabilized my pawn structure. I'm just like not enamored with the idea of this double bazooka looking at my queen. It seems to be a little bit of a peculiar situation for my queen, because do I step into this or do I step aside and step one step further away from this potential onslaught with these pawns pushing down the board? And once this guy slides over, the knight's coming, and then this is coming, and then I'm going to take, and then the knight could jump in. Oof. Knights are good in closed structures. Bishops suck in closed structures. And this would be a closed-ish structure. What if I just push, bro? How many pawns are you really going to push? We go here. If he pushes, we take. If he takes, I push. If he pushes, I push. If he takes, I take. If he slides over, that's all I'm going to calculate. That's all I'm going to calculate. Now I have a place to kind of hide my queen behind the pawns instead of getting a little pawn jammed in my face. Got a little place to hide. Yeah, we need some... I need to make some pawn trades is what I need to do. So, like, is all of this a terrible idea? We lock it down. We lock it down. No questions asked. I don't have to take that. We lock it down. This pawn push comes in, we take it for free. We locked it down on the light squares. One more pawn push, and I have my entire position. So he's going for this. But you know what? I think I'm in time to step forward. If this file opens up, this move might be a tad bit unnecessary. And I've got a couple holes in my position for this knight. So if the knight jumps in right here, I'm just going to kill it. We're going to step forward. This is what we need to be worried about. I've got a couple holes on the dark squares because I have so many pawns on the light squares. See how that works? So when a pawn is on a light square, it also attacks the light squares. When a pawn is on a dark square, it attacks the dark squares. And so it looks like he's going for this. And if he takes, I'm going to push here. And if he pushes here and he takes, these guys see each other. If he pushes... And that's already there. So if I go boom, boom, and he hits me with a check, yes, I have to do something with my king like this. And it's really, really slow. Like I push, you know what? Did that just happen? If I lose the game now, we get to blame it on that. I made a mouse slip. We blame the mouse slip. Does it even change anything? The position is still more or less the same. Obviously, I meant to go here to address the file opening with my super uber duper defended rook. And this rook is doing a great job defending this pawn. Unfortunately, I don't think anything is ever going to be attacking this pawn. So this rook needs to get a new job, such as boom, or like trading here and then being the rook over here once this one dies. Okay. That's a little bit spooky. I'm still quite content with my calculation here. Boom. So queen here. Potentially we have ideas of harassing this side of the board. I don't think I'm scared because we've got this absolute locked position. So I want to actually trade my bishop for this knight unless we're going to be entering an endgame. I'm just going to slide over here. I'm not even going to think about it. He wants to go for this. I'm going to put my rook here. If he pushes this, I don't need to take. Don't need to take. I can just chill. Go up here. Okay, so he wants to go for it immediately. So we're doing this. If he pushes forward, then this pawn becomes a huge liability. He has sandwiched me. Absolutely, not even a sandwich. He has turned me into a panini. But take, take. Take, 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 take. Check. Here. Check. Here. Hold your gosh darn horses. I think I blundered. Boom. 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 Yeah, there's this check. I step over. He slides in. I defend. We lock it down on this side of the board, just doing absolutely nothing. Oh boy, I'm a little bit scared. What do I play here? Do I bring my other rook over here? Really kind of hoping he plays this. I might just move my rook here, because in some lines my queen might be hanging. So here, here, here. Boom, 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 boom. Check. I step over here so that this isn't a check. I slide over. If he takes, I take. And then we begin. So I am kind of just wasting a move here. But I think the key of this is once all of this happens and the queen slides over. So boom. Boom. Please let my calculation skills be somewhat decent. I can, for two, I can just block. And then we hop into an endgame. I think my bishop sucks in this endgame. So we step over. He comes in. I come in. He'll probably take, but at least I took one step closer. We step here. He comes in. I come over. Going for this. I would prefer that if all of this happens, my king is here on g7 instead of h7. Is my logic here. So if I just slid over and he took, my king would be over here, and then I would have to play another move to be here. And it looks like we're going to have ourselves an absolute endgame, complete endgame battle. Where, yeah, so he slides in. I have to play this. Not a whole lot of other options. Jesus is just absolutely displaying terrific chess skills. I don't know if there was any moment in this game where I was actually winning. I think it's just been equal or I'm losing the entire time. And so that's what happens. The rigmarole, bro. So he steps up. You want to keep the queens on the board now, do you? What if I attack here? And we let this happen and we go into a queen endgame? That locks your pawn. Let's just go for this. I would be okay with a trade occurring, actually, because I think his knight, believe it or not, is better. Like if his knight gets to this square and I'm not able to trade it off, I'm actually in a little bit of trouble. So if I can just kill the knight, the only benefit is if he pushes this. But the only time that my dark square bishop is a good bishop is if I get behind the pawns. And that is just looking like an impossible challenge. I can't do it over here. I can't do it here. I can't do it here. So yeah. Don't want to go. We're going over here. If this pawn push comes, we jump forward. If he trades, I take. And then him bringing the knight might be hard because I do cover a lot of these squares. My bishop sucks, but I don't hate him. Please jump in like this. Who is even winning this endgame? I'm pretty sure it's just a draw, if anything. What is his idea? Here. Here, here, here. He jumps in. I take. Let's just go for it. King and pawn endgame. How good is your king and pawn endgame skills, bro? Because I got my bishop, bro. Your knight, I'm killing it. And sort of ruining your pawn. Yeah, ruining your pawn structures. You could, however you take, you are weakening something in the position. So I don't know if he really wants to do that. He could step in. But by golly. If he chooses to do so, I step forward. Now would you look at that? We do this. If he takes, I take. He has no great way of attacking it. I push, I push. I'm defending. And I'm ready to push and sneak behind. So what we're going to do is have a little Mexion. Just like he wanted his queen there. All right, maybe I should demonstrate this. You jump in. I hit you with a check first. Oh. Okay. Now I kind of like the idea. We're stepping forward. If this does happen, we trade it off. We still also do have this check. Where, unfortunately, I don't think anybody is winning. He could try and do something like this. But I'm still kind of okay with making that my plan. Although his king is here, so I don't think that it's actually going to work out in my favor. I also have this pawn pushing idea. Like boom, boom, boom. Take, take. And then all of a sudden. Check. Take another step closer. We step in. Here, here, here. Launch. He can just push. I launch. We're giving this check. Let's shuffle around a bit. I'm lower on the clock. Ooh, maybe that was kind of a committal move. He could probably just push here on this light square. And then it's a little bit tricky. A little bit tricky to make a pawn break. So yeah, he can just play this. Come on, bro. Let's trade something off. Let's not make this a draw. This is absolutely a drawn position. But with 1 minute and 2.5 on the clock, actually perfect play. Ooh. Ooh. He wants to get in. Check. Here. Sorry, that was my alarm. Bro, I do not want to run away. Check here. And what am I doing? Stepping here? I don't have any checks. I don't have anything. I can't take... He launches in. Boom, boom. 35 seconds. What do I do here? Do I slide back and just play uber defense here? I can defend like this. Sliding over here. This. 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 I mean, I'm pretty much going to have to do this, but we don't like this. So we're sliding over with the queen. 23 seconds. What am I doing? What in tarnation am I doing? This is my next immediate idea. We're stepping the king over. Looking like he's also got this. So if I was to step here, he's got... We step in like this. We are defending both pawns. He's got this check. But now the queens don't see each other, so it's less scary. I will still have to trade this off. I step this way. I have to, right? I can push this pawn. You can push this pawn. I'll just take, allow it. He takes here, attacking my bishop. Oh boy. I hit him with a check. I slide back. Oh boy, it's going to get complicated in this endgame. It is about to get balls to the wall complicated. Our boy's got 1 minute. I got 19 seconds. Ah! Let's go. Come on, bro. Okay, we just take. Not even going to think about it. He does have this now. He does have this. I can push forward. I have this. Excuse me, my friend. You have the potential to make a passed pawn. I have a passed pawn. Oh boy. Push. Push. Here, 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 here. Bro, I pushed my passed pawn. Whoa, why did I take so long thinking about that? That was obviously the move that needed to be played for me. He can go here, but I take. The check is defended. I will take that. He goes here. You're going to have a hard time stopping my little pawn, bro. We step forward. We super activate this. I'm literally going to run in on these light squares. I'm coming over here, bro. I am not afraid. I am afraid, but I'm going to pretend like I'm not. If he takes, he loses, I believe. If he goes back, I step here. He can push and go for the potential. He can make a pass pawn over here. And if my king is all the way up here, I'm not really going to stop it, but I think that I'm just winning. My stuff is pretty advanced. Here, here, here. Here, here. I'm going for this. Take, take. Take, take. Here. What am I doing? I was supposed to do that. Here, here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here. That's a wrap. Queen is coming. That's with check. And I'm going to be honest with you. In this position, my straight up strategy, probably here, check. He comes back up. And then I mop up these pawns with check. No funny business. We get rid of the pawns. And we're good to go. Now, that was a lot of fun to play. Right here, this pawn break. You got the potential to make a passed pawn. You got a 2-on-1. I got a defended passed pawn supported by my queen. So, absolutely, that was a blunder. Once he allowed that into the position, jumping in with the knight and letting me vanquish that knight to yet again ruin your pawn structure in some sort of way was not the move. Like, after this, he potentially just locks us down and nullifies my bishop, but you jump back and you like figure out how to defend this square with your knight. That's what he needed to do, because this pawn is more scarier than these two pawns. So either way, we are going to check how accurate that actually was. Let's check with the computer. That was absolutely a terrific game. Thank you so much for watching, and we're gonna check with the computer, guess the analysis. I think that I played. Let's run through it real quick. I think, by golly, 95%. 95%. That's my guess. Let's go to the analysis together. And here we are in the analysis, and that game was a doozy. And if we take a look at this graph, before we even go down there, I think that generally the way that I win chess is, bro, I just play it chill and even, and I don't go for anything crazy, and I keep it simple, and I wait until the end game. And because I play a lot of bullet with like 1 second increment, that I'm just better in end games against people, and they blunder, and I'm able to okay, let's be honest here. I don't find it every time, but I find that the vast majority of the games that I win are just like equal the whole entire game. 20 minutes into the game, once we get down to like 1 minute each, they blunder and I find it, or something of the sort like that happens. And I'm not sure, is that like how you're supposed to play chess and get better at chess? I want to learn how to attack and sacrifice, okay? But I win a lot of games just by playing chill, and that is an excellent example. Like, there was really no opportunity for me to get an advantage until the end game. And so all I did during the opening and the middle game was kind of screw things up. And so if we look at this graph, let me scroll this thing over it real quick. This is the opening. Completely even. We go into the middle game. Completely even. It fluctuates tiny. Then I even had a -1. I had a -2 right here. But he needed to find the correct continuation, which actually wasn't hard to find. He didn't find it, and then that advantage slips away. It goes back to equality. And then all the way here, when we both had less than 30 seconds, is when he makes the blunder, and I finally get an advantage. I threw it back to equal, but whatever. I played 90% accurate. Now, I made a blunder, and I made a mistake, and I made an inaccuracy all here in the end game. Okay, so inaccuracies, my mistake is here. That mistake does not matter. Look at that graph. That does not matter. This blunder very much did matter, but he didn't see it, so it went right back down. So that is what this symbol is. Like, I threw it to equality, he didn't see it, and it went back right to where it was. And so, without further ado, let's just hop on into this. And so, we have this position. I'm not even sure what you call this one. Maybe I should pull the thingy up to the side. Whatever it is, what it is. We get in here. It's not the Carl Khan, but it is my sort of Carl Khan structure, all right? I understand it. So, we're about to put a lot of pawns on light squares. So, as you saw in the game, I had literally like every pawn on light squares. So we do just that. Boom. We have a lot of pawns on light squares. Then, I spoke so highly of this pawn break. Wasn't that great. He just simply trades, and I play the best move. What we're worried about here is this check. And then what we're worried about furthermore is this check coming with attacking this pawn and this pawn. Getting rid of this knight gets rid of a lot of stuff that's important, and this knight is about to jump in. So now I let the computer think about it for too long, and I look stupid, but this move made a lot of sense. It just shuts the queen out. The queen's got to step back, then we capture back. I captured with the rook because this seems like what we're going to be doing here, like boom, boom, and then we trade here, and then it's defending here. I don't think that this pawn is going to be the one that needs to be supported. I think this one is. Really, I think this one's going to die, and this one will replace it, and that's where it's going to be defended. So sometimes it didn't really all that matter that much. Now, this is about the moment where I spoke and I mentioned, I have the only dark square bishop on the board. My dark square bishop literally did nothing for the entirety of the game. Did nothing other than like make one wiggling around move and then die for a knight. And so early in the game, I was like, I'm not going to sacrifice my bishop for the knight. And then by the end game, I was dying to have this same exact situation so I could kill the knight. So we step back. It's not a terrible move, but it is a terrible move because I was supposed to step over here. Either way, if you see in the top corner, it's completely equal. He trades, I step forward. I'm supposed to break in the middle, but this is one of my weaknesses. I don't break in the middle. I don't do it. I'm supposed to push pawns, and I always am moving pieces. And so there's always a pawn break that you need to do. This one makes sense because it's like boom, 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 boom. These are open. It's looking real even. If anything, it's looking real good for me after that. Instead of doing that, I scoot the queen over, and then I pushed a pawn. Still totally equal. So all these moves, it's not like they're blunders. Like, even though that this is an inaccuracy, it's still equal. So it doesn't even matter. Then we lock it down. Essentially, I have literally every single pawn on light squares other than this one, and I have a dark square bishop, which makes me think, oh, my dark square bishop's so good, but that is only good in an open position, and this is anything but an open position. This is literally just about as closed of a position as it gets, and potentially this could have happened where his pawn arrives here, and it is like closed like a jail cell. And so we all know what happened here. This was an inaccuracy, but it was a mouse slip. So if we check, this is the best move. Did I play it? No, but did I try and play it? Yes. Now, I spoke about bringing my queen out here to do some harassment. This actually, now that I'm looking at it, makes a lot of sense because it forks these pawns. So you'd have to do this. Yeah, makes a lot of sense why I should have done that. Instead, I scooted this over. I took the time, so I do have a little bit of a disadvantage. I'm down 1. I'm supposed to get active with the queen. If I wasn't going to get active with queen, then going here made a lot more sense, so the bishop at least defended me. Here I'm undefended, so I scoot the rook over to defend the queen, but if I was going to leave my queen back here, I could have just gone here, and it kind of served the same purpose. What we're doing is looking at the back rank with ideas of going in. None of that happened. We trade. Then this is the moment. This is our opponent's biggest moment in the game, in my opinion. He could have locked his bishop on my side of the board. The same thing that I was doing here with the queen, where it was like, all right, take me on my terms. He could have done the same thing with the rook. And I'm going to let you know, if he put the rook here, then we have a very different situation, because my king is guarded to this rook. My other rook is guarded to this rook. I can't really very well move, or he's got this check to win my queen. And it just gets real spicy real quick. And his knight can get in quite easily. I would have to trade off, but then even then I'm not sure it's great, because it would just open up more squares. If he played this move, I think he would have won the game. Instead, he traded everything off, and it went straight back to equality. And one more thing, like, if he goes here and I take, then he hits me with a check with a passed pawn. I have to step over. This is super weak. My king is what's blockading the pawn, so that's never what you want to do, because definitely not with a lot of pieces. If it's just like just pawns, it's all right. But okay, so if we look at the example, +2 here. He didn't do any of the right stuff. Didn't do any of the right stuff. Check. I step over. I come back, defend the pawn. I slide in here. I don't know if this move made any sense, but we slide back to the best. It's equal. It's completely equal. He's got 4 minutes. I've got 2 minutes. Now, same idea. Now, it's like, all right, well, if you're going to take me, you're going to give me this passed pawn, and my king is pretty close to figuring some good stuff out with that. So I scoot my king to the middle. I don't hate it. I scoot in with a check. I'm supposed to take, but I know that if I take, it's a draw. Like, if I do take here, I know that game is going to end in a draw, because kind of hard to screw this up. Even if he jumps in and I take and he ruins his pawn structure, this entire side of the board, like all of this, is not moving. The kings are just going to run over here, and then straight up, it's going to trade off just equally over here or get locked over here. And so I knew if I traded here with my 1 minute on the clock, I took 1 second to decide, no, I don't want to draw. Move your knight somewhere so I can get into the position, take it, whatever. None of it happens. So here, I was worried about his queen arriving here to attack this pawn. I can simply push a pawn and take that square away. And the queen can't get in. The queen's on this light diagonal. So that move would have made a lot more sense. Defend this, get the idea of this. Even if he pushes in like this, then I come over and support it and get my queen over here doing more damage than yours. Okay, made a lot of sense. But we slide over. This was my idea. It still works, but I'm slightly losing again. But only if he plays all the best moves, and he's not going to do it because nobody ever does. Not in endgames like this. And here, it's still equal. But he gave me the passed pawn, and I, straight up with you, did not even realize it. I did not even realize it. I was worried about his 2 and this weak and his queen coming in, so I thought the knight can check me here. If I step here, I'm defending this. I'm 1 step closer to having something going on here. I don't even think I realized I had a passed pawn until my next move. Now I realize I have a passed pawn. What he was supposed to do is, there's really 2 different ways, but either way, he can jump here, then go here, or he can jump here, get attacked, and then go here and defend it and go like this. And so there's probably even another way. You could probably go this way, and then this way. Yeah, so there's 3 different ways that would work to get his knight on any one of these 3 squares. Any one of them works, whatever. He jumps in, and I kill that knight. And you do not want to trade the knight, because the knight's job was to get in front of this pawn. Because I'm going to let you know, this king is not doing it. And this queen is having a real hard time getting behind. So he has to take back, and then I push. He goes back with the queen. I push. My pawn is now 1 square away. Active with the queen. I'm eyeing this. I'm protecting this. And now the best way to win was to push this, because if he takes, I can take this with check. If he steps here, I can just harass him, and I got that pawn, so I'm chilling. But it opened up the position. He's got ideas. And so bringing the king was simpler. He could have locked it down like this, and then it would have been hard for me to get in. Yes. Did I see that? No. But I could give him a check. If he steps over, I hit him with this, and it's another check. Then he wins the pawn, then I trade the queens. I'm going to win. So, did I see that? No. I did not. Absolutely, I did not. We step in. Now, my queen is undefended. What would defend my queen quite wonderfully? Another queen. So they're seeing each other. Obviously, that's the best move. But, unfortunately, I'm not that good at chess. I had 13 seconds. So, I step forward. I think, okay, this is a passed pawn. It's defended. I want my king to come this way and support it like that. That was the whole idea. Now, it went from mate in 15 to still -6 for our opponent. So that's a mistake, but it does not matter because I'm going to win one way or another. So, yet again, now I can do it forcefully. I don't know what made me think that this pawn was blockaded, or like, I don't know what I thought here. All I thought was, I want my king here to red carpet technique is what I wanted. And I wasn't accepting it any other way. I got my king here. We got the red carpet. My pawn is going to promote. I don't know why I think that every pawn needs to be promoted like that. Whatever. Sometimes it really just is that easy, bro. Like, I don't have to come in here and trade things. So just push. Just push. I don't know how I didn't see it. Whatever. I can also deep freeze these guys with one pawn. So he has two pawns that can create a passer, but I can just launch forward, and you can't really push this, or I just take. And then it's kind of equal, essentially. Either way, in this position, our opponent ran out of time, or he resigned. He did resign, but it's over. What I'm going to do is check. Wherever you go, I'm taking this. Wherever you go, I'm taking this. Then I'm bringing my king or my queen, and I'm taking these. I'm taking this. I'm just kidding. I would probably just make a new queen or checkmate with these guys, or I'd still make the game and it would end, and you guys would have never saw it because I wouldn't post that. So if you made it this far, thank you so much. If this is your first time seeing one of my videos, let me know how you like it. Leave it in the comments. If you are a returning viewer, you guys are literally the best. Thank you so much. That was a good game. I'm happy with that one. Sometimes I record a game and I'm like, that sucked, and maybe I was tired and my personality wasn't that great. This one, I feel quite strongly about. So this is one of my favorite videos so far. Not the game of chess, but the video, my personality with it. So either way, thank you guys so much for watching. I love you. I'll see you in the next one. And today, it's the April 12th. This probably won't even post until like April 20th or something. So thank you so much. Get out of here. I love you. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is destroying this 1816 with the Caro Kann, and so hopefully we hop right into a main line that I can explain to you quite well. Where we have the advance, the exchange. Often when people spend a while thinking about it, they go for the push. Or we go for the straight up main line. This is actually called the Caro Kann main line. This is the Alien Gambit, but this is the Tart to Cower. So this is a structure that I am very familiar with and I love, and I can explain to you the ins and outs of what to do, at least with the black pieces. So right now that he has developed the knight, it is a prime opportunity to pin the knight. However, castling before pinning pieces is the priority. So what we're going to do is we're going to develop this bishop to the most, not the most active square. This would be the most active square, but it would get simply repelled by this pawn. So that's why we're putting it here. Next, we're going to castle and be putting the rook onto the same file as the king. Most likely he will castle as well. But we're still going to put the rook here because this is the open file in the position, and rooks belong on open files. And so this move right here it signifies that he wants to strengthen the center, which is never a bad move. He's defending the pawn. But in the future, my knight is going to have a journey to the square that can be repelled by this pawn. Does that make sense? So my knight in the future is going to go like this. And we're playing with 3-second increment, and I am quite comfortable with my rapid playing skills, or my bullet playing skills. Speaking of that, let's check our friend from Argentina, and if you look, if we take a gander, we step back and we're really praying for the pawn cube structure is what we're going for. But dude doesn't play bullet, and we are in a 5-minute game of chess. So at some point we're both going to have 1 minute, unless I get checkmated very early on. And it looks like he plays a lot of variants, some anti-chess stuff going on. I would highly recommend never playing any of those ever, because chess is hard enough as it is. So there's no need to change the rules and play a harder, different variant. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you, other than chess 960, go ahead and play that, and then maybe some horde just for fun. But I have had this exact structure in a previous game, maybe even my previous video. And so bringing the knight back here to be a defensive piece is not such a terrible idea, but I really do like my prompt idea of just trying to bring my knight to one of these squares in the middle. Obviously we can't bring it here right now. The drawback of this is my queen can no longer get out to this square. But seeing as that he pushed this pawn, so this pawn is now defended, my queen out here attacking pawns that are defended is not really a great use of my queen. We're going to step in, and we're doing a few things now. We're attacking this pawn and we're attacking this bishop. So he kind of has to make a stepping back move, or he has to just attack me. Then I take, and he gets a strong center, but he loses the bishop for the knight. And actually, he can't do that because I will grab the pawn. So right now, I think he has to step back, and that's just kind of uncomfortable. I can take a step forward right now and kind of, ooh, I could jump like this. This might force, because we're attacking this and we're attacking this bishop. He could step back further, but then we're really causing, my knight is making both of his bishops step back, and I just feel, sorry, you see that rattling? I'm on a new desk, and it's a $20 desk from Amazon, so it kind of sucks, but I'm in a temporary home for like 3 months because the house that I live in is getting renovated, if you wanted to know what's going on in my life. So I'm moving houses, I started a new job, I don't have a girlfriend. Look at this sunburn, absolutely jacked, but this sunburn, I'm in a little swivel chair. Bro, this sunburn, you see that? It looks, that's the tank top. That is the tank top that I was wearing previously. And so, what's going on in this position right now? Well, this is being attacked. If we take, the queen comes up and defends the knight, or I can step forward and just straight up attack the knight. Also, I don't like that my queen is the one defending this rook. Also, there are sort of, no, it doesn't work. I was thinking I could take here with check, and if he steps over with the queen, then this is hanging, but he can just step back with the knight, but is making his knight step back. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I like the idea of just attacking the knight. Probably what's going to happen is we're going to get the pawn cube structure, and then we can all cheer and feel happy and warm and fuzzy on the inside because we get to have a pawn cube in the position. And now I like that my rooks are looking at each other, so if this rook trade takes place, then my least active piece all of a sudden will get nice and active here on the E8 square, looking down the open file. So probably it's in both of our best interest to kind of just leave the position as is. If he takes, I actually played a quite interesting structure earlier where his queen ended up over here on B3, which was applying pressure to my F2, F7. Okay, so we're going to get the little pawn cube, and we all get to feel happy and warm and fuzzy. Look at that. Pawn cube. Queen attacked. Queen attacked. But I can trade the rooks in a way that makes his knight step back. Then I can get active. So I think we're going to go for this. It doesn't immediately do anything, but having, but having like my queen on these diagonals seems promising. I believe that we can just step forward. I mean, if he hits us, we can step forward again. So we're just trying to get super active with the queen right now. We got the diagonal by his king, and I have this beautiful pawn cube. Look how safe and happy my king is. Not only do I have a luft, but it becomes increasingly difficult for our opponent to like do any action on this open file because I have so many squares defended by my pawns, my beautiful pawn cube. Okay, bishop is attacked. Stepping all the way back to like stay active on this diagonal seems to make sense. I could also rush. Let's play a little bit faster. Actually, I don't really need to play faster because we have the same amount of time. And it's early in the morning because this guy's from Argentina. Is it? No, I'm thinking about the seasons. I've been to Argentina before, and one really trippy thing is, what do I do with my queen? I would love to like stay active, but it looks like I'm going to have to take a little bit of a step back. I can't step over because of the knight. I can't step forward because of the knight. I can't step forward because of the queen. So this maintains touching this. So he could push and I take, and he takes and I take, and he gets a pawn there, but then I attack it, then he defends it. I can throw in this check. He probably steps over. And my king is actually quite far away from being able to do any damage. This doesn't work because the rook comes over. But I step over, the rook comes over. I step here. He takes with check, I step up. Then he just defends checkmate by moving anywhere, and it's not even checkmate, he can still run away. So I like the idea of just stepping over and attacking in this square. He can defend it by just moving the knight somewhere, so that now that this was never occupied, but moving the knight would make sense to just defend this with the queen laterally and have like a defensive, beautiful queen. But I'm going to play on my opponent's weakness because now we both have under 3 minutes, soon to be under 2 minutes, and we still have queens and rooks and bishops and knights and a whole heckin' lot of pawns. So I sure hope that he knows what he's doing in these little bit of a time crunch situation. If nothing happens, I'm ready to just step into the position and attack these pawns. That is the immediate idea. Like, I'm threatening this, yes, but if he doesn't move the knight, his queen can't occupy the square, and defending these pawns will become tricky. So moving this walks into this check, but he defends it with the queen, then I take, then he steps back, then I bring my rook to the open file, he steps up with the king, probably I attack this pawn. He could just push, I take. No, he couldn't. There would be a check at the end of all of that. Okay, so he does play this. I think everything that I just calculated seems to make sense. I step in, he steps over, I take, he takes with the king or the knight. Either way, I'm attacking this pawn. He could shut the door like this, but then we're not so worried about this pawn structure. So I think we're going with this. He has to cover. He has to cover. Then I step over. What do? I think time is everything, and stepping active into the position seems to be real smart. Attacking the knight, if he takes, I step in. He could just attack and defend. I can bring my queen back to attack the knight. Here, I step over. I think just activating my least active piece makes the most amount of sense here. Like, the queen is defended, so I'm not super worried about my my bishop getting dislodged. My rook is undefended, my bishop is undefended. I mean, but so is his rook and his knight, so who is really winning? I'm winning, because I play more bullet. Look at my bullet score. Look at his bullet score. The sooner you realize that every game of chess, most likely, it turns into a game of bullet. I mean, okay, why did I even think about that? Obviously, I have to take this piece. Now, activity is everything. I can also step back. Then he's got to do something. What's he going to do? I step back and attack the knight. If he defends, okay, so this, he has to go back somewhere. And whatever he does, I think I just get active. So we're going to step over here, attack the knight. We have two things attacking it. I could have just taken and let him take in, and then been super active with my rook and really happy. But I think he could have just pushed a pawn and stepped over and kicked me out of the position, is the reason we're not going for that. But right now, if he goes for this, we hit him with a very simple fork, which is just losing on the spot. If he steps over here, we still hit him with that same fork, and he has to step back over here. And then, I mean, I think it just gets spicy. Really what we're trying to do is make this young man step back with the knight with 37 clocks. The clock turns red. And we have to play this. I mean, there's just no other move that I feel like playing. Okay, that doesn't work. None of this cool stuff works. We're definitely applying pressure. I would love to be able to attack this pawn. How can we do that? I mean, if I go here, he just takes and I take. Then we're attacking this. He steps up and defends it. I give him a check. He steps in, defending everything. What if I just start bringing the king? He's kind of frozen. He can't move the knight literally anywhere. I can step forward like this. If I take like this and he takes, then I'm forking these two pieces. We're attacking this. He has to take. Now we're getting in this low time, but I'm attacking this and this. And the open file is covered by my king, so if his rook comes over, sometimes you just got to know when to trade into a winning endgame. And my rook is active. Okay, so we're going to have to grab this pawn. He's going to step up, but then we're going to reoccupy this open file. Maybe I should have attacked this pawn. That actually probably would have made a lot more sense. But his rook is stuck, passive. We can do a few different things here. We can go here and force this and get behind it. I like this. If he steps forward, I mean, I grab it. So he's kind of got to push, right? And then I take. Okay, he wants to play like this. Probably time to get active with the king. I am winning in this endgame. Okay, he wants to attack my rook. There's nowhere else to put it, so I'm just going to put it here. This is going to happen, but we're chilling. We take. Take. I like this. If he pushes a check, we step back, and we're going to be able to attack this pawn again. But we're really stepping forward is the idea, and he doesn't have the greatest way to bring his king to defend this pawn, and now this pawn, I promise you, is not making it to the promised land. So that undefended the pawn. He wants to go for this check, but we're going to defend with the rook to defend this pawn. If he trades, he loses, so he's pretty much got to skedaddle out of the position. That's all there is to it. And oh by golly, I might give this check. He steps in, I can grab this pawn. He gives this check. How many pawns do you really need? Grab, check, here. I shouldn't have spent that much time thinking about it. He can give this check, but I step up, and then he does not have another check, and I'm defending this. Okay, he does have that check. We're stepping here. We're going to be alright. Don't worry about it. We're stepping forward. Grabbing this. Grab some pawns, bro. Simplify up this endgame for me. We're going to just grab this. You grab that. I'm going to push this. You can grab this. Here. Here, here, here. Jesus. We push the pass pawn, right? We just let him grab this. God damn it. We push this. Grab this. We push this. We go here. Oh my god, now he starts pushing this. We step up. We step here. Here, here, here. I'm not really sure, bro. He's gonna cover this. I so threw this away to a draw, by the way. But I think I'm doing alright. He put his king in the way of that. It gave me time. I'm going to try and wiggle like this. Because if I can get my king here, I push. Here, here. I think he just blundered the game right here. He gave me too much time. So I was completely winning, but I think he was a little bit frazzled. You can give this check, but I step up, and then you're out of checks. So we're going to make this queen. Give this check. You can push this pawn, but then it is checkmate, my friend. Heavy sigh of relief. I almost threw that away to a draw. I'm actually fairly certain that maybe I did. How did I lose like 5 pawns so that I could grab however many? So right here, 6 pawns versus 4. So how did I trade down into an equal pawn endgame? Your answer is as good as mine. I guess I'm not that good at chess, but I won the game, so I guess we had it under control. I'm fairly certain that it was a draw. We trade off his last pawn here. We give a check and he steps forward, and we start pushing. Or just go for this. And then I'm the only one left with a pawn, but actually stopping it becomes hard because your king is so far away. So I think just forcing this move right here wins on the spot. Or draws on the spot. Impossible for me to say. I'm not that good at chess. Let's check it out with the computer real quick, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and that was not my most accurate game of chess that I've ever played, but oh boy did we get her done. And so check out this graph. Now, I just want to highlight something for you, you fine ladies and gentlemen, is the opening. Completely equal the entire time. The middle game, a little bit of action happened, but literally everything that was important happened in the end game, and all the way down here. Check it out. I have 3 blunders. Look where they happened in the end game. My opponent, 2 blunders. Look where they happened. All the way down here on move 64, I threw it away to a draw. And that is why in the video I was definitely stressing out, because I had a crushing position and then I threw it away to a draw, and I knew it, and that was my face trying to process that information that I'm crushing, and then all of a sudden I'm getting a draw and I'm fighting not to lose my pawn. And so that's what happened. So we played the Caro-Kann mainline variation. When they capture like this and you take back with the pawn, it's called the Tartakower variation, where your ideas of development are quite simple, and I will explain them to you. You develop the bishop here because it's the most active square. You don't want to block your king in this way, and if you go here, you just get hit. Next, you want to castle. Get your king safe. Next, you put your rook on the open file in the position. Then, you either pin the knight or put your bishop here. It's kind of interchangeable. This move is actually better, but if you want to slightly deviate from the main line, you play this move, pinning the knight. And it's not really pinned because, yes, there's a bishop there. Then, what you need to do is, for one, we get attacked, so we're just going to step back, no problem. And we want to complete the prophecy of the knight zigzag to the center of the board, where you can make 1, 2, 3 moves to get to the center of the board, and he can make 1 pawn move to kick you out of it. So it really kind of sucks. And once your knight is here, you can't jump back here, or when the pawn comes in to attack it, because you can just push this pawn and fork your 2 pieces here. So once your knight gets here and this pawn push comes in, it gets a little bit annoying with your knight. You have to like step back to one of these squares, and it's not so great, but you want your knight in the middle of the board. So let's not go into too much detail about all of this. And by golly, we got my knight to the middle of the board by way of zigzag. And so now my knight is actually doing some stuff. We're attacking this pawn, we're attacking the bishop. You can't just kick me out because I'll take, and I'll grab this pawn. So you have to step back with the bishop. So my knight made you step back. Now here, I miss kind of a more or less simple tactic. I can come over here with the simple idea of attacking this rook, and the rook has no squares that he can go to that are not being attacked. Furthermore, if my bishop gets here, I'm attacking this pawn twice. So I could get in, take, and then get in with this fork. So this obscure bishop move is actually the best move for an idea that I just simply did not see. In lieu of that, I step over here with my knight, where I am essentially guaranteeing you trading a knight for... I'm trading a knight for your bishop. If you take like this, then that's what I want. Or you leave this guy here, and I just simply take your bishop, or you step back. So I'm either getting a bishop for my knight, or making another bishop take a stepping back move. And I already made this one step back, so if this one also steps back, I feel like my knight is just a little bit OP. So he takes, I take. Mission accomplished. I got rid of my knight for a light square bishop. I have the bishop pair. I feel quite comfortable about the position. We take this time to get active with my queen, trade, and now we got a beautiful pawn cube, so everybody's smile and feel nice and warm and cozy inside because we got the pawn cube, and mission accomplished. He attacks my queen, but I throw in this check because it yet again makes one of his pieces step back. He can't take with the queen or I'll win the knight, so he has to step back with the knight. That is why I did that move, and yet again the knight steps back. All of his pieces are stepping back in this game. But now I guess it's my turn to step back because he attacks my bishop, kaboom, so I step back. Then he attacks my queen. I step back. He takes a little step forward, and I come over here with nasty ideas of this check that is covered because the knight is blocking the view of his queen to this square. And if I get in with this check, I'm winning this pawn. The king gets very weak. It's just, you're falling apart. You can't let that happen. It is a -2 position, and I get the check. He steps over. I bring my last undeveloped piece. Now my rook is active. He takes, I take, and then I step back attacking this guy. You can't really defend it in any meaningful way. Stepping over is a terrible idea. So you essentially have to move the knight. Well, you can't go forward, really. None of your going forward squares work. Let's look at that. If you go here, you walk into this fork, so you just lose the knight. So yet again, the knight has to step back. Oh my goodness. And with tempo, you step back and I step in. Now I'm in your position, bro. Checking on your king. Now, turn the engine on. I want to show you guys. I wasn't cheating, I promise. Best move in the position. Stepping over with the king. Because I want my rook to do some damage, and we're afraid of his rook getting to the open file and getting into the position. If this happens, if that check happens, and I step up over here and he gets this, he's basically just going to eat all of my pawns. And so that is why stepping over with the king is the best move. He pushes the pawn on the side of the board so that he can do something with the rook, so his rook doesn't have to stay passive defending this. I guess, yes, I could have just gotten behind this pawn, and that would have worked just as well. But now I trade the bishop for the knight for the specific reason of after he takes, I'm guaranteed to win a pawn. I'm attacking 2 pawns. You can only defend 1, and pushing them doesn't work because I'll just take the pawns behind them. Not this one because it's defended, but you get the idea. So I grab a pawn, back to the open file. I got scared of taking this pawn because I didn't want his rook to get in. It never would have happened because all of the squares are taken and attacked by my pieces, but it is what it is. I step out. Sorry, my nose is super itchy. There's cats in this house, and I guess I'm allergic to cats. So, sorry about that. Now, he's got a passed pawn, but it's not a good passed pawn. It's a liability passed pawn because it's right next to 2 pieces that want to kill it. So, I'm very quick to just grab that pawn. Right now it's a check. It looks like if I step up, I'm going to lose something, but I can just defend X-ray style with my rook. He steps up, I hit him with a check, I grab a pawn, he comes in with a check, check, I'm stepping up, I grab a pawn, he grabs a pawn, I grab a pawn, he grabs a pawn, I push a pawn, he grabs a pawn, and this is the most important part of the position. What I needed to play was check, down, another X-ray check where I'm defending my pawn through the king. Then my pass pawn becomes an issue because this pass pawn can no longer push, plus your king is really far away, plus this pawn can't push because I have pawns in the way of it. Instead, the way I did it is I lose both of my pawns for no reason, and now it's just pass pawn versus pass pawn. Yes, mine is closer, but still it doesn't really matter because he's never going to make it because I just don't have enough stuff to watch this pawn and my king. If my king ever gets to these squares to support the promotion square, you can just check me, and I'm either stepping in the way of the pawn or away from the pawn where you'll just attack it again. And so none of it's going to ever work. But, like I said, I'm on the comfortable side of the draw, where our opponent is on the scary and hard to play side of the draw because he's been losing for the past 40 moves, and all of a sudden 64 moves and 51 moves. Sorry, I can't get anything right. And so we shuffle around, and I hide here so that this check isn't an option. I'm hiding behind the enemy's king, and then I have a new idea. Put my rook here so I can bring my king behind the rook. It still doesn't even work because it works here because I can just straight up promote and make a queen, and there's no check here. I would just take the rook. This doesn't work because once I make the queen, he can hit me with a check. I step out. He wins the queen. I'll show you. Boom, 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 and then straight up, this rook is just not stopping this pawn. I'm trading this rook for this pawn at some point, and that's all there is to it. But this idea kind of makes sense, hiding here so this check doesn't happen. I like the idea. It's not the worst idea in the world. But here we give a check. He defends it with a pawn, but unfortunately that is being attacked by the 2 most powerful pieces on the board, and it's mate 1. So take it with a grain of salt or whatever. Please subscribe. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure playing chess for you, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today, we have a special guest, Matthew Ping, Rabbit Man, one of my subscribers, and we are going to be battling him today in a subscriber battle to the death. So, we are going to revert back to my custom opening because when they don't play e4, e5, or the Sicilian or the Scandinavian or the whatever main lines, this is a structure that I am more or less unfamiliar with. And so my game plan will be as follows. Put my bishops here, put my knights behind, bring the queen up, and then castle whichever way I feel is better. Most likely we're going to try and castle opposite. So we're going to stick right with that. All you need to be a little bit weary of is his pieces coming to our side of the board, which he doesn't have any of those moves that really scare me. So now we have a pawn tension in the middle of the board. I'm still going to just stick with my plan. If he captures, I'll take back. And I'll be able to put my knight on this square right here. So if this capture does come in, then we got a place to put the knight. And that's generally the natural developing squares of the knights. You should know this. You see where his knight is? That's generally what we want our knights to be doing. So he develops a bishop. I'm going to bring this knight first, so I'm ready to castle at will, because I'm still 2 moves. Sorry, my throat. I'm going to edit that out. Don't worry. Now you hear my voice? Much better. Okay. So, I mean, I said I'm going to go for my custom setup. So here we are with the custom setup on the board. And because he has not castled yet, we are both ready to castle. Whichever way he goes, I'm going to go the other way. That is generally what I'm going to try and do in this video, for the simple reason of those make more fun games of chess. And he wants to play 2 games, so if we could knock the first game out rather quickly, that would be better. And then it's less time because I don't want to make a 55-minute video. And so if whichever way he goes, we're going to go the other way. That is straight up the plan. Okay, so he pushes a pawn. Now, what I'm worried is if I castle, he will castle the same way. So, do I have any moves that really make sense? I'm kind of just wasting a move here, if we're going to be honest. That's more of just a waste of a move because we're waiting for the castle. Because right now, making a move is difficult because I don't know which way I want to castle. So I don't want to like pin this knight or take this pawn or do anything. I don't want to advance pawns on the side of the board if I'm going to be castling to that way. So we're really just doing a little bit of a Mexican standoff, you might want to say, where I want him to castle. Go ahead and castle, bro. If he doesn't, I literally might just put the knight back. Because he's worried about castling as well. And bro, if we get into a game of chess where we just don't castle, be my guest. We'll go ahead and do that. So capturing in the middle would not be a bad idea. We're pushing a pawn. Still not sure. I just don't want his knight being able to come in. Essentially, this pawn push also looks like it's making a lot of sense. And dude, I think he's neglecting the castle. But you know what? I think we could make it work because look at the pawn structure on this side of the board for him. Okay, so he wants to break in the middle. Very, very principled. Because I think we could castle this way, and if he castles this way, that is worse for him than it is for me. If this capture happens, I think we're cool with it. Yeah, and if we do capture, it just allows his knight to get into the position. I mean, this pawn is protected so many different ways. It's not even like reasonable to consider taking it. And I don't know what to do. I want him to castle. That's all I'm doing right now. Just castle, bro. Pick a side. Pick a side. I'm going the other way. And now, because we have done this, don't play chess like this. I'm only playing like this because I feel like I'm going to be able to apply pressure to him, which isn't necessarily a nice way to play chess. But if we castle same side, then we're going to probably just have some equal exchanges and go into an endgame where there's like a one move blunder later on in the position, which I don't want. So what I want is an attacking game of chess where I can explain some more stuff about attacking and then practice and get better at attacking myself, because that will be more fun and more educational for everybody. And so that directly just hangs a knight. So I'm going to go ahead and take it, but we're going to give him the take back. We're going to give him the take back. The dude is like he needs to do a take back. He is one of my favorite subscribers. He comments on everything. He likes everything. He watches my videos. So we're not going to just one move blunders, captures the knight. Even if that wasn't hanging, it's hard to say that that was a good move. Okay. Much better. Much better. I mean, I have to take, right? If he takes, then I do have 2 pawns in the center, but castling this way seems to not work anymore. Like this, that would be my defense. If my king is over here, the rook is here, just look at that position. It's horrendous. It's like he's got these three pawns ready to launch in. Both of the bishops are looking this way. This knight is ready to come in. The queen is already looking where my king is. The rook is ready to step onto the open file. So castling this way, for all of those reasons that I just explained, is terrible. Absolutely terrible. So I have to castle this way. And then the same goes for him. Okay, so he pins my knight. I can straight up just get out of it with castling. So don't see a huge reason not to do that. And then it also... We're going to just castle. We spent long enough trying to do an opposite side castling game. Now watch, he castles. And so I got to let you know, when you're facing an opponent that's stronger than you, castle same side, straight up. Because then you're going to have more of a chance at like a not super complicated position. Like opposite side castling gets into crazy tactical, complicated lines where just brute calculation is what wins you the game. Just straight up tactics makes you win the game. Okay, this walks into a fork. The idea is to, for one, take the knight, then I take back, then the queen arrives. The other idea is my knight moves, and you win this pawn with check. Unfortunately, I can just advance my pawn, and then I'm forking these two pieces. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to go ahead and do that. He has still not castled. And so in this position, I would move the bishop, because you're going to lose one of these pieces. I would move the bishop so that I take here and you lose the knight, but you keep the bishop. You don't want to move the bishop and then I take, or I mean, you don't want to move the knight and let me take the bishop. So I would have advised against that. Now he's losing his bishop, and his bishop was a very important component in his attack. So we're going to take. Yes, the queen gets to the middle of the board. My bishop is hanging. Unfortunately, this knight is hanging. So there's even more tactics going on here. Let's go back like 2 moves. So, yeah, he should have stepped here. Then when I take, he takes. Then all of this is held. Winning the pawn, you won it over here with the bishop, is what he needed to do. When you do it like this, you win the pawn with your queen in the middle of the board, and it just lets this guy hang. So we go ahead and grab it. This queen is definitely doing some scary stuff, but now the queen is also on the same file as the king in the middle of the board, his most advanced piece. So that just gets a little bit sketchy for him, because I can really quickly mobilize my rooks. Probably I'll bring this rook because we're going to be doing some attacking here. And yeah, and if he's not careful, he's not going to get to castle. Okay, that sort of traps my bishop. That's true. For one, I can attack the queen. The queen doesn't have really so much options. All of these squares are taken. That square is good. Wait, so that's where the queen can go. The queen can only go to a very select few squares. I like the idea of just bringing the rook. Then essentially he has to go here or here. If he goes here, I jump forward with the knight and attack him again, forcing this trade. I can also just attack like this, but then he could just take. So what is the correct move? Also, this pawn is only defended by the queen. So one thing you can do is, like, if a pawn is only protected by a queen and a king, you can basically just attack that piece and it's like let go of the pawn. So I'm attacking this pawn and he wants to hang on to it, and there's only one way to do that. And if he goes ahead and goes here, then I just hit him again. Right? So we go ahead and we attack the queen. If he goes here, we attack him again. If he goes here, for one, I can jump in and attack him. If he takes, I jump in and attack him again. So he steps back. Okay, very reasonable. This knight is not doing a whole lot. If I go this way, we probably just get traded off. But potentially I can jump forward and jump forward like this. So the reason that I'm going to bring this knight to this square is because this knight can already go to this square. So we jump in. We attack the queen. He can't give it up because the bishop is pinned to the king. This fork is essentially coming next, and I'll bring the rook forward. And we'll just absolutely mobilize the attack. And so he still has not got to castle. And his king is stuck in the middle of the board. His queen is continuously getting attacked. Has very scarce squares that it can really go to. My bishop is kind of trapped, but it's defended by the knight. And I still do have like at least one retreating square. Or if I really need, I can go forward. So my bishop's not really trapped. He's kind of scared, but not officially trapped. Okay. What do we got going on here? Can I just sacrifice? What does that do? Boom, boom. Check. I like the idea of that. Sacrifice the rook. Kaboom, boom, boom with check. Where's he go then? Over here, we hit him with another check. Where's he go? Here. I don't think it's going to work. But this queen is not super happy. This pawn is almost hanging. I guess I can jump in with my knight. That would probably be a good move. This square is a little bit scary, so I think we're just going to jump forward with the knight. Hopefully I'm not blundering something. But now this pawn is actually hanging because the queen essentially didn't let go, but now I'm interfering. So there was a difference. If you see, if we go back all of these moves, kind of the whole idea of this rook move was to undefend this pawn because only the queen. And if you see, he remains touching the pawn. He remains touching the pawn, but eventually I'm able to get in the way. So now I am actually threatening this pawn. And if this pawn falls, it becomes kind of scary. So there's a way that I can guarantee, like if I go here, he can slide back like this, still maintaining. So the more forcing and scary move is to take, or take like this. But I think we're just going to take like this, and we're attacking the queen. We're also attacking the pawn. If the queen goes here, we just attack the queen again. Then the queen needs to stay here to defend this pawn because we're threatening this. But then kind of sacrifices do work because the king is still in the middle of the board. So it's hard to say what's actually the correct move for him. His queen has gotten attacked. Let's just go through this. Where are we even at? This was all nonsense because we were trying to figure out castling. His queen got attacked, attacked, attacked. He's just 4 moves in a row. He just loses tempo. Okay, so he does step back. For one, we can give this check. We can attack the queen, but I think we want to give the check first. Just give a nice little check. There's no real reason not to. If he steps over, then we attack the queen like this. If he steps here, we can jump in like this because this piece is pinned. So I think just giving a check, now he can't castle. So his king got stuck in the middle of the board too long. This pawn is also hanging, but there's a problem if his rook comes over. Then both of these pieces kind of get attacked, and it's not so clear. So he steps forward. That is definitely attacking my knight. But what if I just attack the queen first? I kind of like that. Just leave the knight hanging, but I think it'll be okay. And we just attack the queen first. I mean, you're not going to take the knight, so I think we're chilling doing something like this. The queen's got to go somewhere. If the queen goes here, my knight can jump back this way, attacking the queen yet again. And you can't take because I would take the queen with my rook. So if he does go here, this move works. I'm attacking this. I mean, it's not beautiful. Does that move make any sense? I jump back and I'm attacking the queen. Great. I'm also attacking this pawn. Great. But is there any actual, like, real threat? I mean, I'm up 2 pieces. I could just sacrifice something, but I think this move is going to be fine. We step back. We attack the queen again. Let's just see how many times we can attack this queen in one game. And so now I do have 2 attackers on this. This is also going to be an open file because his king is in the middle of the board. So I really just have my bishops there. So if I bring this rook doesn't need to be defending this pawn. We do need to be a little bit worried about his bishop, like mobilizing in the center of the board, attacking my rook, undefending this. But just kind of the way the geometry is set up, my knight is defending this, the rook is defending this. But once the knight moves, attacking my rook will undefend this. But, I mean, we're up 2 pieces. So, what is he supposed to do? Taking this pawn kind of just walks into an open file. I don't know if taking pawns is really what I need to be doing here. I need to be taking checkmates. And so, yeah, if he does step back to here, then there's a fork. So let's think. This doesn't work. If he steps back to either of these 2 moves, this would get hit by the knight. So I think something like these are the only 2 moves that really make sense. But going here is scary. That's scary. Okay, this is being attacked, yes. Okay. What if I just throw a pawn forward? Is that ridiculous? Are we getting crazy now? Is it time to retreat? Attack the queen yet again. Go ahead and just attack this. But then there's this, and then all of a sudden it gets scary. But I think I can take this, threatening this guy. I can also go like this. No. Yeah, I could go like this. Seems too sketchy. What is the knockout in this position? I don't know. I can literally throw my pawn forward. And if you go over here, I essentially trap your queen somewhere. This just seems more risky than it's really worth, to be honest. But I mean, let's just do it. Don't know what, I'm not even sure what else to do. I'm sure there was a better move. But I'm winning and I have 2 minutes on the clock. So if we can just like trade some pieces, I win this endgame. I'm not sure if there's a direct checkmate because the king is just chilling on these light squares and I'm having a hard time actually like getting in on the dark squares, if that makes sense. So probably this move makes the most amount of sense. Something to note is this is covered. So we're going to take this. This is covered by the queen. So don't get tunnel vision here thinking that it's checkmate. It's not. You do have the potential to like make it much worse. But for 1, I can attack the queen. For 2, I can just slide over. So I think what's going to make a lot of sense here, we go ahead and we threaten the queen. Unfortunately, we're just grinding down into a trading everything off to a simple position. Okay, so this is hanging, but I can just take here first, right? Because like, yes, you could get this, but then I take here. This bishop, what do I do with the bishop? If I put the bishop here, then I'm getting in the way of this. So if I put the bishop here and he comes back over with the queen, then all of a sudden this becomes a threat. I guess I could reposition like this and I have time. Then he pushes here. But I think I'm probably just too quick. I could even stop it like this. So, no, this hangs this pawn. Okay, we're going to just put the bishop over here. I wanted kind of the bishop to be on this side of the board, but this pawn is pinned to the king by this rook, so this pawn is only defended by the rook. So this will probably be my next idea. Right? Why not? Why not? But the king is miraculously really safe. because my pieces are just on my side of the board. If anything, I'm doing like defense. But the next idea, attack the queen again. He's hanging on. He is absolutely hanging on. Okay, so he scoots up. I think he could. Like, if anything, I'm up 2 bishops, but my bishops aren't applying any pressure whatsoever. And so, I mean, I have this check. Then, I don't know. Let's just do this. It's defended by the queen. We'll give him some time. Now my bishop can slide back like this. But still this pawn is pinned, so he could just attack it. Oh my goodness. I need to be moving forward. I need to... I'm a little bit crumbling here at the end. Like, I just can't figure out how to push forward. Because he's got a rook and a queen, which is, like, really powerful. And so I need to figure out a way to, like, get rid of them. And his king is still safe. Like, does this check? This is hanging. Check. Let's just do it. Check. My bishop's hanging. Make no mistake about it. We step over. Bro, we're going to give him more time. I got 20 seconds. This sucks. The king is so safe. It's like I need to figure out a way to actually trade these pieces. This is hanging, but so is my rook. I'm literally going to go like this, bro. I am literally putting my bishops here. I think I just imploded, bro. I don't even know what to think. And that's it. That's the end of the video. I got nothing else for you. I hung mate in 2. Sorry about that. Matthew Ping, congratulations for defeating me. I guess if we wanted to be petty, I could say I gave some takebacks and I gave some time, but none of that excuses the position that I had at the end and hanging mate in 2. So that is going to be the end of my video. If you unsubscribe because of that, I understand. I'm not going to hold it against you. So thank you so much if you made it this far. I love you guys. The next video will be much better. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is trying to climb the rating ladder on chess.com because I primarily play on Lichess, so we're going to be trying to, get my rating up just a tad bit on chess.com. And what I've realized is I'll go on Lichess and play like 50 games of chess for every 1 game of chess that I play on chess.com, and I smoke my opponents. So let me explain just a tad bit about the opening. I sure hope I don't lose this game on time. We are playing the Caro-Kann exchange variation, where I believe we just developed the knight. I think it's kind of interchangeable. It's hard to memorize like what is the absolute best move, but I know the general ideas of the structure. So we're going to go ahead and develop this bishop because it's safe to do so because he has not pushed his c pawn. Once he pushes his c pawn, the queen coming out with this check and pressure on this becomes a tad bit of a problem. So we're going to push forward and tickle this bishop. If the bishop steps back, the queen can never occupy that square to create this battery on my pinned piece, if that makes sense. So if the bishop goes back, that's cool. Then this pawn push is less scary because the queen can never occupy the square that the bishop will be occupying. If he takes, we take back towards the center with the only piece that is available to take back, and we solidify our center. If the knight ever comes in, we simply develop our queen over here. So if the knight jumps in trying to attack the pawn, we simply develop our queen to a nice and active square, attacking a bunch of different things. If he doesn't, then we're not inclined to move the queen yet. Let's move the minor pieces before we develop the queen, because that is best practice in chess. So, whoop, I think this game is just going swimmingly. So, there is one thing that could happen here. I could develop my queen, and he brings his queen that my knight takes it. Never mind. We're just going to go ahead and develop the queen. We're going to develop the queen. We are defending the pawn, but we are doing more than just defending the pawn. We are applying pressure to this pawn and to this pawn. So he might go for defending it with the bishop. Now, I think that that was not a terrific move because that is the natural development square for the knight. And reason number two, you probably wanted to defend this pawn with your c pawn. So right now the bishop is kind of doing a weird job. So I still need to push this, so we're just going to go ahead and do that. And we have the same amount of time, so one other thing to note is you always want to maintain your time on the clock. And so I think we're just going to step forward with this bishop. We're at least a little bit applying pressure to this guy. We can also jump forward and apply pressure to this bishop immediately. One thing that we are a tad bit worrisome about is him going for my light square bishop, because if he does choose to do so, the only move I have is here, and he can simply kick me out, and I have to go back and he captures me. So it's kind of a weak move, but I would like to preserve my extra bishop. So I have a bishop for this knight, so in the endgame, if we trade every single piece on the board, I will have this light square bishop versus this knight. Or this knight, whichever way you want to look at it. And so now I have made this, and we're going to slide all the way back. That is why I made the little luft for my bishop. And so I have still not got to castle. I have still not... Sorry, what am I talking about? I have still not got to castle. My English is terrible. What am I talking about? And so castling this way, it seems a little bit scary, but like, let's just do it. I mean, this bishop doesn't see over here. The queen is not actually all that scary. And so now this checkmate idea is at least defended by my rook. And I can also put my bishop in the middle of the board with tempo on the queen. This guy is undefended. I'm ready to jump forward and at least be doing something. I could just take and give him some identifiable weaknesses in the position. That is something that I talk about a fair little bit. Looks like he's trying to come in. I kind of like the idea of just jumping forward with my knight and then just going for the bishop. I hope that's not a bad move. We're going for the bishop. If we grab the bishop, then we're really happy because we have got rid of his last bishop and we just have the bishop pair. If he moves, I mean, we can still take it there. So if he goes here, we can take, and then we have this fork at the end of the day. So this move is not really going to work because we can just take. And he only can take back with the knight, but then there's a fork at the end of it. Don't know why I felt like I needed to explain that twice, but I definitely sure did. And, so now there's this fork, something that I have identified. I have a minute problem in the position. If I take, he can take back with the queen or the pawn, so it's not guaranteed that I'm going to ruin the pawn structure here. But what it will do is it will get rid of these 4 minor pieces, and we'll have the knight versus bishop scenario that I was speaking about earlier. So I kind of like the idea of just trading everything in the position. I mean, we don't want to let this knight live in the middle of the board, that's for sure. This knight really doesn't even have any forward momentum. I think he's trapped, essentially. So we're going to trade here. That was kind of fast. Maybe I should have thought about that for just a half a second. And that removed... Should I go back a second? I think I missed something. Yes, I totally did. What if I just do this? He could pin it. I unpin, but then he escapes. Okay, so it wouldn't have worked because there was the pin on the pawn that was going to capture. So this wouldn't have worked. Let's not waste any more time thinking about what would have happened. So, I mean, this is a weakness, but he can defend it very quickly. So I think we're just going to double up my rooks. I mean, double up my pieces. We're applying pressure to this. I mean, I can station my bishop in the middle of the board, but my bishop attacking this seems quite promising, so I think I'm going to bring my rook over here. And oh my god, there's a cat in my room. You want to see? Check this out. Can the camera go over here? This is my new room, by the way. Check it out. I'm living here for a few months. Let's get this set up halfway decent. Okay. Yeah. And so that cat always wants to hang out with me. No matter where I go, the cat's like, let's hang out. Okay. I can play this to induce this. I can also attempt to get active. And if he trades and trades, you know what? I'm actually okay with this. If he trades, I have tempo on this pawn. And I'm attacking the knight. So I'm doing more than just attempting to trade the queens. If we trade, I attack with a lateral attack on the knight, and I am also attacking the pawn. And I'm 2 minutes down on the clock, so I'm going to have to play a little bit faster. But I think he fell for our little trap where we are attacking the knight, and we are attacking the pawn. And once my bishop gets in, if he attacks, I can pretty much just simply step back. And this is defended by my rook. So I sure am glad that I put my rook over here. So I feel like my pieces are applying maximum pressure. And the game plan is as follows. I mean, if I grab this pawn, then that's a wrap. I'm just up a pawn. So essentially what I will do in that position is I will configure a way to trade. Okay, so I can still grab this pawn. That was the whole idea all along. So we are going to do that. We are up a pawn. And this guy is pinned. So this seems like a just really lovely and delightful square for my bishop. I'm in the middle of the board. I believe that's called a wooden shield. And I have ideas of kind of trying to get into the position. Or is like stepping back like this defensive maneuver. What's better? I think we're just going to go for this. His knight can come back, but at this point I could trade, and then we're in a rook and pawn endgame, but I'm winning. And so one idea that might work is like bring my rook laterally and bring my other rook and try and infiltrate the position like so. But we're up a pawn, so essentially what we want to do is keep the bishop, trade the rooks. That's a crazy move. He's going for just a full-fledged attack. That's what he wants. I think it's time to maybe start trying to crack open this position. Or crack open the position like so. I can push, and if he takes, I can double. So here, 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 here. Like, we just go here. We take, he takes. If he pushes into this, I don't even have to take. I think we're just going to go for the pawn push. We're up a pawn. This is a passed pawn. I mean, if he takes, we take back like this. If he pushes, we push up. I think we're going for this. 3 minutes, 34 seconds. We chilling. As long as I don't go down a pawn for no stupid reason, I think we're chilling. And this knight is still on the side of the board. Okay, so I have the idea of doubling the rooks. I don't really like bringing this guy. So this just kind of forces a rook trade. Actually, I like this. It might cause a huge simplification of everything. I can play this. If he takes, I hit him with check. Check here. Check here. Here. I think we're just going to go back for this. The idea still stands, so he will have to defend himself from that in some way, such as bringing the rook back. Man, my nose, that cat, he's cute, but oh my goodness, I was making sure I was actually recording. Okay. So I think this works. Here, here, check. You have to step out of check or step here. And one way or another, I think I'm happy with that. 2 minutes, 51 seconds. We are up a pawn. I have the bishop for the knight. He steps over like so. Now, I have the decision of which rook to capture. I'm going to capture this rook. Then I can for one, threaten this immediately. I kind of like the idea of doing that. I can also jump forward and force his knight back where I can take, then he takes, then I get active. That's a check. It might not actually be worth it to calculate all of this stuff. The knight is still essentially frozen, so we're just going to play this and force this trade. So we're going for this. He basically has to trade, then we're attacking this pawn. He has to push this pawn. I think we slide back. If he goes anywhere, I can just capture it, and then I think we're just in a endgame where I have a passed pawn. Like, I have an extra pawn, and it's this pawn right here. And that is a passed pawn. So he's trying to get active. I like the idea of just hitting the knight. The knight has to go somewhere, and I'll take. So I go here, he goes here, here, here. But then I step up with my king. He steps in with his king. I step up. I think we go for this. The idea is we trade this off. I guess his king's never really going to get in, but generally bringing this forward is going to be my whole idea. So we're going to go this way. So he has blockaded my pawn. But I can go here and create this. But he doesn't have to take. So here, here. Did I throw this away to a draw? Am I stupid? Here. You can step over, but I'm going here. This becomes somewhat of an issue. Here. Here. He can't actually run in this way, can he? Here, 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 queen. Here, pin the pawn. But Now he has to make a move. You got to step back. And when you do, I'm stepping forward. 42 seconds. I think we're chilling. Let me in, my friend. I made this a little bit more sloppy and dangerous on time than I needed to, but we're going in. You go this way. I'm coming in for this pawn. I touch this pawn. And that's a wrap. Deep breath. Deep breath. The game is not over. I can definitely still lose this on time, but he might resign because he is going to lose this pawn. Now I have 2 passed pawns, so regardless, really whatever he does, the idea is going to be just push my passed pawns. So we're going to step over here. You want to go this way? I'm coming this way. And to make things just absolutely crystal clear, I can just take this pawn pretty much at will, distracting with this guy. So pushing this pawn, you got to go for it. We're going to push. We're stepping in. We're grabbing this. If dude doesn't want to resign, you don't have to. And I'm going to teach you one more thing about king and pawn endgames. If he grabs this pawn right here, this pawn runs. This pawn runs. I mean, I could just take. And we're not going to let him get anything. You're not getting my pawn, my friend. And so, 21 seconds, I still need to get the checkmate. We need to make sure that he has legal moves. He does. He can go this way. We're essentially cutting him off this way. Then we're going to start bringing the king. You know what? Instead of all that, let's just... I cut that part out because he was being a little bit disrespectful. But as you can see, we got the checkmate. You didn't need to watch him take, 7 seconds between each move that he made to waste my time. But there we go. That is how you win a game of chess. And let's check it with the computer. And here we are in the analysis, and that is 2 games back-to-back on chess.com that I have played at a very high accuracy, and more or less just played a calm, chill game of chess where I go up a pawn or something and win in the endgame. And so that was just about as straightforward as it gets. Now take a look at this graph. 4 inaccuracies, 95% accurate, quite good, and our opponent here still 92% accurate. And now take a look at this graph. It looks a little bit like GoPro. A little bit like GoPro. So if you ever bought GoPro, look at whoop, see that? Boom. If you ever bought GoPro, I'm sorry for you. It's never coming back. No matter how long you hold on to it. Great product, terrible stock. And so let's hop right into the action. We have a Caro Kann exchange variation. I think these moves are more or less interchangeable. We tickle the bishop. If he captures, cool. Why'd you do that, bro? You gave up your bishop for my knight for no real clear reason. And so if you saw my strategy, it became making my light square bishop against his knight. That became kind of the epicenter of the game where I was like cool with trading everything else off. And so we developed some pieces. Pieces are developed. I mentioned, let's turn the computer on. I mentioned that the bishop going here was an inaccuracy because that is the most uncomfortable way to defend both of these pawns. It just can't be a good move. And so there's no way for me to immediately exploit that, but I just knew that it was a bad move, and if we just develop my pieces naturally, I'm going to have an advantage later on. So we develop my bishop, we're at least tickling this knight, we're prepping this pawn push, and we go ahead and we push this pawn forward. It's actually, let it think, it's actually the best move, in my opinion, because the whole idea is I want to keep my light square bishop against his knight, and so I don't want him being able to trade it by way of this, okay? Like if I had never pushed this pawn, he can get this knight from my bishop and ruin my pawn structure a little bit. So at the cost of playing a slow move, I get to keep my bishop in the endgame. And so, boom, we get to keep the bishop. Now, actually this pawn is just hanging, and I can straight up just grab it. I can also capture here, and go in or something. But this pawn is just straight up hanging. That is the truth. And so I didn't see it. We go ahead and castle instead. Now, we jump forward with the knight. We are applying pressure to this. If you move anywhere, I'm grabbing this pawn. And if you move back here, I'm going to take you. And if you go all the way back here, your rook is trapped and your bishop is very weak. And so he jumps forward. And just like I mentioned, my impeccable calculation skills was able to deduce that once I capture here, I'm still attacking this pawn. And your knight is on the side of the boards. So we go for just that. We capture, and we put my rook here. Okay? Sorry, my face is so itchy because of this gosh darn cat in here. We bring my rook over here to defend my weakness. We step forward with the queen, and it is a tricky move, because if he captures, I get in with the knight. I get in with the rook attacking the knight, but I am still, at the end of the day, attacking this pawn. So really, the best move for him, he's still not doing so great, but stepping back with the knight to defend the queen and defend this pawn and be on just a delicious square for your knight, so your knight's not on the side of the board, that is the best move by our opponent. Unfortunately, he doesn't see it, and we go into an endgame where I'm up a pawn. And now I'm just on autopilot mode, where I have the bishop versus the knight, and I'm up a pawn, so really all I have to do is trade everything, and I know that I'm winning the king and pawn endgame because I have my extra pawn, and this is a passed pawn. So we pretty much go for that game plan immediately. We push this pawn, we trade. I could have taken here and like had a passed pawn more defended by the rook already, but I take like this, take back, because the idea of trading the rooks is quite a good idea in my opinion. We trade one set of rooks, we make this rook passive, then we step over here with pretty much the idea of we're trading your rook no matter what you do. Because if you go back here, we're still going for it. If you go over here, we still are getting this because now they are pinned to your king, and you can't even really run away all that great, and even if you do, then I'm just coming here and trapping your rook in the corner, so you have to take me. Then we're in an endgame where this pawn is undefended, and I have an extra pawn and the bishop versus the knight, and my pawns are actually quite easy to defend and everything. So we go for just that. We trade the rooks, we're attacking this pawn, we go back to the middle of the board, we start the process of simplification, where I realize that I have a passed pawn, and my king is going to be able to escort that guy forward. So we trade off, we step forward with the king, and the game plan is actually I'm supposed to just step. No, I'm not. Still the best move. Still the best move. And at some point, he's going to run out of moves. And here was the only time that I really needed to calculate. If he steps in, I can just push. But he also is going to get this. But what I calculated at the end of it was, okay, so say he goes here, 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 here. I get the queen. And say you go in. I'm just stopping that. And if you try to go for this, you have to step back. I pin the pawn. If you step here, I give you another check. If you step here, I give another check. Okay, so it would have been a little bit tricky. So that was the only thing that I needed to calculate. And with low time, that was a little bit scary. So I was a little bit worried about him stepping in with the king. And, I mean, I would have got the queen, but he would have had a passed pawn, and it would have been a little tricky. Luckily, we get in Zook's one. So he's in a little bit of a Zook's situation where his king needs to stay guarding this square or I'm advancing forward. So he steps back, but I step in. He steps back, but I step in. He steps over, but I grab the pawn. And then at this point, I basically just have two passed pawns, and he can't stop both of them. But he didn't resign in this position, so being the bully that I am, I pushed this pawn to completely distract him. Now his king is so far away from the action, it's not even funny. I could straight up just push this pawn and like bring my king over here and make the red carpet like this, or whatever you want to do. But I decided that I might as well just win every single pawn, simply to show you guys this pawn structure, this king and pawn structure right here. We grab this pawn, but this as a standalone pawn structure is always good to go, because if he captures, this pawn is running, and you are not catching him no matter what you do. It turns into a queen, okay? So just knowing that, you're going to be able to win a lot of games of chess just simply knowing. Like, imagine like the two pawns over here and the enemy king is here. He has to stay there, because if he does anything, like the pawns start pushing, or, you know, like slowly start inching forward, and you basically just want to keep this pawn structure. So like if the king runs away over here, you can push forward, and when the king comes back, you push forward again. Then you have the same pawn structure just like this. And you can do it so many different ways, like this, or like this, or just whatever. There's a lot of different variations of getting this. Essentially, two pawns on the open files, the king can't stop them. Or the king can stop them, but he has to stay here. Or like here, you know? So your king or pieces or whatever are free to do whatever. So just look at this, know this. If you have these pawns, you can't take. If he does, you push, okay? I win so many games because they actually, in fact, do take, and then you just make a queen, okay? So here I ended the video a little bit short, but I promise you I'm fully capable of being able to checkmate this guy. So we did it like so. Thank you so much for watching my video. 95% accurate. Not too bad if I do say so myself. The other game was like 96% accurate, so I think the opponents on chess.com just don't want the smoke. So thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. That was a blast playing chess for you. I had a lot of fun. And go ahead and watch my next video if you want to, and subscribe if you want to, and get out of here. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is an opening masterclass of the exchange variation Caro-Kann. Boom, we have it on the board. And look, my opponent's name is Clip. My name is Kip, so let's get to it. I think I actually have to develop this knight first, and then this knight. I'm not really sure if it really matters, but I've done it in the wrong move order sometimes. So that whole masterclass about the opening is it's pretty simple. Openings like this, I mean, look, we got a symmetrical, like completely symmetrical structure. The only imbalance is he has traded this pawn for this pawn, okay? And so right now the bishops are looking at each other. My game plan is going to be trade off those and then put my pawns on light squares. Then what we're going to do is develop my bishop, so if he takes, I take back. So that's pretty cool. I'll even pre-move it. He wants to go for a pin, so first I'm going to tickle him. If he wants to step back, it is what it is. If he takes, that's a bad move for him. So sometimes you want to throw in these little tickling the bishop moves, because there's like a 15% chance he does what he just did right there. And then, you know what I mean? Now I have the only bishop on the board, and that's a good thing for me. So, I mean, I'm 1900. This dude's 1936 with a question mark. Joined 2 years ago, so that's, I feel like, a decently accurate question mark number. So bishop's under attack, fork is under attack. Not a great way to defend it, so we're going to step all the way back because I don't want to give up my bishop. I could go forward, but that probably is going to walk into, like, if I step in, I don't know, some ideas. Long story short, we don't want to get forked, and we don't want to lose the bishop for no reason. So we need to think of an alternative plan. What are we going to do to save both of those things at once? My immediate response was step all the way back, then kick him out, and maybe put the bishop on this. So I think we're actually going to go for that. It's safer than putting my piece on the opponent's side of the board, and I wasn't convinced that this was a great idea. This pawn push seems to make sense now to me. That's probably what I would play if I was playing the white pieces, or getting real confident with this. But we're going to stick with the game plan of tickling this knight. We don't want the knight on our side of the board applying pressure to stuff like that. Now, I was going to do this, but I think we need to castle. I do kind of want my bishop to get up, like, somewhere. So we're just going to put it here, just so that the rooks see each other. If you noticed, when the bishop was here, this rook was undefended, and it was just a little bit of an uncomfortable position. So now this knight wants to go here. Don't really want that knight to go there, so I can push forward to stop that. It's probably not the greatest plan in the world. I could also threaten him. The drawback of this is I'll never be able to station my bishop here. So, like, if I was able to get my bishop wrapped around and attack this, he can just defend it super easily. So let's just push a pawn. Let's just push a pawn. If this happens, we can take. Then I maybe step over. Okay, so he attacks my knight. And, dear Lord, also attacks my bishop. So what are we going to do about that? Well, we are going to defend it tactically. We're going to step over, which defends the bishop, but it does not defend the knight. But if he takes the knight, we hit him with this. Oh! He saw it. What a clever chess boy. That is a clever chess boy if I have ever seen one. So the problem here is this knight's doing a great job of preventing this knight from living on this square. This bishop's doing a great job of defending this pawn. This whole idea doesn't work anymore. So stepping over. But then that allows this. No, it doesn't. I can just take. I think we gotta go for something. Can't just sit around twiddling my thumbs doing nothing. The problem with this, if I capture here, is for one, the pawn attacks my queen, and then for two, I am letting go of the defense of this. So boom, boom, boom. For one, I can grab this pawn. He's going for this pawn. This dude is just all over the place. I can jump into the position. I can jump back, actually. Let's do that. That seems to make a little bit of sense to me. Plus, I'm lower on the clock, so if we repeat moves, I'm okay with that. Wait, was this just hanging the whole time? Okay, so let's just let his knight get into the position, okay? This fork and this pawn. Man, he's just like applying pressure in every possible way. We jump forward and attack the queen. He steps over. I can't even take this because he's got two defenders. Well, we don't really want to get forked. Don't have a lot of great alternatives. Activity over everything. We're sort of meagerly threatening checkmate, so we're trying to prevent this knight from jumping to the middle. Okay, so he goes ahead and does that. Awesome. Terrific. Splendid. This is absolutely no fun. Absolutely no fun. Our opponent is really just getting the best of us. This 1936 just is a world-class chess player. Also, this pawn is hanging. I feel like just everything in my position is hanging. What on earth? What would Jesus do? I mean, I'm just really striving to preserve this bishop. I'm not sure if hanging onto this bishop after all of these moves really made a lot of sense. And I can jump forward and attack the queen and allow this, but then I have this. So jump forward and attack the queen. Boom. 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 Wait a minute. You can't do this because I get this fork. Activity over everything. Down a pawn, but I'm feeling a little active. This doesn't work, I don't believe, because I get the fork. And I'm attacking the queen. And if the queen goes here, it gets kind of sketchy. Okay, so he just hangs the queen. It is what it is. I'm going to give him a take back. Give him a take back. Don't worry. I'm a reasonable man. I know that I have 56 seconds on the clock, but I'm going to give him the take back. Okay, so he doesn't want the take back. Everybody saw it. I tried to do it. Queen is under attack, so I'm going to step here. Probably one of these knights is going to the middle, but now I feel real nice about just trading that off. And also, my queen is not on this square, so we're going to just trade that off. He gets in like this. I can grab this pawn. I can grab this pawn. We're sort of worried about this. I think taking this pawn is more important. The reason I think that is because that makes this pawn really weak. So that's one thing. The pawn is really weak. And then for two, I'm not sure grabbing this made a whole lot of sense. I could sacrifice the rook. Let's just do this. I think I will sacrifice the rook just to make this more interesting here in the endgame. I'm up 6 points of material. So going bada boom, bada bing with check. Actually, it might just be winning on the spot. Sometimes you can just... And he resigned. Okay, good game. I don't know if it was a great game or anything. And here we are in the analysis. A few days later, because I realized I never actually did an analysis. And now, I normally don't post games where the opponent just hangs their queen in one move. But that's how the game ended. How the game started was actually pretty important. So we're having the Caro Kann, the main line. They capture, and you're always going to capture back with this pawn. Because now we have a pawn in the center of the board and a natural development square for the knight. Really, developing either knight is totally fine. But long story short, you want to get the knights developed before you develop the bishops, because we're kind of undecided what we want to do with the bishop. So sometimes they push this pawn forward and that's not an idea, or they just develop the bishop and then the pin is not an idea. So right now the pin is the right idea, but
say that he goes here, then just going here is the right idea. Okay? So that's why knights before bishops, because the knights are pretty much always going to go to these squares, and the bishops, you're not 100% sure what is the best idea for the bishop. And so now, whatever, in this situation, 1000% always your light square bishop for their light square bishop is the right idea because we're going to capture, he's going to capture back, and then we're going to put our pawns on light squares. And then if you just take stock of the position, the majority of my pawns are on light squares, which means I want to trade my light square bishop for theirs because they have more pawns on dark squares. So my light square bishop was worse than his light square bishop, so trading them equally is actually good for us. Now, in this situation, it's not really good or bad. I'm just trading off pieces. But the reason I want to do this is to develop my queen. The same exact thing that he did to develop his queen, I'm trying to do. And so he steps back here. And what you're pretty much always going to want to do in these positions is give the bishop a tickle. Because the best move is to step back. But like 15% of the time, they're going to just capture this knight. And then you got rid of his bishop for your knight, like happened in this game. And so that's a bad trade for our opponent. There was really no reason to do that. It literally just developed our queen, and he traded his last and only bishop for our knight. And now we have the only bishop on the board. So we're going to try and preserve that. So instead of going forward and getting tickled and then going back, or doing a dangers levels where he could like take and then I take, I don't know. I just didn't think that was so great for us. The far more simple move is to just go back. Now this knight is not getting in with these forks. Well, I guess this isn't a fork, but it's a check, and it would totally suck for us, and he would get this pawn. So yes, these two squares are defended by my bishop. So long story short, we're undeveloping the bishop with the idea of kicking this knight out immediately. The knight has to step back. Then we have the opportunity to castle. We step forward with the bishop, kind of just like getting him off the back rank so that the rooks see each other. We step forward because we don't want this knight getting into the position. My pieces are pinned, like my knight is definitely pinned to my bishop, and if I move that, he will just take the bishop. But I have a defensive resource. I kind of got lucky here because I didn't see this move, but luckily I had this, where he can't capture the knight, or I'm going to have this discovery, where the rook is going to see the queen with check. So I sacrifice the bishop, but I get the queen. So luckily, I have this resource. He sees it, so he steps over. So now that resource is no longer an idea, but now I have time to step out of the way with the bishop or step out of the way with the knight, and whichever one I step out of the way with, the other piece is defended by the rook. Now, I don't know why I didn't just jump forward into the position. I honestly cannot tell you why I avoided this move. I guess I really have no idea. That was the correct move. His knight gets in, I step in, he grabs this pawn, his knight gets out, and then basically in this situation, I'm down a pawn, but his knight is kind of stupid, and I still have the last bishop in the board. So yes, I lost a pawn, but I'm still not losing. Then in this position, I jump forward, and essentially what we're going for is capture, capture, capture. Something along those lines. So like if he steps over, I can still capture, and he still captures back here, and then I could jump away with the knight or whatever, and then this guy is defended, and I'm attacking the queen. So long story short, I lost that pawn, but this knight's journey out of my position, he's also going to lose a pawn, and he's actually losing a little bit in this position. And so I also could have just taken this, where if he takes back, I can take with whichever piece, really. Whoop. And then I get this. And he can't take. He can do a queen trade. Boom, boom. I guess I couldn't take which with whatever piece. But instead of doing that, I attack the queen. He doesn't move the queen. I take. My queen is attacked. I step back. I don't think that I showed you guys the graph, but that was 94% accurate and 2 inaccuracies. So it was a near perfect game of chess. That was 5 minutes for the recap. So thank you so much for watching my video. I probably already said something about please subscribe. So please subscribe, leave a comment. If I missed anything, just let me know. And go play some chess. I love you. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what I intend to show you is how to destroy a lower rated opponent, because that is who is sitting across the table from us, and we can see that he is not playing bullet like he should be, he is not playing blitz like he should be, he is only playing rapid, and I promise you, getting better at bullet and blitz is gonna help you in rapid, because let's just see, how well does he even know his opening? If he brings the bishop out, he's in for a world of hurt. And so we were playing a 6 minute plus 3 second increment. That is just a straight up weak move on the side of the board. I think I can just go ahead and develop another minor piece. So now we've got 3 minor pieces and he's got one. And so if he's not careful, he will just absolutely get steamrolled. So we want to be a little bit weary about pushing this and just letting him grab my light square bishop. But what if I did something crazy like this and we just go for the attack? We just go for it. Probably that's not best practice. So we're going to go for this. Please don't capture my light square bishop because this is looking at the weakest square in your position. So I really like this light square bishop. And we went with the bishop's opening. So I like to hang on to my bishop from the bishop's opening. And we'll see. Will he be a knight in shining armor in the end game? Or will he die early on in the opening for no avail, to ruin my pawn structure essentially? So he can just go for this. I'll maybe scoot forward and he'll go for this. And we're going to do this. Potentially he pushes his pawn and he gets like a pyramid of pawns. It's not really good or bad for either of us. And it's going to let him get caught up in development. If he develops the knight, he's just walking into a pin. And if he pushes the pawn, then he can't develop the knight to this beautiful square. But really, my game plan as follows is to move my queen up and castle opposite. And, well, he hasn't castled, so there is no opposite. We are directly across from each other. And also, look at my face. Look how sunburnt I am. Can you see that? For a better reference, take a look at my hand. Look at that line, bro. Not good. I was playing soccer. Oh, it worked there. Boom. Dang. Okay. Your boy's burnt because I'm the whitest person anywhere I go. I am the whitest. It's not even a competition. Ooh, I like it. So we're going to stick with the plan of just scooting my little queen up and getting ready to castle. So if he castles, we're going to castle. And I kind of like my position. I like this game so far. It's completely equal, but if we castle opposite, one other tidbit of information. Do I step back? He'll probably just step forward, but if I go here, he probably chases me around with the pawn. And then he's not going to castle this way. But then I can still castle this way, so I think we're chilling. But if he gets this and I step back and he changes his mind about castling this way, well, if I castle this way, he is very quick to just have, you know what I mean, all of these pawns on his 4th rank or my 5th rank, or very far advanced pawns. My pawns are not ready, have not advanced, and done anything substantial. And I'm just blitzing out moves, so I'm not even really thinking too much. I think we're going to step back for no particular reason. If I take, then he was going to take. So we're just going to go ahead. He can pin my knight, but I don't think I really care. I can also apply pressure to this knight. He would essentially have to push this. And then, I trade the knights. I don't know if that's good or bad for anybody. And we're just going to push a pawn on the side of the board. Because I think he's a hankering to castle. That's what he's thinking about. He can also kind of develop the knight with tempo on my bishop. Great. Absolutely love it. We're going to just step back. He can plant his knight firmly in the middle of the board, attacking my pawn. In which case, castling this way becomes increasingly risque. This is the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. We're playing a game of chess today. We are playing a game of chess today. My king, we got this open file. I don't think that was the greatest move in the world. If he takes, I just get an open file. It's kind of what I see. If he takes, I just get an open file. And I kind of like that. I can also get my knight one step closer to the action. I'll take it. That also prevents this. So pushing this pawn, don't think it's really good or bad. But we're still in the essential middle game. We've traded off one piece. We have the imbalance of opposite side castling. And all of a sudden, this fork is what I see immediately, only defended by this knight. So push, push, very rapidly gets the idea of the fork. So we are just going to push this pawn. So this just loses on the spot because there's the fork to win the queen. So he's going to have to, push this pawn essentially would maybe be an idea. But then maybe I jump forward with another knight and I slowly but surely start mobilizing my pieces. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? It's not looking so pretty anymore. I think I have time to tickle this guy. I think we got time to tickle him. Make no mistake, I just blundered horrendously. But I'm confident that we're still going to be able to wiggle our way out of this one. He could just... No, he couldn't move there. Bro, never give up. We're grabbing this queen. We're also grabbing this bishop. We're also going to ruin the pawn structure over here. We grab the queen. Most likely he takes back. Probably what he should do is save the... Oh, he can't even save the bishop. Oh, this is just getting beautiful. We take this defending the pawn. Oh my goodness. From completely lost to completely winning in a matter of 2 seconds. This pawn is weak. He's probably going to push it forward and plant his knight here. So one thing that I could do, I can also put my knight on this delicious, delicious square. We're not too worried about this guy, and we can always defend this open file like so. So I don't think it's such a terrible idea to go for this. He can't even immediately kick us out. So I think I'm just ready to jump in. So he is attacking this. Is stepping this way or this way more preferable? If I defend like this, that comes with a check all of a sudden because my knight is not defending it. So we step up. He steps in. He's attacking this yet again. There's a chance that I just don't care. I mean, if I step up, the knight's getting in. I don't see a great way. I can counterattack this pawn. And if he pushes forward, I mean, I jump in. I think this pawn is stupid and ugly as it is. So I don't know if I really care. I can also... Let's just put my knight in the middle of the board. I mean, like, come on. I'm going to make it work. And he can't even really kick me out in the most beautiful way because I'll take back with check, and then he has to take back like this. And I'm just not convinced that opening this file is going to be a great plan of action for you. Okay. So he wants to just jump in. He wants to just jump in. This rook's going to do a great job of just defending everything like that. So what if I try and break this side of the board? Or we just put this on a little bit of a light square. Not sure if that was great. Where did all my time go? I mean, I'm up a minor piece for Christ's sake, so I think that figuring this out is going to be all right. We definitely both blundered our queens. Let me... How stupid am I? For one, he sacrificed the knight for the queen. I have to take it. I did not even consider that. He pins my queen. I step over. Man, that's good. I'm pinned this way, but the check is this way. Okay, it's my move again. What did he do? He pushed this pawn forward. I mean, I can jump in to get my knight here. And we kind of just go into an endgame type situation. I really like that I'm holding off his knight, though. So I think we're going to step back like this. We're kind of guarding this square is what we're worried about. Push, push, push is also a tiny bit problematic. I could step forward. Yeah, so I think I'm going to step forward. Just straight up push, push. I mean, 2 minutes. I can just bring my rook, bro. Like, you gotta play something like this. I can step up. Pushing, I just don't think is gonna work. He can double up, but we're gonna trade off some of your powerful pieces. And I'm not convinced that that is what you need to be doing, my friend. Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't want to do it. I can just step up. What about something like this? I, th I think we step forward. Because if he pushes, I can just push up. And we've got a really clogged and kind of ugly position. Yeah, so he's attacking it, but it's defended enough. And until that knight moves, I just don't think that I have a great plan. But I have this fork, so this is threatening the fork. Pushing here, I push up. Pushing here, I take. You ever try to bring the knight, I kill it. You would also be attacking my rook. Now there's a fork here. So he avoided this fork, but he just walked into this one. So we'll go ahead and throw that on him. We are now attacking both of his pieces. I didn't steamroll this guy like I had planned, but you just gotta never lose hope. You know what I mean? Never lose hope. Even after you hang your queen, if you're playing somebody a little bit lower rated, you can MacGyver something effective to happen. And oh dear lord, he can't even go for this cheeky pawn push. And I guess one thing to note is like my two rooks are here, so we should be like just kind of aware that a fork can happen. And man, even when I take this, he's just gonna mobilize every single pawn in the position. And my attack never arrived. Like if he pushes this, we're gonna go ahead and give him some time. So we are gonna just take this. That was the whole idea all along. My rook is under attack. I mean, I'm fairly certain that that's just okay. If he hits me with this check, I can step up. This knight is so annoying. How do I win this? I'm scooting my bishop here to cover both of these squares. I'm trying to cover every single approaching square of this knight. Because he's got two of my pawns. So I'm up a minor piece. Or whatever you want to call it. I'm up 3 points of material. Let's put it like that. Can you guys see that little thing? I know it's pretty small. Sorry about that. And with 20 seconds, let's just go ahead and give him some more time. I don't want this guy to have a heart attack or anything. So just take your time. Take a deep breath. What's the game plan? You gotta conjure up some sort of attack. Yeah, that is the correct idea. Then getting in with this check. I mean, I'm not even 100% sure. My rook is pretty safe. I think we're going to just go for a pawn break. The knight coming in, I mean, I take, and I at least open the position a little bit. So I think we're going to just take there. I'm not sure which way he's supposed to take with, but that allows ideas of this. I can also mobilize this rook. Getting into the position is probably best practice. And what is this rook really doing on this square? So I think stepping over and grabbing the open file makes a fair amount of sense. If he plays this, I might just push forward. So what does that threaten? Check here. And I have to step back here. What if we just push forward? We push forward, take. He hits me with this check. I step back. That's risky. I kind of like the idea of like stepping back. What am I trying to do with this guy? I'm not even sure. So he pushes. I don't really want to take and just allow that check because that is a fork. So I think we're going to just push forward. He hits me with this check, but then I can take. If he hits me with this check, I step up. I'm not 100% sure. We step over. Dear Lord, this is getting scary. My rook is so trapped. We're going to attack this knight. He could go like here, here. We're going to take the knight. Defend like this. We hung the pawn, but we're going to step up. That's really what we're worried about here. We hung this pawn. I don't know if I care about it. We'll give him some time. We're going to step up here and grab that pawn. That was the threat. If he hits us with a check, we step back. If he hits us with this check, we block with the rook. We're going to give him some more time. We block with the rook. I think that was the worst idea ever. 16 seconds. I'll just give him some more time. Don't even really know what he should be trying to do. I can just mobilize my king. I can bring my rook. I think that I have a lot of winning options here. I have an extra bishop. Yeah, resigning is fair. There's really nothing that he can do. Because, I mean, once I attack this, what do? Push and give me a passed pawn? So my next move is essentially this, even if he plays this. And then it can't even advance because my bishop is going to cover all of these squares. Advancing this doesn't make any sense. There's not too much that I need to explain about this. I'm up 2 pieces, so that is the end of the game. And so, yes, I definitely hung my queen, but we stayed optimistic, we stayed cheerful, we stayed active, you know what I mean? We continued to make threats. Like, man, did I see this? I didn't even consider this move. So, congratulations to the 8, well, let's call him 1800. That's an 1800 level move right there. Bada boom, bada bing, bada bing. That is some calculation that I did not calculate. Now, I attack the knight. What do you do here? You're really just afraid of this fork. So I think you just give up the knight. I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe the best move is to like step forward and just go for this pawn. Or come all the way back with the bishop, but then I just take. I'm not actually sure. Maybe just getting out of the way with the queen. You're going to lose your knight. You're going to lose the bishop. But you keep your queen. So I think you'd be chilling. And so let's check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are in the analysis, and I'm not quite sure how to feel about that game because I definitely hung my queen to an insane tactic that I did not even consider. And so we're going to go ahead and slide down here. I'm going to give you a look. There's a blunder. I got a red X on my resume. Big blunder. And the graph tells a tale of a boy who got lost in the woods, left for dead, eating insects, and then all of a sudden the hunters found him and he's going home. We played 90% accurate, our opponent 80% accurate, 1 blunder, 6 inaccuracies, 1 mistake, and that's all she wrote. And so there was really just one pivotal moment where he couldn't move that knight, and he definitely moved that knight. And so let's just hop into the game. Now, because we have such a symmetrical structure, if you note, these pieces are completely equal. This is my lead in development. So this pawn move is not good, but it's only forfeiting a third of a pawn. So it's not the end of the world. So just because your opponent plays like a weird pawn move on the side of the board before he needed to, like now the bishop's got a place to go, so I'm not going to win the bishop. But he didn't need to rush into that. The bishop is not even trapped yet. But you know what? He's probably scarred. He's probably scarred of this knight coming over and grabbing this bishop, and he said, no more. We're pushing pawns on the side of the board. And you know what, bro? Me too. Me too. I feel you, 100%. Now, in this position, I didn't even consider this move. I was like, oh, you're going to have to push the pawn forward, and then your knight can't go there, or you're going to have to walk into a pin. No, he doesn't. He can just play the best move. Kind of solves all the problems all at once. Now, I'm supposed to play a4. In this position, bro, not a chance that I'm playing that move. Sorry. Never in a million years. Maybe a3. But no. We scoot the queen up, which isn't a good move. But it comes with a simple idea of, if you castle this way, buddy, I'm going this way. So it looks like he's a fixin' on going this way, and I've already made up my mind that I'm going the opposite direction. So that's why we scoot the queen up. In contrast, the reason I don't go here to e2 is because the knight can jump forward and hit me. So my other knight, my f3 knight, is fixed on this square defending the advancement of the... It doesn't... Okay. Boom, boom, boom. My bishop gets hit, I step back. We look at each other, and I step back. He takes, I take. I'm supposed to grab the knight, but who cares? It's all completely equal. I'm still supposed to grab this knight because I'm basically just going to get battered around at some point. Like I did right here. I'm getting battered by this knight, so I step back. So I'm trading it on my terms is better than him like advancing his knight to better squares and attacking me. But whatever. It's totally equal. And we go ahead and we castle opposite. And so I did a lot of stepping back. I came into this game pedal to the metal, and then all of a sudden he started making some moves, and I just undeveloped my entire lead in development, and now I'm actually losing, and then I castle opposite to the less safe side of the board. Like, this side of the board is safer. Look how safe his king is. He is surrounded by his armada. He's chilling in his mansion. My guy is behind a ruined pawn structure with my queen kind of feebly here on this crucial forking square, and I have an open file. So castling this way is just not good, but it definitely makes some more exciting chess. Now, here. Never in a million years did I consider this. Never in a, like, we step forward. He plays this mistake with an absolute diabolical, I'm trying to think of a good word to use. This is a diabolical move right here. He is lining up this sacrifice with a discovery check to win my queen. That, he is our arch nemesis right now. And so we can get rid of that. Boom. Just take the knight. The reason I don't do that is he can either just mobilize the pawn or mobilize the bishop. And so that seems scary. So instead, I go for what I want. And what I want is to move this knight to get this fork to get this queen. Okay? Kaboom. Have to take it. Completely losing in this position. That is why this idea in itself is good. Not defending against what the enemy wants is bad. And so he could even have a better advantage by bringing the bishop to attack the queen. Then I slide over, and he just starts bringing his pieces to the party. So, but this is a lot more straightforward. This is a positional thing. This is you're going to win my queen, taking with the knight. So taking with the knight is better for a human. I have to take. He hits me with this discovery, and I can't even block because my queen is pinned. Look, it's sacrificed 3 different ways. There might even be another way that I don't see because I'm not that good at chess. Boom, discovery, absolutely ridiculous. Boom, just look at that. How did he calculate that and wasn't able to calculate this next variation right here? Bro, if you were able to calculate everything that just happened, you can calculate that this is a 1-move fork that loses your queen. You just did like a 3 or 2-move discovery, sacrifice, double sacrifice. Bro, this is just a 1-move fork. Your knight is guarding this square. You can't let my knight go there, obviously. So I'm attacking the knight. All you got to do, there are a lot of moves here that are winning. He can put the bishop here and it's winning. He can put the bishop here and it's winning. He can defend the square with his rook. He can do it with the other rook. He can move out of the way with the king, even walking into this check. Literally everything in the position that he plays is good. He can literally do anything. What if he just steps back? Still winning. Still winning. He steps over with the king. Equal because it's a check. And then I get this. You're still probably winning because you have the queen versus all these minors. But whatever. There are a million things he can play in this position. The only thing that he can't play is moving the knight. Now I get the fork. And it's worse than that. I grab the queen, and my knight is guarding this bishop's escaping squares. So the bishop can't go anywhere, or he's just going to get captured. So he has to grab the knight. So that sucks for you. And then I grab your bishop. And yes, he can like step in and grab the pawn, but arguably that's pretty scary because you're going to just jump in and I'm going to attack you, and you go back here and I just take you, and I'm winning no matter what. So keeping the piece on the board is the correct idea. But now you're just down a minor piece. And so we put my knight on a good square. He grabs my pawn. Who cares? And I'm supposed to just go for a pawn break. But whatever. Everything is totally fine. He's got this huge structure fixing on putting his knight in the middle of the board. So I kind of want to guard this square heavily. Right now my knight is doing it, but you can kind of kick me out at some point, and then your knight gets in. And then there's just nasty ideas with your knight being in the middle of the board there. I can't kick it out with the pawn, so I don't want that to happen. So I bring the bishop back. Now I'm looking at this square with 2 pieces, okay? I bring my rook because I figure I'm about to get attacked on this side of the board. So if we just bring my pieces over here to defend off the attack, I'll win in the endgame. We then threaten a trade of rooks. We step up with the king. Now we're not on this super scary file. We jump into the position. We are threatening this fork. Sorry, bad arrows. You can see it. There's this fork if my knight gets there. So what he does is he gets out of that fork and just goes into this fork. Now there's a simple fork on this square doing the same thing. Don't know how he didn't calculate that. I think he probably just doesn't play bullet. And I can't talk bad about the dude. I hung my queen to that crazy tactic. That was insane. We grab the rook. He gets a 2-on-1, and my king is on this side of the board, and the rook is looking at my king, and the knight is getting ready to at least come over and do some ideas. So we get out of the pawn attack. He pushes the pawn. Now he's got a very strong structure. My rooks are kind of negated here. We scoot up to prevent the knight from coming to either square. So essentially what I'm trying to do is trade this bishop for this knight in any possible way. Even if I lose a pawn, then I win guaranteed because I have an extra rook. So there's a crazy tactic here where I can go into an endgame like this. How are you guarding this pawn? You're not. I just go into an endgame where I have two rooks, but that's a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. I don't think I would ever play that. Instead, I just go for a pawn break. We trade. Now we have an open file. We put my rook on such said open file. He brings his knight. We step back with the king because I got a little bit scared. And all we really need to do here is not take. That's really all we need to do. If we take, he hits us with this fork, and then all of a sudden I'm still winning because I have an extra piece, but it's not as clear. I'm still winning, but he's got a lot of pawns, and my pawns are really sucking. And yeah, so long story short, that's all I have to not do. So I pushed forward. Now he pushes forward. I can just take it with the rook. It's just saying take with the rook, split the pawns. We're chilling. But I step over. Now we're guarding this square from the promotion. He pushes it forward. Simple idea. I'm attacking your knight. If you don't move your knight, I'm taking it. He attacks my pawn. I take the knight. He takes this. I step back. We are guarding this checkmate. That's not even checkmate. I could have just taken the pawn. So I guarded against nothing. I lose a pawn. I take this pawn. Now we don't have to worry as much about my king. He hits us with this check. Either move is fine. We step back, check, block with the rook, and it's over. Trading is the worst thing in the world. He could have kept it on the board. He could have just kept it on the board. Just boom. I mean, he's still going to lose, but if I can hang my queen with like 5 minutes on the board, I can definitely hang a rook or a bishop or something. Maybe all of them. And when I got 14 seconds. So don't trade off your last active piece. Just make your enemy prove that they are going to win the game. Okay? You got a rook. And definitely, if there's no increment, then play on. Because if I have 14 seconds here... Oh, did he ran out of time? No, he resigned. But if there's no increment, bro, the rook is the most annoying piece in the world. The rook can literally make like 25 moves essentially very quickly and easily, and very forcing scary moves. So like you just attack something and you have to respond, or you give a check and you have to respond. That was enough analysis. Talking for 10 minutes about hanging my queen twice. Thank you so much for watching the video. If you enjoyed it, or if you enjoyed it, please subscribe. That's all I got to say. I scheduled a lot of videos. Sorry I hung my queen, but we got him back. We got the dub. Thank you so much for watching. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. I promise not to disappoint. Today, I am 1897. I have been going back and forth, but hopefully, if I am able to win this game, I will reach 1800 for my very first time. Secondly, I'm on a mission to reach 1,000 subscribers. So if you're watching this video and you're watching it on the YouTube app, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. You can download the DuckDuckGo app, and you can copy a video from the YouTube app, post it in DuckDuckGo, and watch it there with no ads at all, uninterrupted. So if that was useful to you, go ahead and subscribe, because we're going to smoke this dude in a game of chess. Absolutely, let's go. We play c6 against everything and anything, no matter what. What are we going to see here? We develop the knight in case his capture comes through. We develop the bishop, and we make our little indestructible pyramid. We take back. Most likely we see a pawn push here, 1 or 2 squares. And then the next idea will pretty much be bring this knight. I believe in these situations, what am I supposed to do here? What am I supposed to do here? This is under attack, for show. But you know what? Is this the position where I'm supposed to just like let you do it, and then you take Boy, we're like 5 moves into the game and I'm already flustered. I literally don't know what I'm supposed to do. I feel like I just ignore this. It's probably not advisable to be doing something like that. Let's just do it. I'm completely not sure. Oh, he gets out of it. So I think that I have to take. I think that I have to take because there was this fork at the very end. And he's up a pawn. Excellent. We love that. I can kind of like scoot back and attack the queen. I could push this pawn forward and maybe boot the queen around a little bit. I think we're going to go for that. And now we're just down a pawn. Oh boy. I spent all of that time. Now I'm down 2 minutes and I'm down a pawn. Down on the clock and down material. But you know what? It's just a pawn. I'm not going to freak out about it. We're going for this idea because if this happens, I can grab this pawn. And I think that's quite good for me. If he scoots back, we just take. If he goes over here or something, we can just attack him again. And if he comes over here, we attack him again. And if he goes over here, I think that we just got a pretty nice little attack brewing. So he might have to play something like this. Or over here. He needs to play in a type of way where he doesn't let me like develop my pieces attacking him. But this is developing with check pretty much no matter what you do. No matter what you do, that is coming. And then I'm just going to take. And if you take with this, I'm getting in. And this is still held. Okay, yeah, so he did have to play something like that. I can also play check still. I can still play that move. He blocks, I take, he takes, I take. It ruins his pawns. We're going for it. We're going for it. If he defends with the knight, that is something that I did not anticipate. But then I grab this. But then he grabs this. Oh boy, chess is so complicated. What's he going to go for? He goes with the knight. I think that I'm just going to be able to take it. That was the general idea. So we're going to take. This is hanging. But then this is hanging. And I'm still down a pawn. I want this pawn, bro. If he comes in, what do I do? I can also just develop and potentially be doing the same thing. Develop the knight and just let him. Or develop the knight here. If he takes, I'm getting at least a piece developed. Here. Here. And it's just not good. I think we're going to do this. And trading the queens is not necessarily advisable for me. But I need to castle. He still needs to castle. We get the knight involved. He could castle this way, but he's still a few moves behind. Not castled yet. This check is also going to come. Maybe we can get him to like advance some pawns in a crazy type way. This check is for show coming. And when it does, I'm not going to spend forever thinking about it. I think I just scoot the king up. And I'm down a pawn, but I'm going to try and like trade the rooks, bro. Really? I don't want to trade the rooks. We're going like this. He gets the castle. Maybe I attack this guy. Okay. We're going to attack this guy. This is not a fun to play position for me. He scoots back. Okay. And if I scoot over, he just gets in. I hate chess. I am just down a pawn, but I feel like it's just such an important pawn. If I scoot over and he gets in, I have to defend. I can scoot forward and then he takes. I take back with the pawn and damage my pawn structure. We're going over here, just weakly attacking this. The weakest moves I'm making. And he can kind of just shut the door on this anytime he wants, and then my bishop is essentially doing nothing. Okay, so he defends. We play this. My bishop can at least reroute like this. at some point, is what I'm thinking. I mean, if he takes, he just completely destroys my pawn structure over here, that's for sure. But we need a little bit of chaos. I need a little bit of chaos because I'm losing. And I just don't feel like I have enough pieces to like put forth an attack. If he does, I can jump in with check actually, and I quite like the look of that. And then there's maybe some ideas. If I can jump in with check. Okay. I mean, here, 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 here. I think we step back. He could just defend. But then I take, he takes. Step back, take, push forward. I feel like I probably have to take here. He pushes forward. Great. He's got this huge wall of pawns defending his king. I don't know if there's going to be a good way to attack it. And I can't just abandon another pawn. I'm so screwed. And if he pushes, what am I going to do? I'm just even more screwed. And if I lock my bishop over here, I'm even more screwed. Everything I do, I'm screwed. No matter what I play. And this rook is just stuck staring this rook in the face. Push my rook forward and potentially double. I'm probably down a pawn, but this is like a minus something huge position. I mean, he can just push forward and then I take. I'm so cooked no matter what I do. Did he just hang his rook, my friend? Bro, what? Dude, I was so lost. How much time did I spend? I was so negative about that whole thing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And I saw it in literally like 3 seconds. Like what? What? Boom, boom, boom. You got a pawn, but you lose a rook. And yeah, I mean, he's completely kaput. I mean, I'm happy I won, but I'm not happy the way that I won. Okay, let's put it like that. So I'm going to bring it over to the lead chest. I definitely played all of that sloppy, and I am fairly certain. I mean, I can see it on the computer analysis right here. If we look at this position, where am I at? It's actually not as bad as I thought. But still, when you have like a minus 1.6 position, it's hard to defend. So let's bring that over to the analysis. I don't even know what to think about that. I just got saved out of nowhere. We're going to bring it over there. I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And oh boy, did I just wait for a miracle. I had no business winning that game. I straight up just got lucky to a one-move blunder. It was just getting worse and worse and worse, and I got so lucky there in the end. And so it all goes to show that my b7 pawn was weak, and the way to defend it was undeveloping my bishop, because I took the opening the wrong route. And if you see, he played 63% accurate, 2 blunders, 1 inaccuracy, and I played 3 inaccuracies and 1 blunder, 87% accurate. So I played a fair bit more accurate. I guess blundering that rook probably knocked off like 20% accuracy for him, because that's a pretty bad move. But still, I was still fighting back, and I thought my disadvantage was a lot larger than it was. The key thing we need to learn in this opening is we don't bring the bishop out. You don't bring the bishop out because this pawn becomes weak. The bishop is doing a great job defending that. Instead of that, you're supposed to just push. Now, if any of this happens, we don't really care. We can just develop our pieces. Whatever happens, we castle, and then at some point, we push this pawn, and it's not just a huge problem. And even if he pushes forward, we can still push. If he captures, we capture back. It's defended by 2 things. We're good to go. What I did was get in a situation where the best move was retreating my bishop. Right here, the best computer line is just bring the bishop back. If he brings the knight, we can still bring our knight. If he trades, we trade with the queen, and everything is held, because this is just a huge problem in my position, and the bishop is the one defending it. And so let's turn the computer on for a second. Basically, that's the best move. That's the only thing that gives me equality. When I scoot forward, he's able to grab the pawn. I have to grab back. He grabs, and then I'm just down a pawn. And not only am I down a pawn, when I push forward, we're basically in a situation where what am I supposed to do? I gave this check, and I just start trading off pieces. And it's terrible. It's terrible for me. And so I didn't need to go into any of that. Didn't need to go in. Just bring the bishop back. Just bring the bishop back. He plays the best move. We defend the pawn in the center. He gets ready to develop. We can even push this pawn and take that idea away. He goes here. We go here. Whatever he does, essentially, we're ready to castle. And then the game goes on. The way I did it is I lost a pawn. And so it's hard to say. It's hard to play a move like this. You can't just put the bishop back right after you develop it. And so after this, I played actually incredibly accurate. We need to take, he takes, attack the queen. Throw in this check is not really a great idea, but it's not bad. We trade this off, bring the knight, we lose the queen, and right now I'm just completely screwed because now after this move, my bishop gets knocked around and I can't even castle anymore. He doesn't necessarily even need to castle, and we're fighting over this open file. But the problem is if I ever trade off this rook, I just lose because I can't go into an endgame where I'm down a pawn. He has the center. My king is here. It's just, I'm lost no matter what I do. So I tried to make a little bit of chaos. We attack. We bring the rook to attack this pawn. He defends it with the king. And then luckily here I do play the best move. I realized I probably just needed to complicate some things. And so we basically just got a miracle here that he goes for this and it equals the position because I can push the pawn. If he takes, we take, and all of a sudden I'm kind of able to like have a really scary passed pawn. So say he attacks it, we just defend, and now I have, you know, I'm down a pawn or whatever, but am I down how many pawns am I down? Too many pawns. I'm down, but I have a passed pawn and he doesn't have a direct passed pawn. And so the way the game went, I'm not proud of it. And he just hangs the rook. I grab the bishop. I'm supposed to grab the rook first, but I grab this. He grabs the pawn. His rook's just hanging. And then he still could have played on. I mean, it's not completely over. His disadvantage is only 1 point higher than mine, so he could have grabbed this pawn. I'm probably not going to... I mean, I got to put my rook super passive. He brings his knight. He's still got 3 pawns in the center. It's not completely over. Like, he could have went for it. And so that's not the game that I wanted to have to reach 1800, but that's the game that we got. So a little bit ashamed to take that man's elo. He deserved it all day, but we're 1800, first time in my life. Congratulate me. Thank you so much for watching this video if you made it this far. I know this wasn't the best game ever. I was kind of just losing, one move blunder, but 1800, baby. Let's go. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much. And if you feel so inclined, subscribe. Thank you. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. My fellow chess enthusiast, today we are facing a 1900 with a bunch of question marks. He's decent at blitz and bullet, not terrible. And so what I'm going to try and show you in this video is how to play some chill chess, okay? We're going to just avoid getting attacked, and we're going to win in the endgame. That is generally the plan. And when you're playing with the black pieces, if you play pretty much anything other than the Sicilian, you are in a more of a defensive position, okay? This pawn push generally makes sense. Maybe not right now. That pawn push doesn't make a lot of sense, and so we're going to develop our knight first. And so I'm a little bit hesitant about locking my light square bishop out of this pawn chain because he can quite quickly grab it. So I'm going to push this pawn so my bishop has a place to go. And it looks like we're just going to happily and merrily develop our pieces and hop into a game of chess. Now, the best move is to castle. The best move. Without a doubt, I know for a fact, all of my minor pieces are developed. Moving the queen makes a fair bit of sense. But for the sake of the content, we're going to go this way. If it allows. Opposite side castling. And now we have a game of chess in our hands. Now I'm almost guaranteed that this was an inaccuracy, and I know that this was the best move, and this queen here, maybe it wasn't the greatest idea. But by golly, let's just push a pawn. Let's just push a pawn. He's pushing pawns, I'm pushing pawns, and we're going to have a tactical scrimmage. Did I mention something about playing a chill game of chess? Sometimes I switch gears and I feel like attacking. So disregard everything I said about having a chill game of chess. If we castled this way, it was a completely symmetrical chill game of chess. So he's got a lot of pieces looking at this square. This is only defended by this knight. That is something that we need to note. Jumping forward with my knight seems to probably maybe make some sense. Does it? Does pushing this forward do anything? I mean, he could just capture, then I capture. Wait. If I push, he can just capture. Capture. Capture, capture. It's not good for me. What about jumping forward with my knight into the middle of the board? Promptly with the idea of my other knight coming behind it. Or casual little push forward. Then if take, take. Then if he takes, I take, he takes, I take. His queen comes out. Knight to the middle of the board. If you can put a knight in the middle of the board, it is 9 times out of 10 the correct move. This is only defended by this knight and the king, and I have a battery aiming directly at that. So if he tries to run away like this, if he tries to make a move like this, it is a blunder because he hangs this with check, then I take. Ooh, he wants to get fancy, does he? Looks like he's trying to be feisty. That removes one of the attackers of this pawn push. Unfortunately, I moved my other knight. And I think he's just trying to blow open the position. But I don't know if we care. Push, push. Capture, capture. Capture. We bring the rook without any calculation, without thinking at all. This is what I want, okay? Straight up. This pawn push is very, very reasonable. But you know what, bro? I think that I can step over with my king. Like, if something scary does happen over here, I think I'm just 2 moves away from being all right. And now, this is where the real chess is played. We also do have this sacrifice, where if he takes, we hit him with this check. No, this knight is there. I think what we really want is to just open the position. So again, we're not even really going to think about it. This pawn push makes sense, but then we open up this file. And this knight is getting ready to just kill himself. For one, I can jump in and force this knight so I get this check. But the whole purpose of my last few moves have been to aid in this pawn break. I guess we need to be a little bit worried about this, but he's got the pawns in the way. So I'm not actually super worried about it. Okay, here. If he takes with the knight, I'm going to take with the pawn. So we push. If he pushes, we push again. If he pushes, we plant the knight there. Oh my goodness. So if we go and he takes, then I take back. If he takes, I do have this check. No, no, no. We're going for this pawn push. I don't even really want to calculate anything further on that. Like, that just seems to be the move to make. I mean, does this... We go in. If he captures, we're good to go. We push the pawn. We push the pawn. We're attacking the knight with check. He can't really do this idea. And it looks like one of the major components of chess. Ooh, that's a fancy move. That's a fork of these 2 pieces. So my attack is just arriving first. If you look, I have a pawn literally in his position. His pawns are yet to be in my position. A few more moves and they're in my position. But right now, I am really in your position. So, is there anything better than this fork? I mean, I give this check. And that reopens this. And I think we're just going to be able to smash him. He wanted a take back. Never mind, he canceled it. I think we're just going to go for this. I mean, the whole purpose was to open up this file. Now, I don't know if I have sufficient attacking material. Like, if I sacrifice this rook, that is what I'm talking about here. He steps over, I step in. If you block here, I take. Can I sacrifice this rook? I should probably grab this first, no? This, he pretty much has to play this, and then I can hit him with another check. All right, we make a queen. Obviously, this is a move that needs to be played. Now we need to get rid of this pawn, and checkmating is all of a sudden a real threat. He steps back. Well, this check, he steps over. We hit him with this check. He steps back over. We repeat the position for no apparent reason. Sacrificing the rook, the knight just comes. And nothing in my position is being attacked. Like, this pawn push is still not even going to do anything because I can just hide in the middle. And the middle is so locked up because I have literally every single piece in the middle of the board. That's why you want your pieces in the middle. Look what these pieces are doing. So how do I actually win this? I can force this trade of knights with the idea of doubling my rook and attacking this. This check, he just kind of steps over. Then I play this. I mean, this trades some pieces. I'm up a rook for nothing. I think playing it slow might even be the right idea here. Because if I do this, he just comes in with a knight. And I'm not convinced that's going to work out. I can jump forward with this. We jump forward. We're jumping forward. The general idea here is, for one, I can do this and kind of fork more pieces and shred apart the position. Or I can take, and I'm threatening this. This move seems to make sense with a very simple idea of doubling these rooks. And if you push, dude, I can just take with my knight. If I take back like this, I think we're chilling, bro. Not only that, this knight has not joined into the attack. So if things do open up over here, we take here. We're threatening this. We go here. What is the move? We step forward with ideas of this. I feel like bringing the knight. He takes. I take. Do I have sufficient? Like, he takes. Boom. Boom. He's got this check. But I just step over. And what are you doing? So I think I maybe want to bring this. We're playing this. Now these guys protect each other. This rook in the corner was undefended. And so there could have potentially been like ideas once all these files open up. Okay. He's got a bishop in the middle of the board. Great defensive piece. I mean, to be fair, we can just shred that apart. Like, we can just move here. We can go here, then here. I think we just bring the knight. 2 minutes? Oh boy. Have I been spending too long yapping about nothing? I'm going to show you guys how to actually win a game of chess. He takes. I take. My king is going up. If like nonsense happens. Okay, so he's attacking this. Knight to the middle. Rook over here, I step up. I mean, I can take that with the knight. I can take it with the queen. If I take it with the queen, we're going to just do it. Unafraid. I'm up a piece. So basically, if I don't get checkmated, a little bit unfortunate that right now my... he resigns. I mean, he is lost, but I mean, okay. Okay. That was fun. Thanks for the game of chess. I really wish he would have finished it. I don't understand what was the reasoning of resigning here opposed to resigning here. Like, after this, bro. You still have the same terrible position. It didn't get any better. It didn't really get any much worse either. All we did was equally trade, which favors me, but he didn't need to play like that. So hopefully that was educational enough. And so let's go check this with the computer and just see how accurate everything was. And I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And oh boy, I just played a perfect game of chess. I did nothing wrong. And maybe I'm speaking too highly of myself, but look at this gosh darn graph. That is telling the tale of a person that knows what they're doing playing chess, okay? A person that knows what they're doing playing chess against somebody that kind of knows what they're doing playing chess. And so our opponent, 4 inaccuracies, 3 mistakes, 83% accurate, and then myself, 2 inaccuracies, 93%, no mistakes, no blunders, and my inaccuracies, I called them, okay? I said, this is probably a mistake or an inaccuracy, but we're going to castle opposite and see what happens, okay? So sometimes you do that, at the cost of a fraction of a pawn, and you get opposite side castling. So in this position right now, we develop a piece actively. What he is worried about by pushing this pawn is, let's explain this. He's defending against this because the only reason you push this pawn is if your dark square bishop is out here and you need a place for it to go. You following me? So but his dark square bishop is not ever getting out. He's trapped inside of the pawn chain. So this pin, for one, his bishop is here. For two, it's a pin to the queen, so you don't have to worry about it as much. If it's a pin to the king, like a pin like this, my knight's here, that is an absolute pin, and I can't move my knight. I'm trapped to this square until we deal with this bishop. So those ones you got to be a little bit more worried about. When it's the queen, you don't have to be as worried, and his light square bishop is still in here, so he can just defend against it, okay? So this pawn push, for one, it didn't address the center. For two, he didn't need to be worried about the square. For three, he didn't need to put his bishop here. So that is like a lot of analysis on a single pawn push. But okay, it's why he lost. And not only that, it gave me a hook later on in the position. So now my bishop is trapped outside of the pawn chain. So pushing this pawn makes sense so I don't lose my bishop for this knight. Does that make sense? Because if I go here, he can just attack me again. I'd have to sacrifice for this one or let him ruin my pawn structure. Okay. Develops a piece. Now I push this pawn. This is very different. Now I'm not pushing this pawn to prevent this pin because that's not going to happen anyway. It's got 2 pieces in the way. I'm making a place for my bishop because I don't want to lose my bishop for a knight for no reason. Okay. Now we develop another piece, and if we just take stock on how we have developed our pieces thus far in the game, my pieces are developed very actively. They're looking into the enemy's position. Do you see this? This knight is getting ready to jump in the enemy's position. This one, not really, but where else was he going to go? Over here? Come on now. Let's be real. None of his pieces are even attempting to go in my position, other than this knight, but to a square that's defended too much. So this bishop sucks, this knight sucks, this rook sucks, this queen is actually okay, I guess. This rook sucks. This is the only piece that's potentially thinking about doing anything, and he's not thinking about doing much, okay? So I play my first inaccuracy of the game, and I said it in the video. I'm not sure that this move makes any sense, and I'm not sure that the following move makes any sense, but by golly, we're going to have an opposite side castling game of chess, and that's what we got at the cost of an inaccuracy. So the reason we're going to go into this in explain a little bit about this. The reason that this is an inaccuracy is because I don't need to castle at all. If we turn the computer on, say he plays the best move, I launch a pawn. Say some more stuff goes on, I put the pawn. Let's say we scoot back. He plays a move. I put my rook here. I don't even care about castling yet. I initiate my attack first, and then if I need to, I castle, and if I don't need to, my king is perfectly safe in the middle of the board. So I needed to realize that. Thinking that far in advance, I spent 10 seconds on this move. I just realized castle opposite, launch an attack. So I didn't actually calculate what's going to happen when all the pieces start moving around, and then my king would be just fine staying in the middle. I didn't even think about it. So moving the queen is an inaccuracy because I didn't need to castle, and the only reason I moved the queen was so that I could castle, if that makes sense. Okay? Now, we launch a pawn. One of the best move in the position. We launch a pawn. My pawn is closer to doing damage than his pawns are, okay? This pawn push serves as a hook. When I push this pawn forward, it sees 2 things. It sees the knight and it sees the pawn. If the pawn was here and I push forward, he can move the knight, and I'm not actually threatening to take anything. So that's why these moves are a little bit risky if you're doing it on the side that your king is on, okay? My pawn is not pushed over here because it would serve as a hook where you would attack 2 things. And when you attack 2 things, you have to do something about it. You can't just move the piece away. Okay, we jump the knight to the middle of the board. It's not the best move, but it's one of the best moves. This queen move. I think he's gearing up on an attack. And so what he needed to realize here is my attack is simply going to arrive first. And so this is one of the best moves. It's not the best move. The reason for that is he can put the bishop in front of my pawn advancement, okay? So he has the opportunity to play this, and I can't push the pawn forward. And he's attacking this. So I'd probably have to play something like this, and if he takes, then I got a bunch of pawns in the way. Whatever. He doesn't see it, and we get to push this pawn. Actually, for our opponent, This makes the most sense out of all of the moves in the position. That makes the most sense to me. Like, you're getting attacked, so either break in the middle or launch your own attack. Those are the options. And so look at how passive his pieces are. He's playing defense right now. And these pieces are his attacking pieces, and they're not even really attacking. And so we push the pawn. We push the pawn. And then right here, what I needed to realize was giving up this bishop for the knight is good because it opens the way for my queen. So I didn't want to lose my attacking bishop for the defending knight for the simple reason of that. But what I needed to realize was take. I still have this pawn push. Say he does whatever about it. If he moves the rook, I take this with check. And not only that, it's defended, so you can't even take it back. If you push this pawn, then I just take this with check. So if you move the rook, I get this, and if you move the knight, then I still take this with check. So there's nothing he could do. So what I needed to realize, and at the end of some of these lines, so say like he plays something, my queen is the one that is recapturing, getting into the position, and then I'm getting my queen closer to the king. So didn't see that, didn't give up my bishop, don't hate it, and I push this pawn instead. Still a perfectly reasonable move where he is faced with a dilemma. Yet again, I'm looking at two pieces. So if he doesn't take me, I take him. And if he moves the knight, okay, so what I say he moves the knight, then I'm taking you. And now it's defended with a check and a fork on the rook. So my attack simply arrived. And even in this position, I spent a little bit of time thinking, is there anything better? And there is. There's this bishop sacrifice. And the idea is if he jumps in, we still have this. He steps over. We sacrifice again when he steps over. We sacrifice again when he captures. We come. Okay, we do this. And I'm just winning, okay? There's no checkmate yet. In 10 moves there will be, but I'm not going to see that. So I needed to sacrifice the bishop. You don't always need to sacrifice stuff. Like, I mean, like, really, am I ever going to play this for an idea of mate at 10 rather than just, like, forking and getting the rook for a pawn? No. Get the rook for the pawn, bro. You don't got to calculate checkmate in 10 unless it's easy to calculate. So we hop in. Now, I jump in. This is my inaccuracy of the game. The reason, it's hard to even see if you're looking at the board, this is the best move. That is the idea. This pawn is saving the king from dying. Basically, I can push this pawn once that's gone, and I'll have two open files, and you are getting checkmated, guaranteed 100% every single time. Even sacrificing the bishop for not really the most clear reason is a good idea. But stepping back with the queen and simply eyeing this pawn. You can't push forward and defend it. You can't really jump forward and defend it. I'm just going to come in. And so, yeah, because this is defending this, so you can't really jump in doing stuff with this knight. Needed to see it. You step back and attack like this. That was a hard move to see. So this is an inaccuracy because it was mate in 10, and now it's just a +9 position. Whatever. We take with the rook. More active. He pushes here. We don't even need to be worried about it. We double the rooks. This rook was undefended and potentially could get attacked later on in the endgame. He moves forward. I jump forward with the knight. Capture. Steps here. I jump in with the middle. I jump into the middle of the board with my knight. He captures. I capture. He doubles his rooks. And now, in this position, our opponent resigned. It's mate in 6. I don't think that I was going to see that. But what I potentially could have seen is this. Very simple idea. We grab this. Or we can even jump back this way. And then we grab. Or I sacrifice. I would just grab the rook. Look, we don't got to be too fancy when you got 2 minutes on the clock. And so there was an absolutely disgusting line. Let me show you. We step over. He steps over. We sacrifice the queen. Not yet, but we're going to. We give this check. He steps up. We sacrifice the queen. He takes. Check here. Checkmate. Disgusting. Stockfish is an absolute maniac. I would have never seen that. I'm not going to even pretend that I would have seen that. It's maybe not too hard to calculate. Yes, it is. I would never calculate that. Never in a million years. Rook sacrifice to sacrifice the queen to get mate with these two pieces. Never in a million years. You could give me this position, and I would have to sit here for 3 hours before I saw that. So, and you'd have to tell me, hey, there's a queen sacrifice for a mate. Either way, thank you guys so much for watching that video. I hope that that was long enough. Our opponent didn't spend enough time. Or he didn't spend, yeah, he should have spent more time, and maybe I should have spent less. That is how you attack in chess. I played a literally perfect game of chess. The only inaccuracies didn't matter. And so, going forward from here, I mean, it would have just been operation cleanup. I would have just given this check. He steps over. I get rid of the rook. You can capture this. You can capture this. It doesn't really matter at that point. My king is safe. Your queen's not doing anything. This rook sucks. This bishop sucks. My rooks are amazing. I'm winning the game of chess. So that's how you attack from the black side of the board. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or you simply enjoy simply enjoy watching me play chess. I'll be making more videos. I'm going to get better at making videos. I'm going to get better at chess. Thank you so much. I love you. You guys are the best. Subscribe. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Oh, hello, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. Today, I want to share with you a game that I recently played where some blunders do happen, and I ended up with a worse position. And part of chess is fighting back from losing positions. Not every game you play is going to be you get completely smoked or you completely smoke the opponents. Sometimes you get a worse position and you have to fight back. You have to finish the game. And so without further ado, I would absolutely love to share this game with you. It's a little bit emotional for me, and so let me know what I think. Let me know what you think, and let's get right on into it. 1737, Belgium, e4. The Scandinavian, nobody likes this opening, bro. Okay, we trade the queens. We take with the knight because if you take with the bishop, he has like immediate ideas to attack. His knight kind of wants to come forward. I got to do something with his knight. So putting it in the middle of the board seems to actually make sense. But I think first, I mean, this is where my knowledge stops. Normally they bring this knight. We're going to step over here. This is my square now. We're going to develop this bishop. We're going to push this pawn. We're going to develop this bishop. Push this pawn. And we're just going to play a queenless game. And so we're going to grind it on down. He does have like some freaky ideas like this, but I can just castle. So we're going to push this one square. We need to be able to develop. He can jump into the middle. But you know what? I think I can jump in first. And he does also have this idea, but I can step back with my bishop. He'll get my bishop. We're attacking his bishop. So that hung the bishop. I take the bishop. He hits me with check. I step up. He takes my rook. And I'm just pretty sure that he's going to get my rook for these two pieces, which I think is good for me. Right? So boom, boom. I can even step up this way. If you hit me with a check, I block. You step back. I develop. No, I need to maintain touching this square. Boom, boom, here. You take the rook. I step up. We're doing it. Then I push forward. There's no other way to attack without pushing forward, so I have to push forward. He attacks my knight. We're going to have to do something with my knight. Like, go here. Then go here. There's a check. There's a check. I'm scared. I can block, but he blocks. 3 minutes against 5. If I step this way, I think this side is going to be safer. I just lost the game. Definitely just lost the game. What on earth was I calculating right there? Like, check. Step here, bro. Step here. I completely forgot my king was preventing. Ugh. He hits me with a check. We step forward. He castles. I lose the game. Even this doesn't work because he just comes over and destroys me. So maybe I gotta like make a move like this. I'm just down in exchange. I'm trying not to cry. I can grab this pawn. I just feel like I have to do it. He comes over here. Okay. I can also attack this pawn. And he's kind of forced into pushing. Here. We pin it. You go here with check. Ugh. This would work. This would work. But there's check. I go here. No, no, no. I want the rook to stay there. I want this to stay there. He sees it now. There's nothing I can do about it. I think we step back. Please try and escape this way. He can escape with a check. Then I step up. I really need this. Castling would get out of it. If I get this, then we are in a game of chess. Completely equal. Actually, I would be winning at that point because I got the bishop instead of the knight. He can jump over here. We got to do something with this rook. He hits us with a check. We step forward. He doubles the rooks. Yep, we step forward. My king is going to have to aid in the attack. I feel like I just have to trade that. What else am I supposed to do? He can double and infiltrate. Oh, I needed that, and he saw it too. I push this pawn. He can pretty much force me to trade the rook, and if I lose the rook, I'm in a lot of trouble. There is like an 80% chance. And one thing you might not know about chess is the way that when you're looking at it with Stockfish and it says like you have a +3 advantage. That's basically like a percent of what's the probability that you win in this position. Essentially, is kind of one way to look at it. And so it's like if you have a +9, it's like you are very likely to win. Okay. We attack. You come in. I could just attack here. That's a really like committal move. But this one actually might do some stuff. We attack. You step back. I push. You jump in. Here, here, here. Not convinced. Here with a check. Here. Here. Oh, that's not going to work. I don't know what to do. I literally just like have to make a move. He can come in. He's attacking this pawn. Plain and simple. We're going to defend it. Probably will push this way. Check, take. He can do like this. And I would have to defend like that, which is so disgustingly ugly. There's no hope. But if I went ahead and blundered, I didn't really blunder. I just kind of calculating wrong is a blunder, but it wasn't like a straightforward blunder. I think we're going to trade with this. He takes back. We push. He can launch check, and then even his pawns are doing a little bit of attacking. Maybe I slide like this. Do I dare go for something like this? 3 minutes against 47 seconds. There's just no way. I have a losing position. I have less time to think about my moves. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but sometimes you got to be realistic. We attack this dude. He can't go here. It would be a blunder. We step back. I don't know what else I was supposed to do. Pin. At some point, maybe I can sacrifice a pawn, and he steps over, and then I get a pass pawn. Maybe I could make things complicated, but I think he can kind of... He's trying to play on the pieces. I think he could literally just bring his rook and push, 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 push. And, like, what am I going to do about that? Probably I can't do much. And... Like, I can have, like, a tempo winning move on this rook. Like, if I attack the rook would have to go here. I can then attack the rook again. The rook would go somewhere. I can hit him with this check. So here, does that make sense? That's what I see immediately. Check. Check. Block with the rook. Hit you with the check. If you take, I win the rook. If you step up, I hit you with check. Oh, you can run this way. Here, here, here. Really can't be trading rooks in a situation like this. I'm going to be honest with you. Here, here, push. King comes here. I don't think I'm going to be able to save it. We step like this. 13 seconds. Oh my god. I only have 3 seconds each move. This pawn is weak now. I need to push it. I'm so scared. I can grab this pawn. This bishop sucks. Now he's gated out by this guy. Maybe I go like this. Defended by this. Here, here. Pushing this seems... I think we're just going to take. Not even going to calculate anything. We step forward. We're attacking the knight. The knight comes here. This is defended. I'm ready to defend. This guy's under attack. Attacking this pawn. We take the rook. He gets out with the knight. I attack this pawn. He can't come forward. I'm attacking this pawn. He can push forward his check, but then I step in and maybe we got some hope. I can also attack this. We're going to step forward. I think that does like 2 things. We're then going to push this pawn so he can't push this pawn. He's going to attack this. We're going to defend it with the bishop. I'm so scared of like a fork. I think I step in. I'm all of a sudden winning somehow. I'm going to be honest, I didn't calculate anything towards the end. We're going to step here. This is a pass pawn. Please take it, bro. Please. It's defended. And I can attack this and you have no way of defending it as well. I think we're going to take this. We step all the way back. He can take this. If he takes this, he loses. If he takes this, he comes back over here. We step in. In the moment where he steps something like this, he's going to get this. I'm up 2 pawns, bro. I don't know what to do. He's going to get this. Right. I'm going to go here. I'm so scared. We step here. I forked. He comes over here. I step up. Then he sacrifices. Oh my god. If he takes, he might even be losing. Here. Here. We step up. Defended. My pawns are too far advanced. If he took, I think I was just losing. I might just grab. Or push. I think we take a step forward. If he comes here, we take this. He takes this with check. I'm going to scoot my bishop back 1 more square. Just to avoid nonsense of forks. Because my king here is a fork. We're going to take this. The king is guarded off. I'm attacking these squares. So he can push forward, but he can't come over to stop this one. So he gets in front. But I'm just going to take this. I'm going to push forward. His knight has to block this one. His king has to block this one. I'm pushing this pawn. 12 seconds on the clock. And all I have to do is not lose on time for 1. It's a draw no matter what. I'm going to push. He can go here. Here, here, sacrifice here. And it's going to be a little bit annoying. We're going to go here. If this happens, We check him away and then make a queen. So he goes here. That's check. No nonsense. He can go here. We check the moves. He can go here. We hit him with a check. Literally, I just don't want to lose on time. So we're going to make a box. We're making a box. I'm so scared of stalemating, bro. 17 seconds. Okay, we have put together some time. Make a box this way. We bring the king. We hit him again. I'm so frazzled from that game that I don't know how to checkmate with a king and a queen. So we're just doing it like this, okay? Go to the corner. He's locked in these two squares. I bring the king. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was... What on earth was that game? I don't even know what to think. That was so epic. I can't believe I won that. I don't think I deserved that. Maybe the end game, I did deserve that, but that took some gosh darn know-how in this position. That was one of my most favorite games of chess because I was so lost. Huge blunder here. Take. Obviously, it opens up this file. He wants his knight to go here. I get checked. Why did I step away? This is the square that needs to be covered. I literally stepped away and let go of this square. The knight gets out, and I'm just so lost here. We step forward a little bit, and I literally am just wiggling, praying for something. This knight kind of disconnected. Then he sacrificed down the exchange. He didn't need to do that because it's not like he was winning by that much. He was just up in exchange, and now he trades down in exchange. And so, essentially, you know what? We're gonna end this part of the video. We're gonna look at the analysis. So let's go to the analysis, and then I'm gonna actually look at this game a little bit more in depth. Okay? So I'll see you over there. Oh boy, was that a doozy! And if you've made it this far in the video, then I'm literally like emotional right now. Like if you saw, I just got quiet. I couldn't even checkmate with the king and the queen because it was like I was in such a losing position for such a long time, and then it just all sudden he traded back the exchange in an end game, and oh my god. So there were a couple ideas that I missed. So the main blunder, everything that I did made sense. So here you're actually supposed to take with the bishop. I always thought you took with the knight because you don't want to get hit with this, and then your bishop gets attacked, and then this is attacked. So that's kind of what I saw from a distance, is you want to avoid that because then my bishop is... So you can actually take with whatever, and the computer says anything is fine. No matter what move you play, you're fine. We get this, and this is a blunder because it literally just hangs this, and you're basically trading the bishop and the knight for my rook. And so, and a pawn, potentially two pawns. So it's not actually terrible. I'm supposed to defend by pushing two, but everything is fine. We're still good. It's an equal position. We're now attacking the knight. He trades, we trade, and he hits us with this check. And he could have even castled into this check. So that would have just been cool for our opponent to like castle and check and then operation save the knight. The whole reason my king is here, like, do you remember? I did all of this calculation, and I was like, oh, what about blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh yeah, I got to go here to defend the escaping square. So I put my king there. I literally like said that and thought that, putting my king here. Then a few moves later, my king has to move, and I'm like, huh, maybe I should just stop touching the most important square. The whole reason my king is on this square getting checked. Didn't think about it. I could have even blocked the bishop, and my king stays planted firm. So if we look at the computer, I'm simply down in exchange. So it's a -1, but I got a pawn. We're scooting around, and I grab another pawn. So now all of a sudden, the material difference is only 1 point of material difference. If you can see it at the very top, I know it's like cut off small over here. It's not that big of a difference. So we're scooting around. We get hit with checks. I don't need to show you everything here. We're getting some mistakes. He steps back, and this is kind of a pivotal moment. He had the opportunity to infiltrate with his rook. He could have either gone in all the way or questioned my rook and made my rook do something, and then simply you bring the knight, you trade this off, and if I try and do something fancy, then you're able to just bring the other rook with check or whatever. So this is a blunder because of this tactical sequence. So I was even just explaining you could go here. You got to go here and question my rook, because basically what you do to win this game is you get rid of my rook, because rook versus bishop, bishop, like rook, rook, and knight versus, we got the same number of pieces, just your pieces are better. And so if you trade off the best one in this situation, I'm toast. Okay, because then it's no good. Then you got a rook and a knight versus a bishop, bishop, and that loses like always. If it's like rook, rook versus bishop, rook, it's not that losing. You can save yourself sometimes. So this tactical sequence, I attack. If you directly go here, you get pinned, and if you go all the way back, then I hit you with a check, and I force the king back to then get this pin. So there's a tactical sequence that I just missed. And so that would have been hard to find. I like then hit him with the check and then hit him with the pin. Didn't see it. Didn't see it. So we slide forward with the check. Now my bishops are actually really active and I'm winning. And what the heck is going on here? Did that even happen? Okay, we trade. We push forward. The knight comes in. I know that I don't want to trade this, but there's just another tactic right here. He can take, and I can't really take back. Or if I do, then I just lose my bishop. So he would get a pawn. He would get all of this for trading the knight. So that's all he had to do. But instead, I attack him. He scoots up. I step back. Same idea still here. Still applies, where you would basically grab everything. But now I get active, and it's an equal position. My rook is on the 7th rank. I have 2 passed pawns. Don't forget about that. And then you don't have a lot of pawns or minor pieces to protect your king. So like my bishops are actually really deadly because there's nothing to get in the way of them other than really the rooks and the knight. And so correctly, I play the best move. What we're trying to do is pry away the defense of the rook. We do this, and he has to step back. I step back because I knew trading the rook here was a terrible idea, and our opponent blunders. And believe it or not, I'm still winning here because this pass pawn is so strong, and my rook is so strong. Like I'm going to be able to grab this pawn, and yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I have a winning position. It's +2. Never would have believed it. So he goes down the exchange, which is actually the second best move. The other best move is to just move the rook. But he goes down the exchange, and then all of a sudden, it's not looking so good. He brings the rook forward, and now I have a +8. For one, I could just grab the knight. I didn't see that. I can just grab the knight. I saw that it was hanging, but I also thought my rook was hanging. I didn't see that the pawn defends it. And so we trade, but now I've got these extra pawns, or one extra pawn, but they're both passed pawns. So I've got a lot of compensation. So we push forward, and not only that, you have 2 pawns on dark squares, and you have a knight versus my more active king, and I have a bishop. So I'm just like crushed. So he could have tried to figure this out. We do this to prevent this, but it didn't really prevent it all that much because eventually my king went away and you could sacrifice to push this pawn. But whatever, it is what it is. We scoot the king in, we grab a pawn, we get hit here, we scoot back to the corner of the board. He takes our pawn, we take his pawn, he jumps in, we scoot the king closer because he can't really take here. Even if my king lets go of it, if you take this pawn, I'm just going to take, and then I have still this passed pawn, and I'll at some point scoot my king around, distract you with this pawn, and take these pawns and promote these pawns. I literally won a game in this exact same position, just minus everything, just this and a king and our kings. And I literally won this position in my most recent long format video where I sacrifice this pawn and I step in to grab these ones. And so he takes the pawn. What I needed to realize is he's attacking my bishop, so it's hard not to just like move the bishop somewhere. Obviously that is like the knee-jerk reaction, just move the bishop. It's being attacked. I don't want to lose it for free. But this king can't stop this pawn. Like if I push this pawn, he can't scoot here, he can't scoot here. He has literally no way of defending this pawn. He can't stop it. So I needed to realize like pushing this pawn is the right move. Don't hate myself for not seeing it. I mean, I spent 1 second on this move and had 10 seconds on the clock. So I hung a fork, but by the grace of God, he can't actually take for the same situation. Like, so we're good to go. We scoot in, king active, we push the pawn, we take the pawn, he gets behind, his knight is now doing the job of stopping this pawn, his king is now doing the job of stopping this pawn, and unfortunately, I have an extra pawn over here. So there's really no way that I lose this. He does get the pawn. There's a lot of things I can do here, but pushing this is the easiest. He goes here. I could have just taken the knight because it's not stalemate. He could have stepped over. This is not a queen yet, but we take with the queen, and I literally just, no funny business, 9 seconds on the clock. You get rid of the knight, okay? I'm going to make a queen. I'm going to checkmate you. You don't have to get fancy. I don't get fancy. I've lost so many games for just like letting something stay on the board, so I just get rid of it. You got less than 10 seconds. You don't want to blunder. You make sure they have a legal move. You hit him with a check. I go all the way over here, so I know that you have a bunch of legal moves, and we just reconvene, and we're pushing the king this way. That is what we're doing, because this guy's over here, we're pushing you here. So I even put the bishop here, so now the bishop is no longer even going to infiltrate with where I'm trying to checkmate the king. That is why I played like this, because my general game plan was to like boom, boom, boom with my king and bring my queen and get the king over here. That was the plan, or over here. And either one is going to work because my bishop doesn't see it. So this was an 84 move game. It absolutely did not need to be. I took a lot of moves here that I could have done way faster, but my heart was beating so fast. I didn't want to blunder that. I think I played like 6 or something games in a row. If you made it this far, you're an absolute legend. If you like that game, if you simply like watching my chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it is a slow grind. So I'm going to try and get better at playing chess, try and get better at making these videos. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for letting me play for you. I love you. Check out some of my other videos. Leave a comment. I'm sure I missed a lot of things, and we didn't even analyze the games that were shorter because there were blunders left and right. So either way, thank you so much for watching. Get out of here, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back. We are at day 2 of my new account, and we are going to play some bullet, we're going to play some blitz, and we're going to play some rapid, and we're going to try and just get my rating back up. Today, we're 2031 question mark, but we're facing a 2000. He's playing the ready, so we're just going to go ahead and get some pieces developed. And I get scared playing these higher rated people. Oh my god, I can't be fumbling my... This is a rough start. A rough start. I think we're just going to take, attack. I'm going to put my king here. Slide the rook here so I can put the bishop. Ooh. We're going to lose this. We're going to lose a little bit of everything. Make no mistake about it. Okay. We launch a pawn. I am absolutely lost. Make no mistake about it. We're gonna slide here. We're just gonna try and open up the position. Make a little bit of mayhem because I'm down 2 pawns. So the only way to win a position where you're losing is to just absolutely attack. Boom, boom. We're gonna open up this king. My king is already open. I'm already down some pawns. I believe we just pushed this forward. I'm cool with it. We got a 10-second time advantage. Dude's got to play a little bit faster. This is defended. Do I dare step over like so? We step like this. This is held. Ooh. All right, we got to step back and defend that. Okay. We're going to step back here. And I think if we trade off the queens, for one, I'm attacking this pawn. This is held. I think we're going to go here so we can step forward. We're going to take this. 6 seconds. I don't think that he's going to be able to... I don't think that he's got what it takes. He's got 2 seconds. My friend. We're going to go here. If he steps in, we step forward. And he loses on time. We beat a 2000. Super sloppy. Not the way you want to do it. But, bro, when we get below like 10 seconds, you can't be doing this. You can't be trading. Like, these were his attacking pieces. This was his chance of destroying me. And when he trades off all of those pieces, I'm able to hide right here away from these open files. There's no queen. And essentially, like, he's up some pawns, like 3 pawns to be precise, but he needs to make a queen to checkmate me. He's not going to be able to checkmate my king just like this. So that was our bullet game. We did all right. We're going to hop into a blitz. I think we're going to keep the momentum of doing like 1 bullet, 1 blitz, 1 rapid, and we'll get a win in each of them. We're facing an 1868. This one we're going to have a tad bit more strategy. We're going to come out and attack the queen. I think we throw the pawn 2 squares. Then we bring the knight because we don't want his pawn being able to just hop here for no reason. Because there's no pin, dude's playing really quick. He's going to castle this way. We're going to step back. We got a square for this. We step back. We got a nice diagonal. We step forward. Dude is just trying to absolutely obliterate me. I think we trade this off. My bishop completely sucks, so we're going to come forward and defend this. We don't really want to see his knight arrive to the center right here. So we're going to trade that off. We're going to put my knight in the middle of the board. And what is the route forward, my friend? Kind of like the idea of just going here. If the knight moves, we got a nice, beautiful checkmate. So we kind of want to make that knight move. You feel me? But because... Okay, so he castles. There... Do I dare go for a little rook lift? His bishop is blocked out of the game. Like, if I just slide over like this, I have a lot of stuff going on for this attack. Like, I slide over, he takes, my pawn takes. I think we're going to just completely disregard what's going on over here. If he takes, we're threatening this pawn. He would have to defend, like, somehow. And I've just got my pieces. I might even swing this rook over here. So we're going to just take with the pawn. He can push and then open up his light square bishop. But I think my attack is just a little bit terrifying. Because he can't defend with the queen. He can't push the pawn. He can step over. But then I sacrifice? Crazy rook sacrifice? I might launch a pawn at that point. We might try and bring the other rook. What if I got like a formation like this? Okay, so he attacks like so. The rook sacrifice isn't going to make a whole lot of sense. He can't actually take my queen. So what if we throw this forward? Crazy move, but we're going for it. This pawn is pinned. The king needs to move. So I think we're going to take here. If he takes like this, now all of a sudden we step over. I have a vicious attack on this young man. Make no mistake about it. I think we're going to just try and open up the position. We're going to take. Okay. I mean, he can get a piece on the open file. That's actually quite scary. Here, here, here. Is that winning? If I go here... Ugh, let's just do it. We're up a pawn. I mean, we're going to get hit. We're going to step here to maintain defense of this after he pushes this. A little tricky nonsense. We're going to go for attacking this pawn. Step here. I got 24 seconds. I should have played faster. Now I'm officially just going to lose on time. Man, 23 seconds. This was so dumb. I don't know if I'm going to be able to flag this guy. Check. Check. Here. He has to do it. Okay. Okay. Check. Oh boy. Not what you want to see, but we're going for this immediately. That's scary. Here, I don't know what to do. Oh boy. Oh boy. God damn it. No, what am I... God, fuck, dude. Fuck. Okay. Not fun. I threw that away. 10,000%. I deserved. What am I doing here? I hung my bishop. What am I doing? I can scroll on the wheel. I was up so much stuff. Here. This idea sucked. Trading off the queens to be up a pawn and go into an endgame when I had like 20 seconds on the clock was not chill. Given these little checks and trading off this. Going for this passed pawn. What I needed to do here was anchor this in. I needed to anchor this in and go for these. That's what I needed to do. Because at some point he'd bring the king and trade his bishop for this pawn. But my king would already kind of be active. That's how I win this endgame. For whatever reason, I felt like I needed to start pushing this pawn. And then I just lost it. Then here, I could have grabbed this for one. Like when he stepped away, I could have grabbed it. But I lost 10 points from that draw. Oh boy. Well, that's how you hang on for dear life in an endgame. I was able to do it in 1966. Let's get him with the 4-move checkmate. Not a chance he knows how to defend against it. We're going to check his profile real quick. Oh man, he is just a all-around very strong player. Okay, does he know this line? You should know this line. I know this line. The king needs to step over. Does he know that? Most people bring the queen out. If he brings the queen out, we give him a little bump on the head. Sometimes people push this pawn. This is also a very reasonable and quite good move, but we're praying, we're hoping and praying that he brings the queen out. Because if I'm able to just gain some elo off this dub, oh, it will be good. We jump forward. We attack the queen. The queen comes down and gives us check. We step over. Now he needs to step over with the king. This is his last opportunity. He needs to play that move or it's hard to play. This doesn't work because we grab. Queen doing nonsense. This is defended. He's also going to spend a little bit of time here trying to decide what's the best move for him. I think that this does just work. But then I can hit him with this check. He steps over. I grab the rook. And we're more or less up in exchange. And I have some ideas of trying to trap this queen. Okay. I think that I just grab. I go ahead and grab. If he grabs, I grab the rook. I know that this is the right move, actually. Because if he grabs, I grab this. And then I'm just in, baby. I think that was the wrong move by our opponent. My CPA is texting me right now saying that my tax return got rejected because we did not submit whatever documents. Okay, so almost absolutely, I grab this with check. He steps forward. I can grab this, but then he can grab this. What if we launch forward with the idea of this? Does this work? Now I'm a little bit like, what am I supposed to do? I mean, I can grab a knight. It seems reasonable. I grab here. He grabs here. I launch this forward. I'm scared. I'm scared. I mean, I'm up a rook, but if you see, my situation is a little bit scary. So this check is actually terrifying. So what I'm going to do is step here. I feel like that has to be the correct move. There's just mate. There's just mate. Plain and simple, I hung mate. Fuck. Fuck. Ugh, we need to check this with the computer. How am I supposed to play this correctly? Boom, boom, boom. Yes, 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 yes. And this is where my knowledge stopped. Mate and 1. The whole purpose of this bishop being here was defending mate. What am I doing? What on earth am I doing? I got a +3 advantage. We then step over here. We're sort of threatening this. The knight can't move because it's pinned, essentially. He jumps in. We give a check. Makes me sad. All right, let's try another. Let's try another. 3 minutes. I completely screwed that up. That's why I'm not 2000. That's why I'm 1844 question mark. So we really just need to play a handful of games and then get to my actual rating. So I don't know anything about this opening. So we're going to go resort back to my custom opening. And today we're facing this is an 1800. So we are literally just going with my custom opening right now. Okay. Which is like not really a custom opening. It's more of like a custom structure. My knight will now jump over here. We're going to castle this way because this open file is scary. This is being attacked quite heavily. My knight needs to go to this square anyway. And I think that his bishop is going to get a little bit blocked in. So basically I have the option. I don't want to allow this to fix his weakness. I could jump in. And if he takes here, I get an open file. I think we're going to do this. If he takes my light square bishop, I'm actually okay with it because look how many pawns I have on light squares. I mean, probably we just need to put a rook over here, right? Whoops. All right, so we're going to do this and just get pinned. And then we're going to have to defend like so. We defend with a pawn. This pawn is hanging, but I absolutely can't take it because then he can just get another attacker on my dude. I need my other knight here. So like here, here. I'm playing a big game of trying to get untangled. I think we're just going to take, right? We're kind of forking these pawns. So we're forking these pawns. I don't see a way for him to defend both. If I grab this one, I have a passed pawn. So we are going to grab this one. And then I'm literally just going to come back and apply pressure on both of them. I think we're going to just not even care about this. If he pushes, then like, okay. We've got pawns on light squares. Like, yes, he can come back and attack. This one. What about just push? This is a pass pawn, bro. This is a pass pawn. How does he stop that? His knight can't even get over. He's blocked in by his own pawn, and he's defending it. Like, he can jump forward and attack this, but then my pass pawn, bro. My pass pawn. Uber defended pass pawn. 2 steps away from the promised land. Opponent left the game. Don't be a baby. Don't be doing that to people, bro, because you get in a bad position, resign. You know what I mean? Don't like, oh, you beat me, I'm going to waste your time. Like, bro, we're both chess players. Don't be so, like, such a sore loser and so competitive and whatever. So, there we go. 15 seconds, claim the victory. I'm wondering at what point does this question mark go away? I actually have no idea. I haven't had a new account for quite some time. But I will shed a tear for zip ties and lube. We're going to go ahead and claim the victory. I mean, this pass pawn is completely unstoppable. We got the win, so we can beat 1800s, and now, without further ado, we'll jump directly into our rapid game. And hopefully this one I can be the most instructive out of all. We're facing a straight up 1500. I thought I was playing the white pieces. I almost just played what I thought was e4. I'm colorblind. Okay, we have the Carl Khan. And if you see, I'm 1483 because I won a game and then I lost a game and I lost all of my rating. Okay. Dead serious. What am I actually supposed to do here? This is the exchange variation. I think that I do bring the bishop and push the pawn. If we see, we're going to just trade off the light square bishops. His queen is happy coming out. There is stuff like this. So I'm going to bring this knight to defend this pawn. It's generally a good idea to try and like just bring the knights out first. I'm going to be pushing this pawn like this, pretty much regardless. And if this happens, I'm not sure. That's a strange move. So we're going to just push this. I know that I need to get my bishop out, and I want to be able to castle. And then obviously my knight is probably going here or here. Long story short, if I go to this square, let me try and show you. If I go here, he can in the future pin me. If I go here, he just pushes this pawn, and then I get booted around for no reason. If I go here, I am being a little bit more attacky, so I think we're going to go with that. The downside of that is I can maybe get attacked by the knight. Like if the knight, I don't know how he gets there, but if the knight gets there, whatever. We're going to castle this way. We've got a completely little symmetrical but opposite structure. I think I'm going to push forward too, because I just don't want to deal with anything like that. His move didn't make a lot of sense. Like, yes, he can bring his knight back there, and if his bishop comes out, he can get the bishop back, but I don't have a light square bishop to pin this knight, and the queen isn't even there anyway for the pin to make sense. So this pawn move didn't make a lot of sense. Mine, I feel like, did make a lot of sense, because I'm trying to actually avoid this pin. Very reasonable move. Put a rook to the semi-open file. Great move by our opponent. And now we're at the crossroads. This was like always the situation when I first got into chess, maybe when I was like 1100, where I would really struggle to think, what is the plan? Like, how do I move forward? And I didn't know what moves to make. So the truth is, you either launch an attack or you make small improving moves. And so like literally I could push my pawn over here. But because he put his rook here, I'm going to put my rook here. I know that most likely if these files open up, I want our rooks to match. Then, most likely getting my queen scooted up, potentially here would make a lot of sense. That simply attacks my pawn, so I got to do something about it. I think the idea of scooting forward like this defends the pawn, and we defended the pawn, we connected the rooks, and we set up this attack. So now the knight can't even go back there, or I will just take it with check. My arrows suck. And I've been doing these YouTube videos like 6 months. I just figured out. Let's see this. So I press control. Red arrow. Blue arrow. Check that out. Not that I'm really ever using it, but I got all my like stuff here. I got like the camera and I got the microphone. So reaching over like this and trying to actually mess with that, we're gonna just tickle this queen. Not 100% sure what's the idea, but if he scoots back, I will straight up just hit him again. Then my knight will come here and hit him again, and then my knight will arrive on this square. So if I get a pawn here, this square becomes mine, and we actually are a little bit worried about this pawn push. So I like the idea of pushing this pawn, my knight here. I have for 1 this fork, and then for 2 this square. And like, yes, you could come over here. I could ruin his pawn structure. I don't know if that's actually a great idea for me. Okay, so this is no longer an option. And essentially this side of the board is a little bit of a cluster fudge. I can put my knight in the middle of the board. If you can do that, go ahead and just do that. My knight's in the middle of the board. And he's going to have to do something about getting it not in the middle of the board. And so he has many, many different avenues. He can just come back and we trade off a piece equally. Nothing wrong with that. He can actually do a fair bit of things. If he sacrifices, that's a terrible idea. Terrible idea, I feel like. So probably this is his most stupid piece. He needs to do something with this bishop. I don't know what, but he needs to do something with this bishop to connect the rooks and activate his only undeveloped minor piece. So he just steps back. I think we're just going to take. Boom, boom. Do I want my knight here? Do I want to try and break the position over here? Like so? Whoa, whoa, whoa. If I go here. The chance of getting my knight to this square are pretty low, and even if I do, he's just going to trade me off immediately. So it's not even such a great thing. I'm a little bit worried. Like if he pushes and I take, or if he pushes and I don't take, then I have this super isolated weak pawn. We essentially have like a 4-on-3, if that makes sense, because most likely this pawn is not going to trade off this pawn. So essentially we're looking at these 3 versus these 2. if some stuff's going down, what am I supposed to do here, bro? Break in the middle of the board. All of a sudden, that makes a lot of sense. Not even going to calculate it. Breaking in the middle of the board probably is the right move. When you analyze enough games with the computer, you start to learn moves like that, where it's basically like, I don't know what to do with my pieces, and it's normally a pawn move, and it's normally the pawn break. And so the reason that this has to be the correct move is because 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces, 4 pieces are supporting that pawn break. So it just can't be a bad move, right? Watch me get absolutely obliterated. What's furthermore is if he decides to take, if he doesn't take, I destabilize his pawns. Or he could do like this, but then I could push this pawn forward. If he doesn't take, I can take. Okay? This pawn would be left all alone. But he has to take back with his pawn, so we'd have 2 isolated queen's pawns. And then this side of the board would be a lot more stable. For me, at least. Well, I don't know what I mean for me. And what's furthermore, I'm sad that I lost my account. I played like thousands of games on that account. And so you get a lot of analytics into the way that you play chess. And one thing that I noticed is when I play bullet, I hardly ever checkmate. Oh. Excuse me? This pawn is hanging, bro. Why is chess so hard? We take. He takes. Oof. I'm going to lose a pawn. And I don't see a great way around it. And not only that, once he grabs this, my knight gets to the center. Yes. But now I'm down a pawn. So now I need to absolutely figure out an attack on this dude. I mean, we're going to just cramp the position. He can just bring the knight. We are afraid of this rook trade, essentially. He could kind of like boom, boom, boom. And then I scoot over. But then he could kind of... Yeah, I'm in a little bit of trouble right now. Me touching this pawn is like maybe taking like this, and then I'm touching this after a check. I can also line up some ideas. Dude is 1500, and the accuracy of some of these players is absolutely ridiculous. Like yesterday, what did I play? A 1700, and he played so accurate. It was like a 93% accurate in like a crazy game. That's a complete lie. I have no idea what the percent was. He just beat me. So if he beat me, he played too accurately. That's how I feel. All right, my bro. Make a move, bruh. I mean, essentially, we're gonna just have that pre-moved. I wish you could still draw arrows after you do a little pre-move. If he doesn't, and he allows, I'm gonna move my rook over to line up the discovery on the queen. So I'll just if he doesn't trade the rooks, I'm gonna go for this. Plain and simple, we win the queen. I'm just gonna set that up with the second idea of it's like a tempo winning move. It's a pretty straightforward attack. So he'll have to do something with the queen. And you also want to maintain defending this bishop. Actually, the knight's doing a good job of that. And he doesn't trade the rooks. So that's the whole reason. Like, if I can avoid trading these rooks, I'm going to do so. Because the more pieces that we trade, the more of an endgame that we hop into. And I don't want to hop into an endgame where he has this extra pawn. So until I'm able to do something, like conjure up a nice little attack or win a pawn, okay. One thing to note is that rook is undefended. We can take here. I don't think he's going to fall for this. I can take this. If he takes back with the knight, I take this with check. But if I take, he throws in this check first. Then I come in. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. We take. If he takes my rook, I take back his rook. He probably takes like this. But then I slide in. He could trade me off. You know what? At the off chance of that this might work, if I take here, let's just do it. If he takes... Oh, that also works. Gosh darn it. I didn't even consider that. We're going to step over like this. New idea is this. With 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, there is not a chance that that works. We are still very much in an end game where I need to figure out how to win. And so, arguably, his king is weaker than mine. I mean, sort of. This rook sucks, so I think what we're going to do is just double up on this pawn. What's really important now is that I don't make any, like, small... I can't be making any blunders. I can attack that rook. We want... Maybe I go like this. I could just go like this and it's defended. So what about we add an attacker? He could push, but then I just take. No, no, no. Here, here. I just take like this. Then I have an extra pawn. He's going to stack up on it pretty quickly. But I think that this is going to be my opportunity to fight back for this pawn. And I can reposition my bishop. Like, yes, my bishop's doing a great job over here, but having my bishop looking over here on this diagonal might actually be a good idea. So pretty plain and simple, I'm threatening this. If he takes with the rook, I take. He takes, I take. I got more attackers. So we are chilling. We have 1, 2, 3 pieces looking at this, and he only has 1, 2. So that's a very simple way of, can I capture this piece? How many pieces do you have looking at it? You need to have 1 more than whatever number they have. Okay? And it changes a little bit, like if you're attacking with your queen first. And so, like, if you see I am attacking with my queen first, so if I take and then he takes, okay, this is not a great example. Say I had to take with my queen first, it's not great because he can take with the rook, and then even if I take, he doesn't have to take back with his queen. If that explains. So we're still down a pawn, but we are going ahead and wiggling into this position. Just making a little wiggle. A little wiggle. Okay. I think for one, I can just capture. He has to capture. Then I capture. So I think we're going to be chilling. We're not going to be winning or anything, but we will get the pawn back. Is that what I want to do? And then we're in an end game where I'll probably be able to apply pressure to his dark pawns before he can get his knight over here to apply pressure to me. So boom, boom, boom. Let's just do it. Let's hop on into an endgame, bro. What type of endgame skills you got? I mean, we're going to do this. These guys defend each other. My bishop is ready to step back. He can't play this. I'll simply take. He can't slide in immediately to attack my pawn. I can reposition my queen to attack the rook. And all of a sudden, I like my position simply because if we trade these things off, I will have the bishop. Like if we get rid of these queens, oof. Now the idea, do I go here and walk into a pin, or do I take with the rook? I take with the rook, because if I take like this, he simply plays this, and that's no fun for me. We take like this, and we are immediately applying pressure to this pawn. He can push, but then I slide behind this one, and if he takes, I take, and we will be attacking this at the end of the day. I can also pin this knight. I can also step back and push this. So all of a sudden I've got some ideas here. And what we're gonna prove is that the bishop is better than the knight in this endgame, where we have pawns on both sides. So the way that I really favor this is I trade these rooks somehow. We get our king centralized, but then we start trying to make passed pawns on both sides, which isn't gonna be really super easy because we're totally equal. But also because he has 1 minute and 56 seconds that I think I'm gonna be able to hang it out. Okay, so he's giving up this pawn for activity. So I'm gonna step back, allow this check. I'll step up. If he goes behind this, I grab this with defending. Okay, so that idea, I'm not 100% sure that it works. I can also just push forward and solidify the bishop. Is that what I want to do here? Yes, we are going to just solidify the bishop. Yes, he can just kind of hit us, but I can just like take it, and then you lost another pawn. Okay, so he slides back over like so. But now I might start bringing the king. I can also force this. So I'm kind of liking the idea. Here, fork the pieces. We're stepping over. Should I spend more time? Okay, so I can also completely slide in like so. But then he attacks us. So what I'm thinking is here. You'd have to do something. I think this just wins. Because, like, yes, you have a move, like, trying to attack the bishop to dislodge my defender or something like this. But I'll just take the rook. The rooks are staring at each other. You would have to run back like this. But then I could even sacrifice with an attack on the rook. So if you do go to the only square that is not trading, I can, like, grab a pawn. Or grab a pawn like this and still attack you. And then I just come back. Or you take. Okay. So he is going for it. What is the better option here? I feel like these are the pawns where we want to have passed pawns. So if I take here, if he takes my rook, I just take his rook. He jumps in, or he jumps in. Either or, I think that I'm chilling, and I can even fork him if we do something like this. So I like the idea of this. If I take, and he tries to like run away, we just apply pressure. So I think that this discovery is going to work. Right? We go here, he goes here. That's enough small talk. We're going to go ahead and grab this. If he takes, we take, and then his pawn is on a dark square where I have a dark square bishop. And my king kind of has an easier access to this side, the important side of the board, than he does. So if he takes, I think he's almost just guaranteed to lose because I'm going to jump in and just immediately attack that pawn. And if he tries something else... Okay. Fairly certain we jump in. He can do something like so. We step up. He'll probably come with the king. I'll come with my king. He'll come with his king. Ooh, I actually get trapped in that line. Here. here, 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 here. And then am I really just trapped? Oof. Don't want to spend too much time on this. I can also straight up just push. I can threaten this dude immediately. Like threaten the knight. Once the knight goes here, then I come in. That might make sense. He's coming like so. He can jump like this. Here, here, here. Mine comes with check, I believe. And I can sacrifice. So if I push here, if he takes... What am I talking about? I can't push. His knight defends. So I need to bring this king. He comes here. Then I push. If he takes here, I take here. He takes here. What am I doing? We slide here to support this pawn push. Here, here, here. This sucks. How is his knight doing so well, bro? What am I supposed to play here? Bring the king. He attacks. I attack. He takes. Then I just... This sucks. He can immediately jump in and attack my pawn. Then I attack his pawn. But then he's defending it with his knight over here. Right? I think we step in, right? Here. If he takes, we take. He takes. I can't push. I'm screwed. I can go here. No. Here, here, here. It's not going to work. Here, here, here. He can jump back and attack this. Bro, is his knight really just going to mop me up? This is unbelievable. Because I can't push. Oh my god. We're just attacking this. I think I'm going to just straight up get mopped up. He can just step around like so. Like boom. So now he's attacking this. If I step here. We're doing it. Now it's time to bring his king. I'm going to step up like so. He brings his king. I step up. If he comes here, I just step in. Here, 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 here. He touches, but I'm stepping back. This gosh darn bishop better start being a little bit more fancy. We can go like so. And what do we do if he just wants to shuffle? I don't want a draw, bro. What if I go here? Check here. Let's do it. 18 seconds on the clock. We are straight up. We are straight up just gonna try and finagle this. I don't know if it's possible. And I can't make his king move actually either. But I don't want to draw. Not against a 15-36. Are you kidding me? We're playing into an endgame. Someone's blundering. And it's not me. I'm winning this gosh darn game for you guys. 35 seconds. We're going to see what it takes. Can I touch this guy and just get him not active? He goes here. If I step here, here, here. He can absolutely play this. We attack this pawn. Mm-hmm. Steps up. This, he just pushes, but then I push, then he pushes. Then I lock it down. We're gonna make him shuffle this dude real quick. He jumps here. What if I step up? I think we're going for it. Oh, man, I just can't lose on time. Now he's bringing the king. That's no fun. The knight is doing a great job of defending this. Bro, I'm stepping forward. I'm over it. You can go here. But I touch you. Here, 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 here. I might wiggle into the position, bro. 1 second. Check. Here. I could just take as well. Take. Take here. Take in. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Let go. Let go. Go ahead and give him some time. We step forward. We push the pawn. My heart is pounding. We're going to bring the king. All we got to make sure to not do is stalemate this dude. I mean, we're just going to push. He can go here. I don't know my king and pawn endgames the way that I should. I think we go here. He goes here. We push. He's going to have to step out. Here, here. And we chillin', my boy. We go. He has a legal move. He's got legal moves with his pawns. And we get it. And sometimes you got to just take a deep breath and say, I'm not letting a 1536 beat me. I had the bishop. The bishop had to be better. I think it was still a draw, but when he offered that trade right here, I realized that I was going to touch his pawn first. And I did not calculate this, but I did calculate I'm touching his pawn first, and that's generally a good thing for me because I can get behind it. He can't. I'm acting first. And normally if you can put your king somewhere first against the enemy king, it's good. Okay? And so we are actually going to check that with the computer, and I'll see you over there. I think I probably played like 90% accurate. Maybe more, actually. Maybe like 91%. We're going to see how he played. I'm going to check with the computer, and I will see you guys over there. And holy smokes, here we are in the analysis. And that end game was anything but accurate. There were so many ideas that both of us missed. And so the beginning, the opening, and the middle game were quite reasonable. And then the end game, when we both had like 25 seconds on the clock, we were just making moves. And so we get the Caro-Kann exchange. The moves are kind of interchangeable, but I like to bring this bishop simply because I know I'm going to push this pawn. So I just develop the bishop. I know my bishop is generally going to one of these squares, or we simply trade it off. And so the reason for that is because we're going to end up with a lot of pawns on light squares, so just getting rid of it, because he's going to have a lot of pawns on dark squares. So we simply trade that off because his light square bishop is going to be better than mine. We push the pawn. I know that it's going here anyway. I need to get my bishop developed. We go ahead and put my bishop here. Technically, I'm supposed to bring the knight first or put the bishop here was actually the best move, but it doesn't matter. Completely equal position. We bring this. Going ahead and putting my rook, one of the best moves. Best move, we defend the pawn. We set this up. We connect the rook, so that move kind of was forced. It made a lot of sense. This knight stepping back is a weird move because it gives me the opportunity to attack the queen and then kind of grab some space. And so we go ahead and we jump my knight into the middle of the board. It looks like it's a great move, but essentially it's just going to get traded off immediately. Then this pawn push is not the best move, but it hovers around equality because basically what's going to happen is I'm going to just stockpile on this pawn. So yes, after all this, I'm down a pawn, but I get my knight to a great square, and it's actually quite easy for me to just stockpile on his weakness. And so we go ahead, we trade the bishop for the knight. The computer says that's an inaccuracy or completely a mistake, but the reason that I won this game was because I got rid of that dark square bishop with my knight. So the computer doesn't like it, but from a human standpoint, it left me with the only dark square bishop on the board, and I knew that if we got into an endgame where we have outside pass pawns or whatever, we're making pass pawns on the opposite sides of the board, the bishop is going to be better. So my game plan changed here to, okay, let's figure out how we can win this pawn and then trade off the major pieces and just get left with the bishop versus the knight. And I figured I'd be able to win. So we go ahead and we do just that. We stockpile on this. Technically, I'm supposed to attack the rook. Whatever, we go for this. We trade, 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 trade. Now, we got rid of a lot of pieces right there. And we are essentially in an end game where I have the bishop and he has the knight. The rooks are equal and we're going to trade them off at some point. We push forward. My bishop is now just at a beautiful square in the middle of the board. We step over, and I do find all these tactics right here, where if the knight came in, we would force the trade like this. Now, he steps back, and I said, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, which pawn do we grab? The reason I grabbed this one is because I figured I was going to have a 2-on-1 where my bishop is defending the promotion square. That is straight up what I figured. However, taking here is better, because when he takes back, I take, and I'm very quick to attack this pawn. So he wants to go like this so that he can come here to defend his pawns. However, I can simply pin you, you go wherever, and then I just take. Then he takes, and it has massively simplified the position where I have a 3-on-2. So essentially, what I can do is I'm going to win this endgame every single time, because what we're going to do is make a pass pawn over here, use it as a decoy, push, 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 make his king come over here and grab it, and at the opportune time, I'm going to be one step ahead of him to grab these pawns and push here. And so long story short, if we can get a position where we get rid of all of these pawns, just get rid of all of these pawns, and just imagine his king here and my king here, I step over, he steps over, I step over, he steps over. I'm over here first. I grab, I push. So super easy. I picked eeny, meeny, miny, mo here. And then the other option is if I take, he takes, and I take. If he tries to play something like this, well, now I'm just basically going to win your pawn. Like, you have to bring your knight over here to defend like this, and now we still have the 3-on-2 situation where we're going to do the same exact thing, create an outside pass pawn, bring my king. And once I get my king here, I'm going to win this, you trade, and you lose. The way that I did it was simply not right, it was hard for me to calculate all that. I grab the wrong pawn. I'm still totally winning. We get the rook. The rooks are off the board. I attack the knight jumps in. All of a sudden, his knight is just attacking my pawns. He's still losing if I bring my king. I don't bring my king. I decide to attack the pawn, which doesn't really make any sense because he's going to take my pawn and defend it real quick. So I bring my king. Yet another mistake. I'm still doing quite all right if I just forget about what's going on over here and we focus on this side of the board. I bring the king. I bring the king. Another blunder. But if you look, I got 35 seconds. So I made that move with 31 seconds on the board. Don't hate myself. We step around. He touches me. I step around. He touches me. And I decide in this position, you know what? We're making a gosh darn YouTube video. I'm not accepting a draw from 1536. Bishop in the corner. Let's change the position and just fight on. He's got 1 minute. I've got 18 seconds. I've got the bishop. He's got the knight. It is a battle of wits. And so We touch the knight. If he would have jumped into the middle, all of a sudden, that knight became real powerful. My bishop is actually not doing a whole lot over here, and this was his opportunity to get the knight out without me simply trading it off. So, unfortunately, he steps over here. We repeat the position. He can still get his knight back into the game, but he doesn't see it. Now I'm covering that square from the knight. So the knight's options are to step back to the back rank of the board, which he doesn't really want to do. We shuffle around a little bit, and the reason it's a -3 is I could have forced this idea quicker, where he jumps in, I take, he takes, and say it was defended, I step over, and we get in this same Zugzwang situation where I'm touching his pawn, but he's going to lose. So I could have forced that sooner. Instead, we make a bunch of moves over here. I get checks. We go ahead and I'm figuring I can just keep my bishop on this very active diagonal. Check, forward, here, defend my pawn, and he jumps in here. And I'm not even really going to be I'm going to be honest with you here. I didn't really calculate everything here. All that I knew is I'm going to touch his pawn. He only has one square to defend it, and then I'm getting behind it. And I was just kind of hoping that it was good for me. Generally, if you can touch something first or you do something first with the king, it's good for you. And I basically just intuition was like, all right, this is the opportune moment. We trade off. We touch the pawn. He touches my pawn, but I was a step ahead. So then he's going to be a step behind. He has to step away. We grab. And then this is pretty much just a rudimentary. We step around. We force him off the back rank. We support the chair. We support the chair throne for our new queen. The king steps away. We make a queen. We checkmate the opponent king. Thank you so much for watching that game. It was an epic battle. I don't even know if I looked at the graph and everything, but we'll take a look at it now. Doing all right. Then once we get to like 30 seconds, I literally threw away my advantage 5 different times, but he also missed it 5 different times. So like, look, it's only a blunder if your opponent sees it. So blunders happened, but he did not see it. So it was like boom, boom. And literally right after I made the mistake, he didn't see it, and neither did I. So did it ever even really happen? Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video or learned something, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and it's a long, treacherous road. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking my video. In today's episode, we are facing an 1869 where we play c6, the easiest chess opening to learn for anybody. No matter what the white side plays, we play c6 with the black pieces without fail. And so what we need to be a little bit cautious of is this c4 pawn break, and we don't have a lot of great squares to develop this bishop, so what we're going to do is develop this knight so that we are able to develop this bishop, because before we were just hanging it by the queen in one move. A little bit simple, but essentially what we want is to get our bishop on the outside of this pawn chain and then close the pawn chain with all of our stuff going on, little pyramid like this. So most likely, okay, we're going to just step back, and we're going to maybe get hit again and trade off, regardless of if he takes or if we take. Sorry, I'm going to turn this music down a little bit. I got this Spanish stuff. I'm going to get copyright infringement issues on my channel. Okay, so I think we're going to step back and immediately take a look. Just immediately we're going to take a look at the bishop, because we don't want the knight coming and forcing us. I don't know. We don't want him hitting my bishop with tempo. So we're going to step back and have this confrontation on the board. And regardless of if he takes me or if I take him, so I'm going to just go ahead and take him, and we are going to stick with the script of now we're going to put all these pawns on light squares. We will literally have like almost every pawn. Of course, these ones are not, but we've got a lot of pawns on light squares. We got rid of the light square bishop, and I think it's more or less completely equal, and I can still develop my bishop with tempo if he does not castle. So I guess the only moves that he's really going to make are castle or put the bishop in the way. So now that this isn't a check, and it's an undefended square on the enemy's side of the board, I just don't see it being that great of an option. But we need to do something with this bishop. So there's 2 things that can happen. This pawn stuff can go down and a pin can come into play, or I can play the more active. Bishop is now looking at a square only defended by the king. Now to have like a hectic game of chess, we didn't even look at this guy's ratings. Let's just go ahead and waste some time. So 6 years ago, 1,000 games. So that is not a lot of chess that this man is playing. So he might play a lot on like chess.com or something, but he doesn't play bullet. He doesn't play blitz. He only plays rapid. His rapid rating is lower than mine. And 1,000 games over 6 years. I mean, if they're all rapid games, then okay, that's a considerable amount of chess. But I knock out like 1,000 bullet games in 6 months. Okay. I don't know if what I just said is correct. So this is my last non-developed piece, so I'm just going to go ahead and develop it. And yet again, yes, I'm wearing the tank top because I'm going to the gym directly after I make this video. That's right, your boy's shredded. I got some shorts of me like lifting some heavy weights. I'm going to try today at the gym. Okay, so he is afraid. I need a castle. Castling this way, because there's the open file, and he can kind of really force some stuff, I think we're just going to castle this way. I think that just, we're going to have a chill game of chess. So he's going for the middle. What I'm going to do is, I mean, his knight is coming to the middle. I can trade it, but then there's a fork. So I could scoot back with the bishop, but if I scoot back with the bishop, my queen can't get out. So I'm thinking about bringing the queen. He jumps in. Then I step back. And I think everything's going to work. And it kind of prevents him bringing the queen out here. Because the queen on b3 is generally a pretty decent square. This is kind of a good square for the queens, applying pressure to this pawn. I'm so bad at these arrows. And I just started a new job, so I'm working in finance now. This is going to be my first rapid game where I've made a video since work. And oh my goodness, the training is so hard. I feel like an idiot because there's just so many terms and computer programs that I don't know anything about. And so long story short, it's going to be a really good job, but it's a little bit stressful. So he wants to do this, a tempo winning on my queen to position his knight beautifully in the middle of the board, and I'll essentially have to trade it off like this. But we could just scoot my rook over, let him hit me. I scoot up. He jumps to the middle. We're just going to bring the rook. This is the semi-open file. I'm really gearing towards this pawn break. I probably should have played that before he plants his knight firmly on that square, preventing the pawn push. Then I'll have to like figure something out. But pushing this pawn is probably really beneficial for me. Him getting his knight there is also pretty beneficial. And my queen, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if my queen is good here or bad here. I guess I could just take with the bishop. But then where's this knight going realistically? I can't go here because of the queen. Stepping. It looks ugly. But now I can step back. This is actually... If I step back and he hits my queen, I step up. He then jumps in. I take, and we're chilling. Given my queen very, very scarce amount of squares to wiggle around over here. Don't like suffocating my queen. And he's got a piece on my side of the board, heavily defended by pawns. Really, like, moving this knight and pushing this pawn would be ideal. That's what we would actually want to do. He can even, like, step back, and when I take, the queen comes in. Or we can just leave the tension, because it is defended. But this is something that we need to address almost immediately. And then if this knight comes in, then he's just applying pressure. He's just absolutely applying pressure to me. Now, does that mean that he's going to win the game? The answer is absolutely no. Because what we're going to do is just keep playing. Keep playing. I like the idea of just take. But that opens up this file. So what if I take here and he comes through with a pawn? That also just hung this pawn with check. We take this with check. He doesn't have this, so he has to step over. So we take this with check. When you push a pawn, you got to think what it does. That pawn is defending this pawn in the middle of the board. So I can grab this pawn with check. He pretty much has to do one of those two. Either way, it doesn't really matter all that much. I can take with my knight. When he takes back, I take that. So I believe, pretty simple calculation, unless I'm just hanging something. Does he have... My queen is fragile. But luckily, this diagonal is not taken. If that diagonal got taken, I've still got escaping squares, but my queen is in the middle of the board on the enemy's side, literally surrounded by the enemy's pieces and my own pieces. So I don't have a lot of moves. I don't know if I should be taking so long to explain all this, but I'm pretty sure I can just take. And then he takes back, and then I take this, threatening checkmate. But he blocks. But then I can get out, and if he trades, so we're going to take. That's just no need to rush. No need to rush. Okay, small reason to rush. I spent an entire minute deciding on what I was going to do right there. I'm threatening checkmate. He can block it with his bishop. I can just step up. I can also step over and threaten a queen trade. We step over, threaten a queen trade. If he takes here, I just step up. If I go like this and he comes in, we're going to be chilling. Don't got to spend too long thinking about that. Now these guys are looking at each other and the queens are looking at each other. And because I'm up 2 pawns, I am just enamored with the idea of trading everything off in the position. He can shove this pawn forward, but we trade the queens first. Actually, this rook would probably take. So he can shove this forward, but then we take. He pushes the pawn. We take the queen. He takes back. And I can tempo on this bishop. The bishop's the only thing defending that pawn. So, I mean, if he steps back here, we just take him, and then we're going to, when he takes back, we're going to get this pawn attacking the knight. And potentially, I'll just be up 3 pawns. And sometimes that's all it takes, and really what it was. Okay, so it's not always the brightest idea to just go around trading pieces, but I think we're just going to do it in spirit of we're winning. Now, we are threatening this, so obviously he's going to take it back. I can just step forward. I can also take this. Will this maybe induce some more trades? If he takes for the knight, we just take. This is defended quite heavily, so I like the idea of taking here. My rooks aren't doing a whole lot, but now we have an open file is kind of the underlying reason. This rook is looking at nothing. If this pawn pushes forward, I jump over into the middle of the board. I can also temporarily step forward and threaten this queen trade. And I mean, to threaten the queen trade, I go here. He hits me, I can step back. He hits me, I go to the middle. Don't see a huge reason not to do this. And with 1 minute and 58, I'm sorry, but people that don't play bullet, you're at a severe, severe disadvantage. You should definitely practice playing just 0+2. Just play some games 0+2. And I promise you it's going to help you in all of your blitz and all of your rapid, because every blitz and rapid game essentially turns into... It essentially turns into a... Okay, I'm a little bit scared about this queen in the middle of the board. I mean, I can step back and attack it. I can also... No, if I do this, he's coming in. So I think what we're going to do here... Okay, what we need to be worried about is this. What do I play here? If I come like this, his rook comes in. And I can't really get in to save anything. So what if I play here? He plays here. I get into the position, but then he hits me with this, which is just no fun to play ever. And then the knight's hanging. So I think we're going to step back. I don't love this move, but we're playing it because we're really worried about this whole idea. And so the queen essentially has to go to this side of the board, or like into the middle of the board like that. We're going to go here. 52 seconds, but 4-second increment. So what I'm saying is I'm quite good at not blundering in low time. So I need to actually shut up and like win this game of chess because I'm up 2 pawns. So essentially if we trade these queens, I'm chilling. Okay. So don't love this move. Don't love this move, but we're going to figure out how to get out of here with my queen. And we just don't want... I know this is weakening my dark squares, but his knight is kind of far away and he doesn't have a bishop. So we're kind of chilling. If he comes here, I could potentially just jump in and attack the queen. He gets out of it with tempo. Now this guy is pinned, actually. I can jump over. Here, 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 here. We step back. Getting scared. Getting scared. I can now escape this way, which is that even what I want to do? I can also go here, protected. Boom. And then if he takes, I take. He takes, I take. We're chilling. Scary, scary. He's looking right at this. So this pawn, these squares are not defended. Just something to note in the position. You got it. The pawn is pinned to the king, so these squares don't work. So don't make a blunder. We step forward. Is that what needed to be played? Probably not, but that's what we're playing. Probably he wants to grab the open file. Here, 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 here. And I'm up 2 pawns, so it just makes me believe that I'm still winning that. I would like to do it in a way. My knight is essentially pinned, but does he really want to trade into a... I don't want to do that. That makes it way more complicated to win the game, that's for sure. I could even push and come over like this. I'm scared. That defended this, okay? That's the idea. Knight is not... We're stacking up. Very scary. If he sacrifices, I can take. He could play this, but what does that really accomplish? Not a whole lot. 21 seconds. The idea is basically double up these rooks. This is also another idea. Just simply capturing here. That's actually the next idea. Just capture here. Double the rooks. This is a new idea. What's he going to do? Something like this? I can also get into 7th rank. So scooting over here would maybe make sense. He's threatening this. I think we're just going to play this. This is covered. He is hanging on. You know what we need to do? We need to make that knight on the side of the board. It is defending this pawn and has been defending this pawn for a long time, so I need to play this. He's going for this. We're going for this. If he comes in, knight over here. This is defended. But now my knight sucks. That's almost guaranteed. Stepping forward, I'm not even sure what to think about that. Anything that this knight wants to do, my knight does block it, so we're just going to trade that off. With check. My rook on the 7th rank is powerful. We're going to just trade this. Force a rook trade. Doubled his pawns as well. No need to play incredibly fast, but we're going to step over. And he resign. Yeah, so what's going to happen here is basically I've got this 3-on-2. Deep breath. I told you the endgame was going to be fine. But look, he's got 3 pawn islands. So I've got a 4 on a terrible 3. And then I've got a solid 3 on a solid 2. So winning this rook endgame should kind of be easy peasy. Plus with 4-second increment, I'm getting this. Immediately he can come. So like, what's he going to do? Step here. I'm going to take... Man, my arrows are bad. He steps up. I take this pawn. He can attack here. Don't think that I really care. I'm just going to take this, and then I have a 2-on-0. Then what's he going to do? Come down here and attack this? I just push. He gets behind this. I push. And then I have 2 passed pawns against... You're done. You're absolutely done. And then at some point, I play this or this to make this trade happen, to step in, and then I can win this pawn. And I will show you guys in the analysis. But I'm amazing at chess. So let's go check this with the analysis and see if I'm actually amazing at chess or if I was making blunders the entire game. Let's find out. And here we are in the analysis. And unfortunately, I am not amazing at chess. We have the report cards and the graph tells a tale of I'm okay at chess at best. But I definitely made some mistakes that neither of us saw because they were not that complicated and we just completely missed them. So you guys probably saw it and we just did not. Now, in my defense, we did not have that much time when those moves were made. If we're looking here, the first one, we'll figure it out how much time I had when I made that blunder. The inaccuracies don't really matter. Whatever, very non-consequential. But the blunders definitely did matter. And his blunders are essentially all of them not seeing. So, like, I blundered the potential for him to be winning. And he blundered not taking that opportunity to be winning. So that's how that works when you have a jagged tooth. So let's scroll this up. Make sure everything's in screen. We're good to go. Boom, boom. C6. Best move ever. Then we develop the knight so that we can develop the bishop. Technically, I'm supposed to go for this. That's slightly better, but whatever. Everything's equal. Then we step back. Launch a pawn is really the best idea, but whatever. We go ahead. We get the pawn structure that I had been talking about all the first part of the game. So then we develop the bishop, we go ahead and develop a knight, and I'm supposed to prioritize this pawn break at some point. So best move, bringing the queen out, so I'm not terrible. We bring the rook, one of the best moves, and I'm supposed to just go for this pawn break. And now if you look at the position, like these guys are defending each other, so we're not super worried about this knight. We could potentially just get rid of it at any point. But literally my bishop, my knight, my queen, and my rook are telling me to push this pawn. So I was worried about getting hit with this. So what did I play? I'm stepping back because I'm worried about this knight. I wanted to step back so I can take, so this isn't a fork. That's what I was worried about. So we step back. Then, tactics all over the place, but either move is really still winning. You can play this and you're winning, or you can play this and you're winning, and just at the end of it, you're getting this with check and the other pawn. So it doesn't matter. They are, whatever you can call them. You can play either move. Exchangeable, interchangeable, that's the word. We take back. So this was really the moment of the game. This pawn has an important job of supporting these two center pawns. He pushes it, and now this guy is just hanging. So I'll show you for an example. You take like this. This guy is pinned, so he could not take like this because the queen is pinning it. So then I take this with check. He steps over, and then I win this pawn. Or I jump in with the knight. Either or is good to go. So we do this. We take the pawn with check. Then we take this. He has to take back. We win another pawn. We're threatening checkmate. He essentially has to block it with something. We step over, threatening the queen trade. We go ahead and trade off a piece, trade off a pawn. And so I've got a little bit of pressure going on. Like this pawn is the only thing defending this knight, which can kind of easily get pinned, and then the knight's not defended at all. I'm supposed to jump forward. That's a scary move to play. Just jump forward, but I mean, it starts threatening things. It's looking at the opponent's side of the board. Instead, I go for a queen trade. I step back, and this is where my blunders start to be made. So we're worried about this, okay? So what we're worried about is this. What we need to be worried about is this, okay? So I step back, and he got one of the rooks there, and now what he needed to do, after he hit my queen, I move over here. He needed to bring and just line up the triple bazooka down the open file. Like, if there's an open file in the position, I've got my knight essentially pinned to my rook. You put your rook. I don't know how we both missed this, but I didn't see it and he didn't see it. But that equalizes the position. If he was to play this, I have to defend my queen like this. If he takes, I take. He can't take here because then I take the rook and he can't come in, or I'm hitting him with this checkmate. So he just steps over, and it's just as bad. And now all of a sudden I'm defending. Bringing this back is what you're actually supposed to do. I step up, and more or less we have a completely equal position. So he's going to have to find that stepping back knight move to avoid the back rank checkmate. I don't think so. And I was going to have to push this pawn instead of this. I don't know what I would have played here. Taking is just terrible because then this happens and there's no... So this is defending my queen. This is actually kind of an in-depth move. This is defending my queen so that if he does take, I can take back. But more importantly, it's stepping up so that I can put my rook here, because I can't put two rooks behind this guy. There's no square underneath the board, underneath D right here. You can't see the mouth, but there's no extra square this way, okay? So I need to push this up so my rook can get there so we can defend it like this. We miss it. Miss it. We go back. Boom, boom. I'm going for a queen trade. And sometimes you can make blunders when you go for queen trades just over and over and over again. And so we're all missing it. What I'm supposed to prioritize here is step out of the way and just allow this. Just go into this endgame. I'm winning. I'm up 2 pawns. And so the reason that I did not want to do that is because I'm up 2 pawns, but I'm only up 1 point of material, and he has the 2 rooks versus my queen, and essentially the knights are equal. So yes, this pawn is weak, but this is harder to win than simply trading off evenly, because now I can never trade off these rooks. So we're going deep into an endgame where I need to checkmate you or promote another pawn, and it's far easier to play an endgame like that with 2 rooks, I would say, because I can never take them. And so I was supposed to go into that, but with 29 seconds and being a human, I think that, let's see, 5 minutes, we're good. I didn't want to trade into that. Like, I mean, just look at this position. Yes, I'm winning. Yes, I'm winning. With 29 seconds, I don't want to play this position against an opponent that has a decent amount of time and is decent at chess. And so none of that happens. None of that happens. And then the reason I avoided all of that, I mean, it would have made more sense to just go with the rook. Obviously, like, that's what he wants to do. And after that move, he's only slightly losing because it's only my king and my queen defending this. So essentially after this, I can't move the knight because then this is hanging with check and then I lose. So essentially this is pinned to that check and it's only defended by my king and my queen. So he can just take, and just trade off evenly like that. You can go boom, 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 boom. And then he has a situation where he has the queen against my 2 rooks. I don't know. I don't know what he was supposed to play. So we step up. Now we are defending this so the knight is no longer pinned because we don't want to get checkmated here. So that's my rook protecting my 7th rank. Then here, this pawn is just hanging. It is just straight up hanging. I can just take that with my queen. But didn't see it, so I moved the knight. This is now defended. That was the whole reason of putting the rook there. My rook is attacked by this knight, so I jump into the 7th rank. That is just a beautiful, beautiful square. I'm also sort of attacking this. It's like it's kind of pinned in a way. Like if he goes this way, I'm just getting him a checkmate. But if he goes this way, then he obviously is blocking that checkmate because now the rook sees this square. He jumps here. We take. He takes. I take. He takes. I'm supposed to just grab this pawn, but you know what? I have the opportunity to guarantee a rook trade and then get that pawn. So that's what I'm doing. And then here in this endgame, we don't really need to go through it. He's going to step up. I'm going to grab this pawn. If he attacks, this is the better move to attack this pawn. I just start pushing. You take. I just start pushing. You get behind it. I believe I just push this one, or I just take your pawn. Okay. And then I have, like I was explaining at the end of the video, a lot of different moves could have happened here. I guess what I saw was attack this one, but we just don't care. You just don't care because now we've got these guys. And then, like, what are you doing? Come on, bro. What do you cannot stop these 2 passed pawns. It's just impossible. And then even if the king does get all the way over here to trade off or whatever, then I've got a 4-on-3, and your 4-on-3 sucks. So I can literally just, like, push this. You have to take, and then I'm in. And I'm touching this. I come over here. I'm touching this. So I win this endgame every single time. The moment that both of us missed was all of this. Triple up. Triple up. And then it's a hard to play position. This was the main thing. And then even here, I needed to realize, like, I can't take this or the rook gets in. And then there's 2 attackers on my knight. And there's no way to add a defender. So I only have 1 defender. So I would really have had to have found this pawn push move. And I'm not convinced I would. Take. And he can't take here. So, like, it's a complicated position. Take. And he cannot take here because I'll take back. And I just get it for free. You traded your rook for my knight, but he cannot play this because I hit him with his back rank check. So I'll just show you. Boom, boom, boom. Checkmate. Thank you so much for watching. I don't know how long that video was. 20 minutes? 30 minutes? I think it was perfect. Good chess lesson for everything. I made some blunders. I made some inaccuracies. But you know what? In the end, confidence and just playing direct gets you the win. So thank you so much for watching. It was a pleasure playing. And I'll look forward to seeing you in another one. I'm going to put another video here that you can watch. The most aggressive chess opening in chess. It's a dope game. You should watch it. It's like I sacrifice pieces. It's not like this one where I go up pawns and win an endgame. It's like opposite side castle, bum, 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 bum. So either way, please subscribe. I love you. I'll see you guys in the next one, and I'm going to go to the gym. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another educational and epic game of chess where we play c6 no matter what. Today we're playing a casual game where we are going to transition into the Caro-Kann. One of the reasons that I always play c6 is, if we look at the structure right now, I don't want to take too long explaining, but this is the Caro-Kann, although it started with d4 instead of e4. And so that's one of the reasons that I like playing c6 no matter what. There is a small % chance where we're just going to accept this. He wants like a super lead in development. It's like, bro, now you're down a pawn. So you're going to have to prove how sacrificing that pawn was actually a good idea. And I can almost guarantee you it wasn't a good idea. Because, like, yes, he does. Check this out. He's going to have 4 pieces developed essentially immediately. I would have been slightly more active here. I think we just go ahead and push. This guy is pinned. I mean, we just scoot back, right? I could just trade, but then he gets to bring his queen out, and I basically traded my bishop for this guy for no good reason. And we're into a game of chess right now. Again, he makes a move that's not super powerful or anything. I guess I'm slightly worried about all of this. I could just jump my knight to the middle. And then I'm essentially attacking this, so he has to trade something off. But you know what? Basic chess principles. Develop another piece before you move the same piece twice. So I already moved this knight once. I would rather develop another piece than move this knight twice. Because if you look at this, he has his 3rd rank stacked with pieces. And so I think I can develop my queen with a little bit of tempo and also laterally defend this again. I feel like this seems to make sense. I guess it's not really with tempo, but my queen is over here. He might waste the move and scoot the king over, even though the knight does defend this. Yes. So the knight already defended that pawn, but essentially, because he has this huge lead in development, I could go ahead and pin this and castle this side, but he's got really easy ideas to advance his everything. So we're going to just same side castle, I believe. I think that seems to make sense. This diagonal kind of sucks, so I got to bring my bishop out here to protect this diagonal, because this is a huge, open, weak diagonal for my king, because I went ahead and have pushed the c pawn. So I might have to waste a move on stepping on over, but I'm still up a pawn. So yet again, we're in this situation where he's going to have to really prove to me that giving up that pawn for the lead in development is what he needed. And what he was supposed to do, I don't want to critique him yet because we're still in the middle of the game or whatever and I haven't won, but when you sacrifice a pawn for activity, you need to be active. And putting your pieces on the third rank on your side of the board is not super active. He needed to be trying to advance stuff forward, okay? Because now, more or less, you know, I'm one move away from being essentially equaled in development. Okay, so he's got some ideas of all this. What if I just jump in? Ooh, what if I jump in like this? And then if take, take. Or I could take this way and maybe that slightly defends me a little bit. What's better here? Well, I'm getting the sense that I'm going to get attacked on this side of the board. So I kind of like the idea of bringing this knight. And it kind of forces a trade. Like if he doesn't take me, I'm going to take him. So essentially this is like forcing a trade. You can move back, but then I'm just going to get rid of your dark square bishop. So essentially he has to take. In which case, I might bring my pawn over here, where it will sort of aid in another layer of defense. I could even take with the queen. That's kind of interesting, and it blockades this pawn for a second. I mean, taking like this really opens my king up. That's kind of asking for it. And whenever this pawn moves, I mean, okay, we've got options. What am I supposed to do here? What's the correct move? I like taking here. I like taking here. Although it cuts this off. Taking with the queen maintains the defense of my bishop. And what if I take with the queen? Does he just come through and just bop me on the head? Don't know if I love that. I'm going to take like this. This guy is now undefended. We will scoot back. I'm not even going to think about it. Obviously, we had to do that. He takes. And which is more correct here? If I take here, I get the open H file attacking this pawn. Not sure that that's really all that great. I kind of like the idea of just taking here. We're going to go for this. His knight can get in and immediately threaten this fork, which kind of sucks. I think potentially we just scoot this forward and we take away the general idea. Here's a few different reasons. I want to defend this square and I want to be able to put a rook here. So we're going to do it. Maybe this would have made more sense actually, because he could grab this diagonal and then my king is kind of cut off. And my queen is now not doing anything by herself over here. So I should probably figure out a way to like get back into the action. And I would be a lot happier if I was able to just like boop, boop, and my king was over here. If my king was all of a sudden on this square, I feel very safe because the knight is really far away from being able to attack me. It's a dark square bishop, so basically this diagonal is what we need to be worried about. I mean, essentially, I don't think that this can be a bad move. We just put our rook on the same file as the queen. Do I step over now? I was mentioning how much I liked that. I I think stepping over. I'm not sure if that's actually super accurate or what. Also, my knight is kind of stopping this knight. So what am I supposed to do? Maybe I bring my other rook here. You know what? I think I kind of like this, and then I could even bring my knight back here and like force a big trade over here. We're gonna just go for it. The knight could come in. The knight could come in. And I don't... Okay, immediately that is what is going on in the position. If we do see that, though, I can jump in. And then if take... Okay, so we're just not going to allow that. Just plain and simple. We're not going to allow that. You don't really want to be making retreating moves. What if I just bring my queen here? Then I take with a pawn? I mean, then I'm defending it? What do you guys think? These are always like the hardest parts of chess. What about like infiltrating like this? Does that make any sense? It is a retreating move, but it's a retreating move with the idea of getting my queen onto this square. Just as crazy how easily the queen can just like get over there and pressure stuff on this side of the board. We're doing it. We're doing it. This pawn push, are we scared of it? I'm not 100% sure. But we take away this diagonal. We were maintaining it with my queen. I absolutely hate this knight because it's basically making my knight do the defending. This would be really nice. Just get rid of this. And he could like step back with the idea of bringing this. Okay, so he attacks the pawn. This gets a little bit scary. If I step over, then I'm putting my king in the same diagonal. I could also attack. Like, boom. Defend this like that. Boom, 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 boom. Then we're in just a gnarly endgame where I think it's more or less even. This might coax a little queen trade, but that greatly weakens my position. If I just step over, if we see something like this, I mean, we take. If I take, then he takes back, and then I have time to step over one more time. Then he hits my queen. You know what? This might make more sense. I think it'll offer a potential queen trade and greatly weaken my position. But the reason that I'm willing to do this move and like greatly weaken my position is if we see this, then okay, but it pushed his queen back. Now we're a little bit worried about all of this. So let's just bring the king. Let's just take the time to just scoot the king up. That was kind of the whole idea. We've got like a more or less secure position on this side. My king is a little bit safer. Slowly advancing, I would say. Like we got some pawns moving forward. But we still got a lot of chess left to play. This is by no means over. Okay, making another weird queen move. I mean, we can't push this yet. Push a pawn. When in doubt, I don't know what to do. I want to trade something. I want to trade something. And, like, this is my extra pawn, essentially. Or this one, however you want to look at it. One of these pawns are my extra pawns. And so, 3 minutes. 3 minutes to show my opponent. That opening, you got to be really sure when you sacrifice a pawn for activity. You got to be, like, an active type player. And I just don't feel like, I mean, like, if we look at this position, nothing is on my side of the board. And I also have nothing on his side of the board. I also didn't check our opponent's ability. So it looks like he doesn't play bullet. He's pretty good at blitz. He's far better at blitz than me. I think my blitz rating is like 1700 or 1800. And yeah, so he's pretty good at rapid. Pretty good at blitz. So I think getting low on the clock is not really in my favor at all. Sometimes it's like an advantage. I'm thinking of doubling up. I literally don't know what to do. This was the idea, right? We come in here. We're attacking this pawn. We kind of add some pressure. We pin the knight. We're doing it. We're doing it. That was the whole idea of doing this little queen reroute. Now I've got a piece on his side of the board. It is my queen. Is my queen too far advanced on the opponent's side of the board? Am I just going to get rattled around and potentially captured? Or just ejected? But I am attacking this pawn. And if I grab that pawn, I'm probably going to grab this pawn. And if I grab both of these pawns, then all of a sudden, I've got a 3 on nothing, and my chances of winning skyrocket. So this pawn is actually very important, because it's the defender of this pawn, and these two pawns together are stopping this from happening. Fairly certain we're going to have to trade the queens here. I don't even want to spend any time thinking about this. We're going to trade the queens here. He has to step back. We then trade a rook, correct? We're still playing defense of this knight. This knight wants to go to these same two squares. All of a sudden, this is never going to get attacked by the queen anymore because the queen is gone. If I step over like this, I mean, I feel like that's what we have to do. Here, here, here. I think we're just going to go for it. I'm still a pawn up, so essentially if we can trade the rooks and go into a bishop and knight endgame, I think my chances suddenly are a little bit better. Okay. We can give him a passed pawn that necessarily won't be easy to take or hard to take. I don't know what to think about that. If he jumps in, not even going to question it. Same here. If he goes here, we are just going to take it. I think potentially we go here. Oh my god, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Definitely should be playing faster. I can make a passed pawn essentially over here. He would push forward. Maybe I push here, then push here, then push here. Like boom, 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 boom. And then I can make a passed pawn on this side of the board. That's my new plan. King over here. Passed pawn and bring a king. Okay. That threatens this. Once he gets there, I need to defend this pawn like this. He can eject me like that. Here, here, into the position. He steps back. How do I defend that? Here, here, and then I can move it forward. Let's do that. He jumps in, attacking this, but then I push it forward. Then maybe like go like this and just have like a rock solid position over here. Okay, he steps back. We're going to do this. That was probably stupid. I needed to be like creating a passed pawn over here, and I totally didn't. I want to bring my king. I could potentially go like this as well. Scoot up real quick. And I'm just afraid of his knight moving forward, is the truth. We're going to go here, allow this check, step over here. Yep, yep. And I'm gonna go for this. Boom, boom, is the game plan. Potentially we trade this bishop off. I don't really think he wants to allow that. 37 seconds. He might try and flag me. Okay, we're going to trade off a piece. Still, his knight is not getting in. I think I can go for it. Okay, he can push, but then I make a passed pawn. But then he steps forward. I step over. Here, here. Then he would get a passed pawn. I think I need to play this. We make a passed pawn. check here. This with check, and we go for this. You can also go for this, but then I trade it. 22 seconds. Force the knight trade. We get rid of this. He has to stay defending that. We scoot into the position, and then we just win the game. He could probably resign here. That was a tense moment. We're going to grab this. He can't defend this. We're going to grab this, and we're pushing this pawn. I mean, we don't want him grabbing that, so we're going to make a queen. I should have checked about these stalemates. I don't know what to do. Trade this. I mean... No! My heart is beating so fast. I hate chess. I absolutely hate chess. I have no excuse for this. No excuse. Skip to the end. I don't know how much time I had left here, but what I needed to do... It's just... When you have so many pawns, we trade this. Okay. Okay. How did I not pre-move this? Boom, boom. 2 moves away. And we're going to do a little check the accuracy. I mean, you can't win them all, but dude, I have no excuse. No excuse for that endgame there. Absolutely not. And essentially what won me the game was literally staying equal until this endgame. This move right here where I got an extra pawn, we just played a game of chess and just equally traded everything. Like if we look at this game of chess, it's like, let's see, we trade the knights equally, we trade the bishops equally. More moves. We trade the queens evenly, we trade the rooks evenly, we trade the rooks evenly. We trade the bishops evenly. And then finally, we rush in here and we trade the knights evenly. And what on earth am I doing losing this position? You can essentially pre-move like boom, 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 cut him off and checkmate. And how did I not do that? I should be able to absolutely do that. I'm so sad. But either way, I think that I played that probably like, I didn't make any blunders at all. I think probably like 95 or 96% accurate. I would have to assume. So we're going to check it with the computer. I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And I am absolutely horrible at chess. I had 17 seconds to win that endgame. And if we just get rid of this, we can watch it in real time and just see. Where do we do this? Real time. Like, bro, what am I doing? What am I doing? He's pre-moving, of course. This is a little complicated because, like, how do I move forward? So we scoot the king over. We push the pawn. We now are cutting him off. And, bro, these last pre-moves. Bring the king, bro. What am I doing? Pre-move that. Okay. Pre-move that. Pre-move that. I don't know how I didn't do that. That sucks so bad. Chess is horrible. I should have played with 1 second increment. But, or just played faster. I don't know how I threw that away. 9 inaccuracies by our opponent. 1 mistake, 2 blunders, 87% accurate. The graph shows a tale of I knew what I was doing, essentially. And I played 91% accurate. So I said I played a little bit more accurate than I thought. The reason is because I played a blunder that threw it away to a draw, but it was a very difficult draw for our opponent to find. So it makes sense that that's a blunder. And then even the other blunder was not that bad. I'm still winning after the first blunder. So let's fly back to the beginning. And so like I said, in this opening, you have to be gosh darn sure that you are going to be active. And so if we check the computer here, I'm just going to develop my pieces. Okay. Okay. I potentially like this better or attack my piece. But what I was trying to say is he didn't get super active with his pieces. So now he's just slightly losing. Like, yes, he has a lot of pieces developed. He's castled way before me, but he doesn't have an attack. Like, he doesn't have a great way to put any of his pieces on my side of the board. He can't move this knight because the queen. And if he does anything else, I'm pretty much just going to take. Like, and I don't, anything that comes to my side of the board, I will immediately exterminate it. And so we castle a blunder by me, or an inaccuracy, another inaccuracy, but for the sake of trading off pieces, we scoot the bishops back, trade, get the bishop involved, line up the rook on the rook. So we got this open file held down. If anything bad happens, essentially, we're just going to trade off at any point. And so he's just a minus 1.4 for our opponent. And that's simply because he gave up the pawn. Like, we are playing a completely even, equal game, but I have one of these extra pawns. So I know, essentially, if I just trade everything off, I'm going to be able to win the endgame or lose on time. Now, this is my blunder. The whole idea of scooting my queen back to get active was the correct idea. And I changed plans because his queen got a little active. I'm supposed to ignore it. Just ignore it and just allow him to take. That's quite scary. So I go ahead and do this because I liked the idea of trading off the queens, and I felt that I was going to be able to win that endgame if this were to happen. If all this were to happen, he's still a minus one advantage essentially, but I felt like I was going to be able to win this. So that's what I was going for. So yes, it weakens my king, but whatever. We scoot the king up and then make a couple pawn moves, and eventually I find the correct move where I still have an exactly +1 advantage for me, or -1 for him, however you want to look at it. We trade the queens, the knight steps back, we trade a rook, and we're just going into a more or less even game. Now this, I could have just pinned the knight, which makes sense. Then you'd have to bring the king, but I would be able to bring my king, avoiding these checks. So I'd probably come here and then move my knight and then scoot in like this, away from the knight checks. And yeah, I didn't see it. So I pushed here. I figured he would jump in and attack, and then I would push forward or something like that. We've got a nice little structure over here, and we start bringing the king. We get hit with a check. We evenly trade the bishops. And this was the draw for our opponent that he needed to see, because he can give this up if I trade, okay? It's somewhere in this position. What looks scary is maybe I'll be able to like do some stuff on this side of the board, but essentially my king is never going to get in on this side of the board, and his king is closer to assisting over here. So any nonsense that happens with these pawns on this side of the board, his king is just way faster to assist in all of it. And even if, let's just make some moves, even if I'm to play this, trying to have a pawn break and get through, because my pawns are doubled, he doesn't have to take. If he takes, then I'm completely winning. If you see, actually, he's winning this position now because his king is going to get in. And forget about this side of the board. I was just making moves. Essentially, if I try and do this, he doesn't have to take. And if I take back, his pawn will just recapture. And we have the same exact situation where my king can never get in no matter what I do. None of, like, this whole line is blocked by either he is attacking it or my pawns are blocking it. Maybe that's an easier way to show it. So we scoot back. We trade the stuff off. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going for this pawn break, and I'm completely winning now. What he needed to realize is he didn't need to take. He can jump forward with the knight. This is the exact position that happened in the game. He could jump forward, and everything that I just showed. Like, if I take, he just takes with the pawn, and it cuts off these two squares, and I'm never getting in. I'm never getting in. He didn't see it, and he did take. Now I can make a passed pawn. So we bring the king. We make the passed pawn. We bring the knight. We get in here with check, and now I'm just completely winning. I could have taken a pawn as well, but I think it's better to just get rid of his last active piece with 20 seconds on the clock. We step in. I think I even could have, like, potentially tried to... Am I stupid? He's got to make a move. Okay, so he's in Zugzwang, and you would have to go over here. So I could have just invested in this passed pawn. Why did I sacrifice it? I took forever to analyze that. I basically figured that I don't know my king and pawn endgames, and I thought that this was unstoppable. So the difference with that is he's still got pawns left on the board. So I forgot that if he has legal moves in the position, this will turn into a queen. Or I will turn something else into a queen. So I think that was the difference. We take, and we push. And it's like, bro, I had 13 seconds on the clock. Why am I taking 1 second to move? I was worried about some stalemates here. Okay, we step away. We're trading off his last piece. And bro, 4 seconds. What did I spend? I spent like 2 seconds on each move here. 2 seconds on each move. I was just so scared of my pawns cutting off so many. The king is like restricted, and I was worried about that. So rough. So rough. And then even here, I could have done it faster and realized we've got unstoppable checkmate coming in. But you know what? It's easier to do this type of checkmate for me. I'm so sad. 1 second on the clock. Should have pre-moved this 1,000 times. For one, king closer. Why am I moving here? My next move is to scoot over anyway. It's hard to watch. It's hard to look at. That was a 8-minute analysis. I hope we grabbed everything from it. Dude sacrificed a pawn in the opening and did not attack me. Basically, if you're down a pawn like that, you gotta attack. And so if you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers in a reasonable amount of time. And then hopefully I will get some better games in the future. I should not be losing on time. At least it was a draw, but it feels like a loss. That was more of a loss than just a downright losing a game. So either way, thank you so much for watching. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next video. Until next time. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is what we always do, somewhat faster, because normally we do a rapid game. Today we are not doing a rapid game, we're doing a 3+5. And so what we're going to do is just try to put the pressure on this guy, okay? I would like to play as aggressive as possible, but I'm playing with the black pieces and we have a not super aggressive structure going on. So we're going to have to step back. Bishop was attacked. We don't want the bishop. He's going to push here because, okay, we're going to just trade this off because that bishop was kind of a liability. And we're going to go for this pawn break so we have a natural development square for my knight. We are then going to put the knight on that natural development square. And we need to develop this last piece. So he doesn't need to trade. If he does, it's really not terrible for anybody. But I think we're going to trade the rooks because we pretty much got to do that. And now we are in more or less of a little bit of a situation. We can't go here because it hangs the bishop. We can step back, but then he can take here. If I take this first, he's going to give us a check. We can only block it like this, and then he takes, and I have to step out, and then he gets this. So I'm in a little bit of a problem. Stepping back like this really is going to just walk into issues here. But I could step up or step over. You know what? I think we can step over. Then the queen comes. But we're going to take this time to just step up. Defend like so. He has 2 attackers, but we also have 2 defenders. So I'm a little bit weary about capturing this bishop and just letting his knight arrive to the party. This is hanging. So I think we can take this first, then step over. I mean, he could grab this first, but then I could save my dude. I can jump forward, but then he can grab this, his queen comes back here, I give a check, he steps up. Don't love it, to be honest with you. This pawn is hanging, and that is the issue. That is what I'm trying to figure out right now. I can step over, but then he just captures this pawn. So being aggressive as possible did not really work out in my favor. If anything, he's the one pressuring me. What if we step back with the knight? We take this first. No, we can't do that. We take here, let him grab this, then we grab here. It's the best idea that I've got. He can grab this, but then I grab the knight. I'm really not sure what I'm supposed to be playing here. And I've got 2 minutes on the clock. At some point I can step back. I'm still thinking about trying to play something like this. Actually, we can play this, and then we're pinning this knight. So he could grab this. But I think that I just untangled. I'm also attacking this pawn. And I have checks. So this knight is pinned for the moment being. So he grabs this. For one, I can grab this with check first. So that's just important to note. I don't want to take and then let him play some nonsense. So we're going to play this check first. Maybe I should have saved that. Then we play this. And then there's really a lot of different things we can do. Anything on the back rank is checkmate. So I can take this, guarding this, and if he takes here, then this is just simply checkmate. So we're going to take here, defending this pawn from check. He can't take this tactically because there's the checkmate. He can go ahead and push a pawn forward, yes. But I think I'm just going to push this forward. And I'm ready to kind of give this check. He would have to step forward. Then I can give this check. Dude having all this time in the world didn't really do him so much good. This just wins the knight straight up. So check here, we win the knight. I could even give a check here and then win this. But then he gets in with a check. I step back. He could chase us, but I block with the knight. He checks here, but it's guarded. Okay, so we're going to go for it. We're going to grab the knight. We're going to grab the knight. The pawn is defended. Yes, there's this check. Stepping this way walks into this check, but I can block here. So we're going to lose some pawns and stuff. But what if I step this way? Does blocking with the knight guard my pawn? He's got this, but I can slide all the way back. We step over. That hung this pawn. Yes. Then there's more checks to deal with. Gosh darn it. What is the way to escape from this nonsense? Well, he's got this, and that's checkmate, so that's something kind of scary to look at. What should I do? Here, allow the check. That kind of hangs the pawn. What if I just step back? He plays this, I play this, he plays this. So that's not going to work. So I'm thinking we're going to allow this check. We step back. He can play this, but we're getting ready to run. There's no more back rank checks over there. We've got this. Everything is held by the queen. And we just force a queen trade. Immediately we force a queen trade. He can go for it, but pretty much at this point it's a wrap. So this is a passed pawn, and he's going to have to deal with that. I don't know if I'm in a huge rush. I think I could, like... What should I do? Here. Here, here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm grabbing the wrong piece. What we're doing is this. And going for this pawn. I think I'm gonna... He's gonna have to go for this eventually. I mean, I've got all the time in the world to figure this out. I could maybe just, like, straight up invest in this guy. Like, he can get in the way of it. We just come over here. We're gonna attack this pawn. He can push, but I take. He push, but he's completely lost. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. He realized it just as I did. He can't push any pawns. He can't do anything. That's a wrap. So 8 minutes. Thank you so much. Let's check it with the computer real quick and just see how accurate this was. And let me see. There we are. And we're in the analysis. So I didn't know that I could do that while recording. I would always make 2 videos. So I'm probably going to start doing it just in 1 video and then cutting out that little black section in the middle. And is my audio good? Looks like we're chilling. Let's see. I was really getting pressurized in the middle. So Caro Kann, bada boom, bada bing. Not a Caro Kann. What am I talking about? I'm so used to playing a Caro Kann. We trade this off. We're good. Pushing the pawn was better. Oof, I always forget to play moves like this. Okay, I could have also shut the door on the queen, because the queen being on this diagonal did prove to be a problem. So that's a blunder. I can also still plug the hole with my knight. Didn't go for it. Instead, we traded these pieces without even thinking. We step back with the knight. We get pinned. Step up with the king. And really, what I thought was going to happen here was some sort of nonsense where it's like take, 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 and like just this. What am I really supposed to do? He can take here, and I step forward. It's like, bro, my king is my most advanced piece. So I saw that briefly in the game, and luckily it didn't happen. So I traded that off to get away from these ideas. But now he's got his two most powerful pieces over here on the side of the board, and it's back to equality. So I just got really lucky here that he went for that. And it looks like this is what you want to do. But essentially, if I plug the hole and your pieces aren't getting in, then this is literally like all of your material. Like, these knights aren't doing anything. This is all of your material held up by a knight and a pawn, essentially. So we trade, and now we get in, and all of a sudden we're winning. Bada boom, bada bing. He captures. Best move. Check it out. Computer says it. Okay. Either way. Either one was fine. You know what I mean? I don't think that was a situation where it really mattered all that much. And then, simple fork. Boom, boom. You always got to look like, come on, bro. You got to look for forks. I guess it's kind of hard to see, but obviously I'm giving one of these checks. So you always got to check, like, what are the diagonals coming from those checks. So boom, we grab this. And then essentially I just knew that I was going to get hit with a bunch of checks. But I'm doing the little cocoon. Like, yes, he got a pawn, but realistically, like, come on. He couldn't keep checking me. And everything is actually quite guarded. So this pawn is guarded. When my queen is here, both pawns are guarded. So all I need to do is just stop getting checked, and I'm going to be able to make advancements forward. Right here, the easiest thing to do is force a check. Force a queen trade with a check, I should say. He steps back or whatever. It doesn't matter. We're trading the queens. And then in this endgame, essentially my game plan is my knight is going to deal with these guys, and your king has to deal with these guys. And my knight is quite capable of jumping in and grabbing this and jumping over here and grabbing this. And just my knight can mop up all of these guys because my pawns definitely stop some stuff. So thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is playing a 1945, where I'm going to make the strong effort to castle opposite and attack, because pretty much every game of chess that I win is because I castle on the same side, and I just play an equal opening and middle game, and then I win in the end game. That is like literally how I win chess, and I want to try and foster my ability to attack. And so I know this line quite well, actually. The best move is for him to push his pawn, in which case we push this pawn. If he kicks us out, we have this idea of stepping back and jumping to the middle. By the way, we're playing a casual 5+3. And a quick update on my channel. I scheduled a whole bunch of shorts because people like to watch shorts more than they like to watch long videos. That's just the facts. Or they're short, so people have more time to watch them. But I just reached 700 subscribers, so that is a huge milestone for me. I think I'm going to need to develop this guy one way or another, or this guy one way or another. So let's just go ahead and do it. I'm not sure that it makes a huge difference. And there can be some forking ideas. So most likely he'll develop this bishop here, and then I develop my bishop here. If his knight jumps to the middle, I mean, we can take it immediately. So he'll probably develop this guy. And in such a situation, if the bishop is here and the knight is here and he captures, I hit him with the fork. So there's a couple of tactics involved in all of that. Okay, buddy. You want to just destabilize my center like that? I think that I'm going to just go ahead and defend that with a knight. He can kick my knight out now. Now that I have developed this knight, I took away my retreating square for the other knight. So I'm going to have to step back here, and this knight is going to have to go on a spiritual journey to get back into the game. And unfortunately, I can't capture here because there's two things attacking it. So we have to play this move here. He can launch another pawn, and he's really trying to push the no, he can't launch this pawn. What am I talking about? It is covered by literally everything in the position. Okay. It's looking like we got to take another step back. So I was really hoping to attack this young man, and it's just not working out that way. And it seems like he has really no huge interest in castling. So we are going to step forward. My bishop is now a great pawn in the middle of the board instead of a bishop. He can still just develop his quite naturally and castle this way. And so I have the inkling he's going to go this way. In which case, I will make an effort to castle this way and launch the pawns that way. But I'm not sure it's really going to work out for me, to be completely honest with you, because this isn't necessarily a hook. And if you see, every single one of my pieces is on this side of the board. This walks directly into this knight, bonking me on the head, and takes away this. If I go here, we're kind of maybe walking into the same exact idea, so I think I need to take the time to step back with my knight, defending this knight advancement. He can still jump in over here and attack this guy. This knight is kind of a headache. Essentially what you want to do in a lot of these open Sicilian lines is trade off your knight for this knight, because your knight sucks, as you can see, and his knight is awesome, like just applying pressure everywhere. And he's got a pretty straight up idea, here, and deflect at least one of my defenders of this guy. But I think we're ready to jump forward. I still really want to play this move and castle, and then have an attacking game of chess. Let's give this guy's profile a quick gander. So he doesn't play bullet. He's really good at blitz. Oh, dear lord. 1945. I think I'm like 1900, if that. Oh, we're playing blitz. Yeah, I'm 1906. But I play a lot of casual, so my rating generally stays the same. Quick advice to you guys, if you play chess, I would play on Lee chess and play casual, because the people aren't going to cheat. Like, the chances that you face a cheater are, like, very slim. Okay. I feel like I need to push this pawn anyway. I mean, like, this pawn just belonged there. And now we're going to jump forward. And so if he captures with the knight, there is this fork. So now my knight is actually beautifully stationed. And if he takes with the bishop, I'm actually still quite happy with that. It kind of opened this diagonal. And if not, I can grab the dark square bishop in one move. And then I got rid of my knight for a bishop. Seems like a good thing for me. And not only that, if I get rid of this dark square bishop, this is a pawn on a dark square, and I kind of control the light squares. I actually quite like my position. I quite like the time differential as well. This guy is not doing so well on the clock. The queen coming out here, I mean, it's covered temporarily, but it's not going to be covered forever. And so he's going to have some cheeky ideas on this side of the board at some point. So, like, simply if he captures and brings the queen out, then there we go. I can't castle this way. He's applying pressure here. Pushing this pawn becomes more in the realms of possibilities. What on earth did that accomplish? I still need to move my queen. I don't actually need to take this guy. Is there any sort of insane tactics that I should be aware of? I mean, this knight is beautifully placed. I don't really like just getting rid of him. So we're going to take a little step up. He's got this check. Oh, dear lord. I should have taken the bishop. He's got this check. Aye. And then what do? Step over? Should have taken the bishop when I had the chance. Now he's going to give me this check. I can't block because there is take over. But I'm attacking the knight. Yes. So let's calculate this real quick. I think that it doesn't work. Here. And if he takes with check, I step over. He would step back with the knight, and then I take. Then he brings the rook to the party. Tad bit egregious that I just made that blunder. I literally had the opportunity. Okay, so he wants to just completely knock me off the board. We might have to play this. With 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, this bishop cutting off this diagonal is not something that I can allow. And if I take and the queen comes in, I mean, I can do the same exact idea with the queen. He could step up and guard here, but then I can step in. And then maybe I just step up with the king, actually. Okay. So he literally came in and gave me a little tickle, and now I can't castle. So that's awesome. I can go ahead and take this bishop, but look how many pawns he has on dark squares. I'm not convinced that taking that bishop is something that I really need to be doing. So what if I step up and bring the rook? Because he's contemplating this. That's what this guy really wants to do. I can also jump forward with this knight, but then he jumps in and attacks my queen. So we're not going to do that. This, attacking the knight. The knight goes back. I take the bishop at that point. You step over, I step up. I think playing this might make sense now. And it's quite scary if I do this. Like, boom, boom. I wish I could castle. Or step up. Is that really... Is that even slightly reasonable right now? Let's go for this. Why did I do that? That opens this square. That opens this square for this fork. That was such a bad move. Was it? Take, and then the square's covered by my pawn. Maybe I'm not that great at chess, so with our opponent with 52 seconds on the clock, I really hope that he just does not flag. 3 seconds each move is sufficient to never flag. 2 seconds is sufficient to essentially never flag. The only time that I really flag, or anybody flags, in an increment +2 position, is when you're in a position and you're trying to find like any move to play, but you're just completely lost. We got an open file over here. And this becomes real scary. So I think we are going to just come over with the queen. It defends this. We're still guarded against this. We can still grab this at some point. But now this pawn push comes with the idea of step back. I mean, if I just take, well, I mean, what are you going to do? Take here? I don't think that that's going to work out for him. Here, here. Or you capture this first. But then I capture. And if you capture, I get in with my queen. Let's just go for it. He can capture here first. Oh, maybe I should have... I don't know. I don't know. But if he steps back, I hit him with a check. Yeah, but I don't know how worried about that I am. I also have check. I think tactically, I got him. This guy is hanging, but I can get out of it. Check. Probably you take, I take, you take, I take, you take here, I step up. Who's winning that? I step over with the rook, but you can run. I could just take. Here. We're doing this. He can... What was that? That was a pawn? I mean, how worrisome is that? Was grabbing a pawn in this situation what he really needed to do? I'm pretty sure I'm just going to grab this knight, correct? He's got this, but I can come back. And I can also throw in a check first. So I'm up. Okay. Check, check, check. I can really just simplify everything. So, check. He's got to do something about that. Then this check, tactically, just got smoked. And now the defender of this rook is gone. We will take. He can get into the position, maybe. Like I take. And he flies into the position over here. But then, at the cost of getting my pawn, you forced a rook trade. Yeah. He got my pawn, but your escape gets blocked by my other rook laterally. He's saying, well played, thank you. I'm going to say, well, I'll put that on YouTube. And so this tactic right here, it happened really fast. The opening actually, I think, is fairly sound until we get to this point. This tactic here in the end, I know we're going to go through it with the computer and everything. That was 12 minutes. This right here. You always need to look at the chain of checks. So, like, this knight taking this bishop is with a check. So that's just important to note. When this knight moves, like boom, say is it my move? What's going on here? Okay, I guess I can't move the pieces. Then these bishops see each other, and then this is also with a check. So like if I took here and he just moved the king, then I still hit him with this check, and you didn't solve your problem at all. So it's check, check, and this bishop is the only thing guarding this guy. So just because he's attacking my queen does not mean like that I don't have to move my queen. So you always want to think of like alternative ideas. Unless you have no time. If you have no time, then like move over, bro. Then just don't lose your queen. But that's if you have like 4 seconds, okay? And you have increment. But in a situation where you have 1 minute and 3 seconds with 3 second increment. So let's check that with the computer and see how accurate was that gosh darn game of chess. I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and it wasn't the most accurate game of chess, but it sure was exciting, and really all it came down to was a crazy tactical sequence in the endgame that were all checks. So I actually found the best computer line like 7 moves in a row in that endgame, and so he had no hope after that. And so I might not be so terrible at chess. And so 2 blunders, 4 inaccuracies, 3 mistakes, 71% accurate by our opponent, and then me, 2 mistakes, 3 blunders, 0 inaccuracies, a big 0 on inaccuracies. We're either going big or going home. And so if we look at the graph, I'm winning, it's equal, I was slightly losing at one point, and then I'm crushing. And so let's just check out what we can learn from this game of chess. So we have the Sicilian, the open Sicilian, and I know this line at least a little bit up until this point. You jump here with the knight, seems like a weird move, and then they push this pawn. That generally always happens, because if they don't, you can jump in with this check, and they trade the dark square bishop for your knight, and you take it with your queen, and your queen is actually pretty annoying right here. And so that is what happens quite a bit. Now, I know the best line here as well. They push the pawn, and you throw this pawn forward, because you don't want to develop the knight and never be able to put this pawn here. So you basically got to put this pawn here first before trapping it in with this knight, because holding this square is a little bit important in this position. So, now, how often do I see this move? The answer is not a lot. Normally they develop the knight, or they do something with the bishop. I don't see this move a lot, okay? So that's why I don't know the best moves anymore. And so we develop a piece. We can straight up just take that, and it's supposed to be good for us, but whatever, we develop a piece instead. Then, this tactical line right here, are you ready? And I'm not surprised that I missed this. We jump in, sacrificing the knight to attack the queen, to make the queen move, to jump in with this fork, where he runs away, and we get the knight. And this guy still lives. And so I'm winning in this position. Now, was I going to see that and realize that this knight is actually probably going to get back out of this horrible situation? Because there's not a great way to attack this bishop, and that bishop's going to support my knight getting out of here. And if you do something like this, I mean, I can just like trade, and then, I don't know, defend. The knight will survive, long story short. The knight will survive. And so I didn't see that. Instead, we make the far more human blunder, step back. Because did I see that crazy tactic and evaluate that the knight will escape later on in the game, 10 moves away? Not a chance. So we step back instead of hanging my knight in one move and going for all that crazy stuff. So we're taking steps back. Completely equal position. I develop my bishop and turn him essentially into a pawn. And then we step back with the knight, because we're trying to guard these squares from this knight. So these knights are in a little bit of knight opposition. And so this is kind of stupid, because I can just push this pawn forward, and this pawn generally belonged on that square anyway, so making me put it there just didn't make a lot of sense from our opponent, and then he just got to do something with the bishop. Then I jump into the middle of the board with my knight. He can't take with this knight because there's this fork. Okay, you take here, the pawn takes, there's a fork. Maybe even this one is better, actually, because then, I don't know. Long story short, I'm supposed to castle here. But I was pretty dead set. Best move? Best computer move is to allow this check and step over? Are you kidding me? Wow. Maybe I might be the greatest chess player ever to exist. The answer is no, because I did not see this check. So I didn't actually calculate any of this. This caught me by surprise after I moved the queen. But regardless, sometimes you get a little bit of luck. You know, you don't see something and you end up playing the best computer moves. Launching this pawn on the side to prevent this actually makes a fair bit of sense. Like, we're kind of worried about stuff over here. So yeah, we can just stop it with this pawn. Didn't care. We make a little stepping back move, because this bishop really has no scope on this side of the board, and this bishop's cutting off my diagonal, so I wanted to just trade them off. He goes back, and I go for a pawn break. My king is kind of stuck in the middle of the board. It's completely equal, but this is a hard-to-play game of chess right now. If you see, we have an absolute mess going on. And so we take, the knight can't go here, and we slide over with the queen. It's a mistake, but you know what? At the cost of losing this pawn, we have a vicious attack. And so, actually, now that I'm realizing this, once he grabs this pawn push becomes much harder to do, because the bishop covers that with check. That's something to note, okay? So instead, he lets it happen. We push, okay. Wow. So pushing this pawn, I don't have to do anything about that. I can still push here. And now the situation is different. The pawn is defended because you never captured this one with your rook. So time is everything, and I go for the pawn push. He captures, I capture back with the bishop. He can still get into the position over here, but I don't think it's good. Like, so grabbing this pawn, it's not with the position. You're getting attacked on this side of the board, my friends. So taking a pawn right here, it's the best computer line, but I don't think that it's what needed to be played. You needed to, like, I don't know what you're supposed to do. Actually, you can't move the knight anywhere because then I just checkmate you. And so everything worked out. We take the knight. He goes here, and then this is the tactical sequence that I want you to pay the most amount of attention to. He attacks the queen. The knee-jerk reaction is, okay, step over with the queen so that this guy, or step here. One of these two squares would make a fair bit of sense. Also would be defending against this check if we need to worry about that in any situation. But what you need to look for first is, my queen is under attack, yes. But are there any checks that I can give? Well, yes, there are. And then what are you going to do about that? Well, whatever he does about that, regardless, these guys still see each other, and that is also going to be a check. And so the computer is even saying, I can just take this, and then take this with check, a double check, actually, and then he steps up, and I take the knight with a fork. Then he tries to get out of here. We step over with the king, and now we're basically just playing a position where, like, he attacks my knight, I can step up and defend it, and we're just playing a position where I literally have more material, but he has a queen. Like, I just have so much stuff going on right now. King can't castle, but I got knight, knight, bishop, bishop, rook, rook, rook versus these three guys. There's no way. Not a chance. So I didn't see that. So I could. When you're winning by a little bit, you know what I mean? You can just do stuff like that. But this is the more forcing and better line to play as a human. We attack this with check. Stepping over with the king is really the best idea so that this isn't a check. And what do we do in that situation? We do just take, and then he takes. But we still got this fork. So you step over. Then I grab the rook. You grab the bishop. I grab your bishop. It gets complicated, but I'm still going to win. And so the far more human thing is you take, and they're probably going to take back this knight. And whether they do it with the queen or the knight, these guys still see each other, and then this is a check at the end of the day. And this is the defender of the rook. So all we got to do is give this check, and then we get this rook. So boom, 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 boom. And then trading the queens here is just a horrible idea for our opponent. You're losing. You are absolutely losing this game of chess. Probably what he should play is just something like this. Bless me. All right, that was enough analysis. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one, and bye. Oh, hello and welcome back. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. Today we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to do a 10-minute game of chess, but what we're going to do is we're going to attack as viciously as possible, and we're going to guess my accuracy at the end of the game. And so we are going to get exactly what we asked for with the Sicilian on the board. Open Sicilian, quite possible. We're just going to go for it. And then as a bonus, I'm going to go ahead and solve this while we do the game, okay? So obviously we're going to capture this back. If the pawn comes, I believe that we step on over. We're going to just develop this knight, and I'm going to get this thing all messed up. I'm pretty sure we just need to push F3 and defend our center. Can't be a bad move. Also developing my bishop would make sense, but maybe let's just... I think you can't be playing H6. H6 is an incredibly weak move, and so I can jump around. Let me think for a second. Is that the same position? I go for this. This knight is already here, so if he hits me, I believe we just trade this off. Bishop here. I need to push this pawn. I'm putting the bishop there because I don't know where else to put it. So we are going to just push this pawn, defend our center. Our center is going nice and beautiful. I am ready to castle, but I would really enjoy castling the opposite side and just playing a nice little attacky game of chess. Unfortunately, he has the pawn break in the position. Almost guaranteed I'm not supposed to castle opposite, but we're here for the content, okay? So we're going to do it and just absolutely... I know that this is not an accurate move because he's got the open B file. Like, I'm castling directly into it, but we're just going to see what happens. You're going to have to absolutely outplay me in this game, or we're going to see what happens. Boom, boom. Step 1 of the cube. Almost complete. Where are we at with this thing? So he develops the bishop. Definitely he's got his bishop eyeing down my king side of the board, which is a little bit scary. Don't love it. So I think what we're going to do is launch a pawn. Like, yes, this is happening. His queen coming over here, I can potentially just push. His attack is going to arrive quicker than mine. What if we break in the center? What if we push this pawn, push this pawn, push this pawn? Sacrifice a bishop. This game of chess, there's no draws. I'm either going to win or I'm going to lose horribly. And this is the first step of the cube. You get the little white cross. So he wants to break open the center. My options are as follows. Take, and then he gets a nice little big black center, or don't take and get forked or kind of do something. So I think we're just going to take. He takes back. This fork is still definitely something that we need to consider. Sacrificing my bishop to open up the position. Play this first. I know that this is not correct. And then if I get rid of this dark square bishop, I'm really losing a lot of my steam for the attack. And so, what if we push a pawn first? He then hits us with the fork. We then sacrifice. He could take. So I feel like I need to do something first. Then we jump in if he takes. I feel like I'm going to trade off too much stuff. What to do, what to do. Sacrifice the bishop. Absolute blunder. Absolute blunder. Make no mistake about it. That was a horrible move, but we're going to hopefully be able to just apply the pressure. And, I don't know what he's thinking about. If he doesn't take, then I basically just got a pawn for free for doing nothing. And so what's the follow-up? Boom, boom. He wants this. But you know what? I might just grab this. And then you have to take back with the king. I'm doing this. If you take here, all of a sudden I'm kind of in the position. I think he was supposed to take the bishop. Don't overthink it. If your opponent just sacrifices something like that. Okay, so he does take. I can hit him with this check. If he goes here, I have this check. So he's probably not going to play that. I mean, this is obviously the correct move. Check. This knight is super, super uncomfortable. And I might just, like, try and push this pawn. I would love to just get rid of this pawn, actually. This is still hanging. This is another check. Then the knight would come back. Another check. I'm trying to wiggle my way. My queen is not going to checkmate nobody all alone. So, yes, my knight is still hanging, but now I'm going to threaten checkmate over here. And how are you going to cope with all of that? Just threat after threat after threat. You can push a pawn. Okay, he blocks it like this. Makes perfect sense. I launch another pawn into the position. My knight is still hanging. That is very true. But if I push this, he can kind of cut me off like that, and that's not super fun. That did just hang the bishop, actually. That did just hang the bishop. So grab the bishop. He grabs the knight. Here with check. He hits me again. Go here. I think we're just going to do that, right? Do I have something better? Do I have like a good attacking idea? Definitely we grab this. He grabs the knight. I hit him with check. He cuts off the check. I take this pawn, threatening checkmate again. Probably he would defend. Let's do it. We've got an attacking game of chess on our hands. I need to start focusing on getting this little cube solved. I haven't actually solved one of these things in such a long time. But let's see, bro. What are you going to do? Take the knight? I would love it if you decided not to take the knight for whatever reason. And actually, I'm kind of... So this was the original idea. I don't know if I care about this. If this happens, we're gonna have the umbrella technique where we hide behind the enemy's pawn. It's actually a very common structure. We can grab a pawn. He will then block. We then take and threaten checkmate. He slides in. Let's calculate this a little bit better. Here, here, here. This with check, I have to step over. Then he's kind of getting to defend. I want to just get rid of my pawns. If I can get rid of these pawns, it's looking real good for me. I can also take like this. But he could then threaten like a queen trade or something. So I think this one with check is more forcing. I'll clear out this pawn. And it's completely even. Like, he's got my knight, but I got 3 pawns. And those were the 3 pawns defending this king. And this discovery all of a sudden kind of becomes an idea. So I really like this. Just threat after threat after threat. We slide in like this. This is checkmate. He has to defend it somehow. Okay. Well, yeah, I calculated that earlier, that we're going to do a little umbrella technique. This is very common. So this pawn is incredibly weak. And my king is not necessarily safe. I have literally no moves with my king. My king is just cemented in the position. So that defended the checkmate. 4 minutes. What are we trying to do here? He can also just kind of slide over, but this bishop is doing a great job. What about boom boom? He can also move this anywhere. Is launching these pawns, is that what I need to be doing here? I mean, I just feel like this makes sense. Boom. He could essentially just take this pawn. What if I take a step closer? A little teeny tiny step closer. He comes over to block. No, that's not going to work. We step back, I'll probably just get hit. Now my queen is kind of a liability here. Push, push. Does any of this make sense? I want to just push this, but then he can just capture. I step forward, then he comes in. I think we're just going for this. If we do see this, I step forward. And then all of a sudden this file's open up. So we're actually maybe hoping that he does this. I wanted to get rid of these pawns anyway. Like, these pawns are doing nothing but blocking the attack of my rooks. So he could go do something like this. Wouldn't be a horrible idea. And even if he lets go of the protection of this pawn, I might just, like, leave it. This pawn is, like, kind of a defensive piece for me, believe it or not. At least for right now. Alright, what is the next process? This is where we're at with the cube. Let's just bang out some of this cube. I mean, this is a forcing type move. He would probably step... No, he couldn't step back there. So if he goes here... If he steps back, it's checkmate. If he steps back here, it's also checkmate. So he has to step here, essentially. Then I step forward. I don't love it. He can go to one of these squares, or this square, or this square. So those are the moves that I need to be thinking about. Probably we see this. Check here. Check. He takes with the queen. I pin the queen. He takes my rook. I hit him with check. And then it is rook, rook versus bishop, rook. Don't love it. So here, here, take the queen. Take the bishop. Then I think that I think that works. I take here, I get the knight, he gets my queen, I give up the bishop, he takes the bishop, I take the bishop, and then I'm just good. What am I doing? We take this. He can desperado, but then I get to defend my bishop. We take with check. I got 59 seconds. This is hanging. This is also hanging. What's more important? Let's just go here. He can grab that. If he doesn't, I scoot forward and defend it. So he probably wants this. Okay, so he wants to grab that. I scoot forward and defend the pawns. He's got two things attacking this. We're going to hit him with a check. This is complicated. I got 40 seconds to do this cube. Oh boy. What have I gotten myself into? Go ahead and spend 2 minutes on that, bro. Okay. I can also just hit him with this check. Here. If I push here, what am I trying to do? Pushing this. He can grab this. You scoot my pawn forward a little bit more. Back rank checkmate ideas are definitely something to be aware of. I would love, absolutely I would love to oh my god, 13 seconds. What am I trying to do? Attack this. Here. Six seconds. That. We're gonna go here. Can't stop it, bro. You can't stop it. We're gonna eat this pawn, and we're gonna get behind it, and we're gonna win the game. I did not finish the cube. My heart is pounding. Should I finish the cube? I'm not gonna make you guys. I'm not gonna sit here and we're giving up on the cube. Mission not accomplished. But we won the game of chess. Me and my cardigan. Accuracy for that game. Let's run through it real quick without anything. I'm so glad I played with increment that game. I'm fairly certain this is maybe the correct move, but because my knight has already developed to c3, I'm not sure. Solid. This is guaranteed not a good idea. That was such a good game of chess, though. Like, just an entertaining game of chess. We throw a pawn, we take, and sacrifice the bishop. Guaranteed that is, like, losing at least 10% accuracy off that. And then really just sacrificing. These moves probably made a lot of sense. I know there was I think that was probably the correct sequence as well, just trading off into a winning endgame. Just because you attacked and sacrificed stuff doesn't mean you got to do it. I think potentially I was supposed to push. And if he takes, then I take, then he takes, then I defend like that. Something like this. Rook and pawn endgames are really tricky. So I'm going to say I think that I played maybe 83% accurate. Let's go check it with the computer. Make your guess, put it in the comments before we go there. And we're going to run the computer analysis. I'll see you there. Here we are in the analysis. And oh my goodness, that was such a good game of chess by me. I can't actually believe it that all of that worked. And just wait till we go through it with the computer. But I played 93% accurate with 6 inaccuracies and 1 mistake. And my mistake was in the end game, but I'm still winning. So those are the mistakes in the end game. When you have a +9 advantage and you make a mistake and then you have a +5 advantage, who cares? Or you have like a mate in 7 and you don't see it and you like win a queen or something. Those mistakes are the best type of mistakes that you can make because everything is winning. Making a mistake in like the opening or the middle game is normally a lot worse. 93% accurate, 6 inaccuracies. 3 of those, one of them I called and knew it was an inaccuracy, but I wanted to castle opposite. Then 3 more in the end game essentially that didn't matter. Our opponent, 4 inaccuracies, 3 mistakes, 2 blunders, 86% accurate. And this is the status of the cube. Maybe I'll try again in another video. But let's run through this together. I'll even turn the engine on. It makes my little camera lag, but it is what it is. So we get the open Sicilian on the board. Take. Develop the knight, best move. Kind of interchangeable. We just develop a bishop. And then here I knew that one of these, I thought that this was the best move. The only reason is I had already developed my knight to c3. So it made me think, okay, so I just take. You know what? It's more or less completely even. We develop the bishop. I'm supposed to go for this pawn break. That's a scary move because then this is undefended, and I think this is just a lot more solid. Plus, I was planning on castling opposite anyway, and the computer is saying to make that pawn break, but he doesn't know that I wanted to castle opposite. So here we go. My first inaccuracy of the game is castling, but I knew that that wasn't accurate. I just wanted to kill our opponent. And so here we are. We launch a pawn. I have a -1 advantage, but I kind of knew that that was going to happen. Capture, and then the best computer line. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I thought it was a blunder. It is the best computer line. Take, then again, a desperado sacrifice. I'm going to lose this bishop one way or another, so I might as well get the pawn guaranteed. He could have taken and then I could have taken, but I like this because he basically has to address it. We take. He should have taken this because then it attacks my queen and whatever. Actually, never mind. The computer doesn't know what he's talking about. Best move. How is it the best? Someone explain this to me. The computer is saying king takes a g7. Best computer line. But when he plays it, it's a mistake. And then it suggests a different option down here. Don't know what to make of that. You guys see the arrow? You guys see over here? Can you see it? I guess you can't. It says king takes g7, best computer line. Whatever. We get in with the check. He steps back. We hit him with another check. Best every single move. Best move. Who cares about this knight hanging? We're threatening checkmate. He blocks it. Then we switch gears. We're probably not going to really be able to checkmate you anymore, so we might as well mop up as much stuff as we can. So we switch gears to just the cleanup crew. We take the pawn with check. We get blocked. We take another pawn, threatening checkmate. He takes here, which is a absolute blunder, but I'm still only a +1 advantage because my king is definitely not happy, that's for sure. He's like safe, but he's not happy for long. And oof, he can just win the queen. Just win the queen like this. And then I just take. And then take. And okay, I guess I get all of this. And then I've got 3 pawns and a bishop. It's not good. I'm still winning this position, but that is a hard to win game. I'm going to be honest with you. So I like the way that I did it. I'm glad you didn't see that. We take, scoot over, throw the pawn, push the pawn, and then I'm so grateful I calculated this correct. Like, I know that at the end of this line, so I'm going to take, he has to take, I'm going to take the queen. If he scoots the bishop out, then I just get my bishop out, and I got these pawns, and I'm happy about it. I could even scoot my bishop back to here and defend that weakness. So that's why he essentially has to take, because... Oh, no, he doesn't. He could have just survived, but whatever. I take here with check. Now my pawns are together, quite happy. This is an inaccuracy. I'm supposed to fully invest in this pawn and just completely give this one up. Whatever. I'm still winning. We push the pawn, give a check, and we push. Where I'm giving up this pawn completely, but I'm investing in pushing my passed pawn. So we push the passed pawn. Then this is also a mistake. My whole idea with this move was to attack this pawn. This pawn is defended, so that move made 0 sense, but I had 11 seconds. I made that move with 11 seconds on the clock, so whatever. Then I realized this is the right idea. We jump into the position a little bit more. There's other better moves in the position, but he goes here. This is something that you should just know and be aware of. You have the option of taking either rook. This rook is blockading my pawn from becoming a queen. So when we take this rook, he has to take back, then my pawn can push. If you do it the other way, there's a rook still on this square and I can't push. So he takes, I take, and this is a little bit scary, but we're sliding over. We take, no matter what he does, I'm coming over here. I'm winning this. This pawn is a pass pawn. Don't even need these pawns. I can checkmate with just the rook and the king. That was a sensational game, one of my most favorite games. If you guys enjoyed that, if you learned anything, please subscribe. I just reached 400 subscribers. I definitely did not solve the cube, so we will try to do that again in a different video. I can solve it in like 1 minute, but when I'm playing chess, can't solve the cube. Can't solve the cube. That was my first time ever doing that. So thank you so much. I love you. I'll see you guys next time, and you're the best. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are facing one knight f3, which is a strange move. So what we're going to do is go with my same first 2 moves, literally no matter what the structure is. I literally just go for my pawn pyramid like this, and I make it work. So we're going to just develop some pieces, and I'm not 100% sure I played this exact structure. We're going to walk directly into this pin. We're going to break the pin. We're going to develop a knight. We're then going to give this guy a little tickle. A little tiny tickle is what we want to do. We could force him back. Force him back, chase him. He really steps back, but then we push again. Let's just go for it. Queen in the middle of the board, but I'm like slightly ahead in development. So we're going for this. I think there's probably some knight sacrifices that actually work. So he's going for this. We need to grab this. We are just in a tactical smasher. I don't know, is that a good word to use? We have to get rid of this knight, essentially. Okay. Pushing forward doesn't work just yet. Attacking this pawn is just a pretty simple and straightforward plan, that this pawn is causing problems in my position. So I'd really like to just trade it off. So I can take, and then I get the pawn. So I win a pawn. Okay, we didn't get a beautiful attack or anything. He could just go for this, but I can bring the rook over quite simply to defend that. So we're going to grab this. He's got really no scope with this queen. So he's defending against this. What if I just attack it, bro? I'm coming in. How do you defend that? You have to push this. But then I just win another pawn. I feel like you have to play this. But then I could essentially force a queen trade. And I never got to castle, but I'm not really convinced that I need to. Now that I'm up a pawn and I have the attack going, he can defend it a few different ways, now that I'm looking at it. But I'm kind of ready to just launch another pawn. Okay, so he chooses this option. So, for one, I can just take, and then push. So here, we push forward. He steps over attacking. No, he can't. This. I'm attacking the queen. You've got to do something with the queen. The queen goes here. But then I launch forward defending it? Call me insane, but I think my attack is just smashing through, and I never even needed the castle. That's the one drawback of trying to hang on to your bishop. So, okay. The queen needs to stay here guarding this. Basically, I can't castle because this pawn is hanging by this rook, so I just don't want that to happen. So what if I just jump forward? Seems reasonable to me. Then I'm ready to castle, and my rook is on the open file. Oh my goodness, I'm really starting to love my position. And look at this just conglomerate of pawns in the middle of the board. And I'm ready to just castle this way. I castle this way. He threatens me with a fork. For one, I can avoid it one way. Alright, I looked at enough. The bishop's defended by the rook now, so he's got this fork, but I can step over threatening the queen trade. And yeah, he can grab the rook with check, and then I have to take here, and then he could bring a rook over, and I step over, and he could trade. I'm still winning in that endgame. I'm up 2 pawns. I've got 1 minute and 9 seconds on the clock. Don't love it. We've also got this, and then push, which is just really scary. Crashing through the position. Pushing this pawn in a key moment, actually. Or even this, boom, boom, and that kind of dislodges, so I could go boom, and if he plays forward, I just capture. So this is my new idea. This, and then if the queen comes in, my rook comes attacking the queen, and I love my position. Okay, so he's going for this. So it looks like we're going to trade everything off. Because my queen is attacked. I can either remain with the queen, but we're going to do this. He could bring the rook, but I take this first. I'm not even going to think too hard about everything that just happened. This is a fork immediately. So we're stepping forward. That blocks the forward momentum of this knight. 54 seconds on the clock, up 2 pawns, but we still got to win. So just because we're crushing doesn't mean we won the game. Would love to get rid of this guy. Here. 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 We then attack again. And you're trapped, actually. So he'd have to step here. But once he does that, I can kind of defend against his infiltration squares. So if he goes back here, yes, attacking me, but I step back, and then these 2 key squares are actually cut off. And so now the knight is not getting back into my position. This way, he could... Actually, no. My rook is doing a tremendous job just defending everything. So I'm still kind of keen on the idea of push-push. Let's just go for it. If he pushes here, we're going for this. I can maybe even get my bishop in. And we've got this rook trade in the cards, and I can even take with the bishop so I don't destabilize my pawn structure. Not sure if that's like super important, but our opponent's got 24 seconds. And I think he's just has a really impossible to defend position. We're going to take this with check. Diagonal is still protected. We step forward. He can get in with a check. Now that I realize that, that's probably his best case scenario. We step forward. Still, we've got the diagonal, so I don't hate my position. We're going to go ahead and just give him time. I'm tired of people losing on time, so we're going to take this rook. Challenge the open file. Take. And we need to be very careful about not losing. This is protected, so if his king ever wanders too far... What do I play here? Boom, boom. I think this creates a pass pawn over here. Like so. So destabilized, yes. King can't immediately get in. We're playing this. Defended by my dude. Okay, we're going for this. Boom, boom is kind of... Go ahead and give him some more time. Dude is absolutely just... We step back. Defended, attacked. We're going to go for this check, potentially. I can also just get in and start nibbling away at these pawns. So we're stepping in. We're also going to push this forward. Okay, we're going to step back. This is defended. This guy is, like, not defended, but we're chilling. We're going to go for this pawn break. We'll go for this if it really comes down to it. We'll just defend everything on this side of the board. Then we go for this pawn push. We're going to just go ahead and give him some more time. We're going to give him this check. So now this king needs to actually stay on this side of the board. So he's going to trade like this. We go for this. And that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of different ways that I can win this, but I have 3 extra passed pawns, and so essentially that is how you win a game of chess. But I'm still going to show you. He wants to hit us with opposition, so what we're going to do is just start pushing this pawn. At some point, he's going to need to get in front of it. So we'll give him a check. He goes here. We go here. Where are you going, bro? We step back. And then he's going to have to go left or right, essentially. And so we are going to go this way. We're going to let him get this pawn. So we'll step over here. He can grab, but we're going to make a queen with this new pawn. And it appears that our opponent does not fancy the idea of resigning. So I'll show you a quick and easy way to checkmate this guy. He's stepping over, and so we're trying to get the king in a smaller and smaller box. So the box has yet again shrunk. Right now, I can't put my queen on another box string, so we bring the king. We bring the king. Now, shrinking the box has all of a sudden became an option because it is defended. So now he's forced with the idea of shrinking the box yet again. I think we're just going to do it this way. We'll do it this way. There's 2 ways that you can do this, essentially. You can get your king on this square and checkmate this way. Or you can bonk him on the head. He steps back to 1 square. Most likely he goes here. But then we cut him off this way. So his only legal move is to step over. We chase him with the queen. He steps over. We chase him with the queen. And we just chase him until he's stuck in a little tiny 2x2 over here. Then we're free to bring the king. And with increment, you can like really take your time with all of this. We bring the king, and now we are ready to checkmate. If we want, we can even mess with him. No, we can't. We're going to checkmate him. No point in hanging the queen or stalemating. It's late at night. I'm tired. That was a great game. Let's run through this. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, so we just traded equally. Got the bishop, got the knight, but we just ruined the pawn structure. So we just made weaknesses in the position. And so just trade pieces if you can make weaknesses, such as doubled pawns. Generally, the way you win a game of chess, I would say like 80% of the games that you win are from just being up a pawn. Like you're able to just grab a pawn and you get into some sort of endgame where you promote and get a queen, and that's how you win. So let's check with the computer and see how accurate that actually was. It felt pretty good. I felt like most of those moves that I was making were fairly reasonable. So let's run through this. The opening doesn't matter all that much. We get some stuff developed. I'm liking it. Chasing him is the best move. It was. Chasing him again. Capture, capture, and we just made 2 weaknesses. Okay, he could have just stepped back as well. Immediately we attack it. He can defend like this. So I didn't see that. I must admit. He could defend it like this, or he could also just attack my bishop, and then I got to do something, and then defend it. Okay? So we trade, and here we go. -3. I guess either move was okay here. Attacking the queen. That's fancy. Cutting off the king's escaping squares. Okay. This was less forcing, and it kind of just led to a simplification into an endgame where I have the bishop versus the knight, but I'm up 2 pawns. So that's what we went for. Up 2 pawns, up 3 pawns, and just trade everything down. Create a passed pawn, defend the bishop, pass pawn on a dark square, and then we realized that both of his pieces are stuck over here dealing with all of this nonsense. So I can just I'm gonna be able to crack open somehow in this way and get a pass pawn because it's a king and 2 pawns versus 2 pawns instead of just a 2-on-2. A 2-on-2 is they get to a standstill, but with the king there, you're breaking through. And so let's check how accurate was it. 98% accurate. 1 inaccuracy in a blitz game. Bro, I might be the best chess player to ever live. 98%. I've only ever done that 5 times, 4 times. It's normally 96, 97 when I feel like it's a good game. That was a really accurate game. Holy macaroni. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what I'm going to show you is how you can farm elo on Lichess by playing 5-minute plus 5-second that counts as rapid. So I'm going to do a little bit of experimentation figuring out what is the lowest time control that you can play to have a rapid game of chess. And so, yes, 5 seconds for the increment is quite a bit of time. This is the fantasy variation. I believe taking is actually not so fun. And going for this super cagey structure is generally what we want to do because we don't have anywhere good to put our bishop. So we make this little cagey structure. We kind of hope that this happens so that my bishop has a life. And if not, we just play around this pyramid right here. And so what I want to figure out is what if you play 1 minute plus 10 seconds? Is that considered rapid? Because I feel like that can really put the pressure on some people because you'll need to accumulate the time. So if I bring the knight, I'm just going to get bonked on the head. If I go for this pawn push, we're just going to do it. I'm not even sure if that's correct or what. We're probably going to walk into this check, but now at least I have a square to put my knight. We bring the queen, defending this pawn. That is the idea. The queen is defending the pawn, and I'm also attacking this. Little defensive attack and maneuver going on by my queen. Queens can do that. Queens are very powerful. So he takes. If this happens, we step forward with a check. Now, I've studied this before. If I step here, I think I walk into this. So we step here. Because if we go here, we get hit with this, and the knight is defended by the queen if this pawn push comes into play attacking us. So it's a little bit of everything. So that hangs the bishop. We're playing a 2100, almost a 2200, extreme toaster. And so he just hung the bishop. Now, I don't have a lot of great squares for my queen. So we're stepping all the way back like so. This is my extra bishop. He is greatly extended onto the opponent's side of the board. Maybe a capture would actually be in our opponent's best interest now that he's down a piece. This knight is weak, only defended by the queen. Yeah, so this capture actually makes a fair bit of sense. I might just... Because if I take, then his queen gets in. And that's not something that I love. That's not something that I just am a huge, huge fan of. So, let's just take this knight. That was you know what I mean? Maybe it wasn't the best idea. I got both of his knights for one of my bishops. But now he can't castle that way. So it makes me feel a little bit safer. I can also throw in this check first. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Because the only way to block is with the bishop. Or you trade the queens. And if you trade the queens... But now I can step in here and win the pawn. This check doesn't save you. Okay. Now this is coming into play quite quickly. And what I really need to figure out here is how to castle. So we're gonna just play this. The rook is coming. The rook is coming. Make no mistake about it. But I have a lot of different squares that I can put my queen, and I'm happy with all of them, basically. Like, I can step back. I can step over one. He steps in with the knight. The knight wants to take here. Is that really your genius idea? Threaten. Or do you want to just trade here? I might just tickle the knight. Ooh, I tickle the knight. You attack me. I step back. If you take, I take. I think we're going to be chilling. We stay protecting this diagonal. Not sure if I even really need to be scared of his knight jumping in here. But now we just jump back. Defended by a bunch of different things, realistically. I'm also attacking the knight, so the knight does have to do something, such as get in front of this powerful rook or jump back here and die, or try and come forward. Okay, or that move is actually probably the most principled. Now this check all of a sudden becomes a problem. And my knight can't even get involved. So is there a way for me to stop this? I mean, maybe we just castle and we allow this check. And we just step forward. And then what? I think we do it. We jump forward, we allow this. If the rook comes, we step back. Is this safer? No, no, no. We're doing this. This is going to be the new square for my king. I don't know if I need to castle. He needs to basically do this or I'm going to be able to castle. Attacking with the rook probably is a good idea. But yeah, can I not just step forward? And like, you've got this, but is my queen getting trapped? I mean, I got up a piece, but I lost the ability to like castle and develop my pieces naturally. And right now my pieces are all in the way of this knight. And if I can't move this knight, I can't move this rook. So that's really the issue of the position right now. And when you get a crazy position like this, sometimes breaking with the pawns is like what you need to do. Okay, so he steps forward. What if I jump forward with my knight? That's kind of my immediate idea. I am attacking this. So I jump forward. If you push forward, I take. Then you take, then I take. Don't love it. We need to do something about this knight. I think this makes sense. Also bringing my rook here makes sense. Bring the rook here and then step back this way. We're doing this. This rook is going to be undefended by the king. But if I just am able to castle by hand, is essentially what I'm going for. I'm going to step over and step over. This is also hanging if I move the knight. So that was another thing to think about in this position. But I'm literally going to just like step here, bro. Or what if we step back? We step back. He doubles the rooks. No. We're stepping back with the king. He's doubling these rooks, dude, and there's not a whole lot I can do about it. I might have to push this pawn so I can develop this gosh darn knight this way. And he does still have tactics here like this. Luckily, this bishop is like the most defended piece in the entire position. If we jump in with the knight, I'm literally just stepping over with the king, bro. Like, come and get me. Now I'm castled, essentially. Now I castled. And so because I'm up a piece, I can do that. But we're still fighting back. This might be an equal position, if anything. Something that I could do is just get my knight in the way. And if you attack, I take. Then you take, I take back. You get in. But at the cost of we traded off some pieces. So I think this move, now that it's not hanging this pawn from the queen, this is actually a really good move. Because I can just force the trade. Like, boom. Boom. Right? I jump in. He pushes. I take. He takes. I take. He takes. I take. He can't take this yet. Am I winning that endgame? What if I step back here and then move my bishop up? Step back and bring the knight. That's actually not a terrible idea either. We're stepping back. This might have been better. Putting the knight in the middle of the board, forcing this whole idea. I can still do it. I'm still touching this, but I need to get this knight involved. I needed to get the knight involved. Or put my bishop here, actually. Like, I could step forward and step back. Boom. Boom. If you take, I take. You take, I take. Okay, what is correct? If I go here, he can jump in and I attack. We move the knight. He can pin it, but I'm not going to be pinned forever. Now the rooks see each other. Now I've got my knights developed. His knight in my position totally still sucks. But now I think he's really forced my hand. I think I jump in. If he attacks, I just take. He takes, I take, he takes. And I mean, at the very least, I can grab this. Okay. At least we got the knight out of here. Jesus. Bro, I don't know what to do. If I go here and this comes... Stepping back. This knight hardly defends. Oh my goodness. If he pushes, I jump in and attack the queen. It's defended. If you take, I take, you take, I take. You move your queen, but I got the two rooks from... No, that's not good. Oh boy. This became more than I bargained for. Okay, we moved the bishop. That was the whole idea here. We moved the bishop. $42. Oh god, this is going to get into a complete crazy position. I'm going to step back, guard my knights like this. I should probably be figuring out how to move forward. This seems risky. We're going here. This knight can jump back in, bro. Like, Jesus. This is being attacked. What are we doing? Here, here. If I step over, if he attacks, I can attack the queen. Here. Here, 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 here. Bro, what do I do? Do we just make a random move? If this knight goes here, at least I'm defended from all that nonsense. Or he takes like this. Okay, cool. We take back. This is now hanging. Bro, how is he just positionally squeezing me down a piece? We step forward. Oh god, this is now hanging. This knight needs to do something better. This is scary. This is scary. I can get out of it with check. Check. Ay, ay, ay. We attack. What do I do, bro? What do I do if this happens? I have to jump in, right? But then he takes. I take. He takes. I take. He takes. Then it's completely even. This move is actually really scary, but I jump out of it with this. Now that's blocked. We step over. Now this... God damn it. He can just kind of check me into oblivion, I believe. Like, he could get a draw if he wants. But he doesn't want. We push this pawn forward. Yikes. The queens see each other. That's the trick. This, I'm sliding over. Jumping this knight over here. Yikes. We trade that. Correct. We take that. Oh my goodness. If he comes back with this check. We're playing this. Oh my goodness. Yikes. This is terrifying, bro. He's got this. But I block. I step over. He comes in. This I just take. Bro, if he does not ease up off the gas, oh my goodness. Uh-huh. Okay. Held. This is ridiculous. Playing such a strong rated opponent. I won't. He can play this, but I've got this check. If he moves this pawn, it gives up a lot of stuff. I play into position more. I can take this then. We give a check. Step back. I'm still able to win this. You can get this pawn. We take this. These guys are held. Now there's this. We give a check. Unbelievably, everything is held. Here. This check. This check. I grab this. He's got this. Oh my goodness, bro. We slide all the way back. Literally, bro, this is the craziest game of chess. We step forward. He's got this check. I'm coming over for this dark square pawn, bro. I can take here, defend. Here, here, defend that. Take, take. He takes, but I defend. I defend. He's trying to go here. I double defend. I'm putting my bishop there. I don't know if that was necessary. I'm jumping in with this check and winning the pawn. Yes, we give a check. Oh my goodness. We get the pawn. We got the pawn. I still need to hang on to a bishop and a knight. We're given this. I need to win his pawns now. Check. But we're held. He can get a pawn. What I want to do is not lose my pawns now. I mean, we hang out on this diagonal. I need to attack this pawn. We attack the pawn. Just check. Not scary. We get the pawn. We come back and defend against this pawn. As long as his bishop does not... I could just sacrifice here, but that seems a little bit sketchy. We step like this. He can step out of it. We're stepping forward. This is my idea. Yes. We now have a double attack on the bishop and this pawn. We take the pawn. And that's it. We're going to figure out a way to just get rid of this last god darn bishop. How long of a game of chess was this? I see why they classify this as rapid. Dude, that was like a 20-minute game. Oh my god. He said good game. I'm going to let him know after this to come watch that game of chess on YouTube. But, oh my god. Dude, that was actually so much fun because he essentially hung a piece. I was up a piece the entire game. And then he's just better at chess than me. Like, boom, he hung the bishop. And then after this moment, he like kicked into high gear. And oh my god, I was totally winning. But man, that was not easy to win at all. Like, oh my goodness. That was like playing night odds against somebody much better than you. And so look, I mean, he's like 2,200. So I defeated a 2,200. So that might be my highest rated victory ever, question mark? I don't know. Definitely on this account. So either way, we are going to check that with the computer. That was a lot of fun for me. I hope it was fun for you guys to watch. So we're going to go check it with the computer and see how accurate was it and how could I have done that better and what can we learn. And here we are in the analysis. And oh boy, forget everything that I said in the beginning about farming ELO, playing less time, because that was the same amount of time as a 10 minute with no increment. That was like over 20 minutes, I feel like, the whole game. So arguably it's more intense than 10 minute versus 10 minute. I think that this is better with the increment because nobody loses on time in the end. And so flagging somebody at the end of a 20-minute game of chess is not the way you want to win. Like, getting into crazy time scrambles is more fun. And so we have the Caro-Kann fantasy variation, something that I don't play all that often. The best move is actually to bring the queen out, but this is very, very solid. Taking just gives them the center, and it can get quite scary quite quick. So this move works. It is good in most of the Caro-Kann lines, but apparently not in the fantasy variation. So this move is immediately not good because... And then also this. So this is... The fantasy variation of the Caro-Kann is apparently very different than most other lines in the Caro-Kann, because bringing the queen out here to b6 is a good idea, and then also the c5 pawn push is generally a good idea. In this line, apparently not. So we bring the queen out, and it's a blunder. It's a blunder. Even though it's only less than a pawn, a blunder. Whatever. We take back. Right in this situation, we put our opponent in the hot seat. If we come here, we just get hit with this pawn. Then our queen is hanging, this is hanging. It's attacked by two things. So the only move for me to stay alive, essentially, is to play this. Now I threw the ball right back in our opponent's court. If he pushes this pawn to defend the knight, this is hanging. If he moves the knight, then this is hanging. So the only move is to scoot forward with the queen. And then if I take the knight, he takes the bishop. If I take the bishop, oh, then I hang the queen. Duh, the queens see each other. And so the only move was here, and we go into this line. Then the knight comes back, and then we're just in equal position. We're not going to go into any further computer lines. There we go. He hangs the bishop, and now I have... Why did it go from -4? Never mind, whatever. Yeah, I guess you got to let the computer think. So either way, he attacks my queen. He hung the bishop, and now I am completely winning. All I have to do is win. And so unfortunately for that, we have another 10 minutes of this game to go, and I need to win. So I trade this off because this bishop is kind of weak. It's an undefended piece. So I literally just take for this knight. He can't castle this way. If he castles this way, it's kind of sketchy. And so also I have the idea of check and winning the pawn. So he takes back. I give this check. If he blocks with the queen, I trade the queens. If he blocks with the bishop, I take the pawn. If he trades, I'm happy. Unfortunately, he doesn't trade the queens, so I got to play more chess. So we go here. The knight jumps in. Great square for the knight. The only way I can really get rid of it is by pushing this pawn. So we do so. But he just leaves it there because now he is attacking my queen. So I scoot back. Then the knight jumps back. Now I don't have a dark square bishop, and my knights aren't even developed. So his knight arriving here with check actually kind of sucks for me. And if you look in this position, he can push this pawn, and he's not even losing by that much anymore. He gives me the check. I step up. He steps his king up with the idea of bringing his other rook to the party. Okay? So I bring my rook, and then I believe I ran. I did a little king runaway technique because I realized this pawn is hanging for the queen if I move my knight. So this whole idea of jumping here to attack this potentially didn't work because I might just get checked into oblivion. And so we scoot the king over. Now this pawn is defended. I have essentially castled by hand, although it took like 7 moves. And now my knight can go to the middle of the board if I so choose. So I don't so choose. I scoot my queen back. Now I have a square for my knight because my knight could not develop. And if my knight can't develop, the rook can't develop. So I'm just slow and steady, slowly trying to just get my pieces into the game. I know that I'm supposed to be like attacking and taking the initiative, but if I just slowly play and develop my pieces, I'm up a piece, so I know that I'm going to be able to win. And not only that, we have the same colored bishop, so it's easy to trade those off. If it's opposite colored bishops, I got to be a little bit worried because they're never going to trade. And so we jump in. He jumps back. For one, I just have this fork. It's not even the best move because there's all these different tactics going on here. So stepping back, mistake. You don't want to be taking stepping back moves, but I'm still winning, so it's actually okay. We reposition my bishop. Now it's on a good diagonal. It's out of the line of all this stuff. And this move was what I was scared of. He attacks this knight, and I jump back. Again, I'm supposed to jump into the middle of the board. Like, okay, either one is fine. Now the computer doesn't know which one's better, so we step back, fine. Putting my knight here would have made a lot of sense. It protects from all sorts of nonsense over here. But I, for no reason, throw this pawn to get rid of a pawn to open up my king. Why did I play that? I guess because I had 10 seconds on the clock when I played it. So that means I had 7 seconds when I played it. And if you look at this position, I have 12 seconds. Our opponent has 1 minute. And dude, we have a lot of moves left. So that 5-second increment just extended this game into infinity. So for one, he could have just taken, and all of this is still a very scary idea. Because if you see, he's got 3 pieces looking down here, and I've only got these 2 defenders. So we step up. These pawns are now defended by my king. He jumps back. I scoot my rook 1 square. This is now hanging because there is no king. The king is no longer there defending it. And he could have got a draw here. Is it easy to see? No, because normally you go back and forth on these 2 squares to get a draw, but he could have done it like this. And what am I going to do? I can't get in the way of anything, so he could have got the draw like this. If after this check, if I step over, I'm going to lose because this knight is coming in and I can't stop this checkmate other than giving up a knight, and then he takes, and then I can like wiggle away, but it's not good. So he could have got a draw like that. Maybe he didn't see it. Most likely what our opponent saw here was I step back, he gives this check, and I block with the knight. And it's still a draw because now my position kind of sucks because now this knight does arrive. This rook is going to arrive, and I got to play like super defense even though I'm up a piece because this is my extra piece and it's not really doing a whole heckin' lot. And so he could have gone for this. This was the pivotal moment in the game. I screwed up. Okay. Let's get back to where we were. He doesn't see it, and he brings this rook, which is actually like I get the idea. He wants a rook over here doing something. Obviously, that makes a lot of sense, and this looks like the fastest way to do it. You could have also gone this way and then moved the knight, and potentially that would have been better. But either way, I see. He sees there's no checkmate like this, and he didn't see the back and forth draw like this. It's a little bit different, and he probably saw I get out of it. So either way, that's enough talking about that. We push this pawn because it prevents the rook from going to this square. It also prevents the queen from getting out. I don't know if I want to trap my queen 2 squares away from my king, but I sure did. But now we jump back with the knight. The queens see each other, so I was kind of hoping to get a queen trade in this position. The problem with what I play here next, for one, I can just grab a pawn and say, you're not checkmating anybody. Although this is coming next, I guess I jump back and defend. It wants me to just grab this pawn and be brave. There's not a chance that I play that. I guess it did defend this idea geometrically, but whatever. I'm not taking a pawn. I'm defending my king from getting checkmated. So I play this, and it's a blunder that draws the game because after take, he hits me with this check, and no matter where I go, he gets the bishop. And now it's equal. Just everything is equal. I guess I can grab this pawn or trade this off or whatever, but he's got the bishop for my knight, so actually he's probably doing better in this endgame. Plus he already has a passed pawn. So none of that happens. None of that happens. He didn't see the tactic. He steps back. I bring a rook. I bring the knight. Now everything is looking at everything. I literally brought all of my pieces to surround my king. Look at this. My king is hiding amongst all of my pieces because I was not checkmating anybody. So I went full cocoon defensive mode in this situation. So he trades off a rook. He trades off another rook. And then he loses the knight. So this was just terrible. If I was him, seeing that I had 20 seconds on the clock, I just play this and just like lose this instead of the rooks. I don't know. You know, the more pieces you trade off, the worse you are. So we trade off these pieces. Then in this situation, probably save the knight. Don't let the knights trade too. Absolutely don't trade off the rook. So now we got rid of the rooks. And the more pieces we trade off, the more powerful this extra knight is going to be. And now I have 2 extra knights. So now I just have 2 knights for nothing. And so he can give me a lot of checks. It's kind of scary. My king is not the safest queen. But we step over here. And essentially we're attacking this. We're defending this. We're defending this whole 7th rank. We're essentially almost forcing a queen trade. And he steps over here. So I'm supposed to just be brave and take. And wherever the king goes, I win this. But then you win this with check. I step up, you'll win this pawn. But I have 2 knights. Going into a line like that is scary to do because I don't have much time, bro. Okay. I don't have much time. So I put my bishop into a better square. This is defended. Bishop is better than your bishop. You can't really trade them. So now I start bringing my knights. I literally have 2 extra knights. So my idea here is to wiggle around enough to have my knights be doing something. I put the queen here. This is literally just like to negate his queen. He scoots back. I was kind of hoping that this idea would work, but he blocks with the bishop. I can win this pawn. I can also threaten this pinned piece. I can also take this pawn. Could have done a lot of things, but I'm like still in defensive mode, so I'm not trying to grab pawns and attack pieces and grab other pieces. I'm still like worried about getting checkmated or draw it, and I got 16 seconds. So we're kind of just shuffling around. We bring the knights back. The knights are protecting each other. My king is really safe at this point. So we take here. We give a check. He steps forward. I'm supposed to sacrifice or give this check. Not a sacrifice. It's defended. Whatever. We step over here. Check. Check. We win a pawn. Okay? Now he's only got 1 passed pawn instead of 2. It could have been scary. I like my decision there. We slide all the way back. Our next focus is to get rid of this pawn. So we put our queen in front of it. He doesn't trade. Now we're going to bring the king. All of these checks, you're not going to checkmate me with just the queen. Plus, I've got all of my pieces sort of defending it. He comes back, and all I needed to calculate here was, after this capture, does this pawn promote? No. I can cover it with the bishop, I can cover it with the knight, and then I can put a defended piece on that square. So that's what I did. It's defended. There's nothing he can do. We defend with the knight. I literally put this piece here because I'm scared. Okay, I got 9 seconds. I'm scared. So now I grab the pawn, and all we have to be worried about here is, like, say in this situation, he just takes here, and I take back. We have to be worried about losing this pawn. It's not really going to happen because he doesn't have a pawn on either one of these files, so he can't really trade it for a pawn, but that's all we need to be worried about. I guess he could have done it like a different way somehow. I don't know. Whatever. All I need to be worried about is not losing both pawns. I can lose one, but I can't lose both. Because then I got to checkmate with the knight and maybe 2 knights and a bishop. And I've done it before. I learned how to do it, but I don't know if I could do it on command with 15 seconds. To be fair, I haven't actually done that in quite some time. So we step forward. Finally, we attack a piece. We get the idea. We threaten this. Check. Here. Bro, I made this take way more moves than I needed to. Finally, we attack the bishop, and we are attacking this pawn. So, that was and then it's over. After this, it's over. He loses the pawn. He resigns. 84 moves. 84 moves. That is how many moves it took me to defeat a higher rated opponent with an extra piece. That was sensational. Thank you so much if you learned something. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned something, please subscribe. That was a blast. So now I beat a 2200. We'll round up. So thank you so much. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. You guys are the best. I love you, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is absolutely destroying our opponent here with the Caro-Kann. And so we have the Caro-Kann on the board. My favorite, most known opening. We have the advanced variation. What will we see? We see the cheeky pawn move here. And it's a 6-minute game of chess with 3-second increments, so I'm going to explain far more about this in the end. But you got to push the pawn 2 squares, okay? You push the pawn 2 squares, you make the pyramid, we go for the pawn push. And that's the most trying move right there. You know what? I don't actually know what to play here, so we're just going to throw in this check. I'm fairly certain that it's going to be okay. Okay. And then, what do we play here? I'm always afraid of this. We pin the knight. That's what we do in this position. We pin the knight. We go for this. That's what we do. I hope. I sure hope I know what I'm talking about. And so, this variation, I don't know everything. But what we're generally trying to do here is bring my knights. That is the game plan. So we're going to bring the knight. If this happens, we're going to wiggle all the way back, maybe to this square. The queen can generally come out to here, but not right now because we don't want to trap my bishop. Okay? So we got to figure out what we're doing with this bishop first. And I think this pin is just dreadful. And so I can step up. If he traps me, I trade. So we're not going to go for it. Oh, did I just walk straight into this? Come on, bro. I need to get better at chess. I literally just walked right into this. Then I step over. Then he attacks. Yikes. Yikes. Ooh. This check is going to be terrifying when he gets my bishop. So I think I might have to play something like this. Not to mention, we were trying to figure out what to do with this bishop. I think that was a terrible move by our opponent right there. I think that was a terrible move. I'm going to take with the bishop because we're covering this. But once this knight moves, this pawn is hanging if this bishop is still in the way of the queen. So this pawn is defended by this knight, which is actually a weird configuration. So he should probably just move the bishop maybe. Yeah, moving the bishop would probably make the most amount of sense. Because once I kick this knight, if he jumps in, I'm winning a pawn like this. Okay. Dude is just terrific at chess. What a bummer for us. We have to kick this knight out. We cannot let this knight hang out, harassing my side of the board. So we are literally just going to kick the knight out. And the knight's going to go back. And I think I survived. I'm okay with giving up my bishop. He can jump in. If we take, he has this check. It's about time we castle, don't you say? It's about time we castle. And we're up a pawn. We will move my least active piece, the last piece that I have not moved. So now it is in the action. Pushing this forward seems a little bit risque, and I don't really want this knight to move, so we are just going to play this. If he plays here... Not really sure what I want to do about that. Maybe I should have thought about my move for just a second longer. Oh, if he pushes, I take. If he takes, I take. He comes in. That's scary. Really, without any hesitation, I think we're going to just take this. Right? Now this pawn is hanging, so... I think I'll survive. Pawn is defended. He can play something like this. He can get active. This knight is very scary. Okay. I'm thinking we are really worried about the queen coming in, so something like this might be in the cards. So I think we play this. Then we're threatening this pawn. Is this stupid? Active with the queen. We're up. That prevents this because of the rook. We're attacking this, then we're attacking the knight. We're preventing ideas of this. This would work. But we can just step back. But then he's got these ideas, which get scary. Okay, so he steps back. What I believe is going to be really beneficial for me. We don't want his knight coming in. But what we're going to do is just aim to trade off the pieces. This is the open file, and I intend to fight over it. And if he does not capture, then I'm putting my rook on this square. And then if he captures, I got to pass pawn. So, quick calculation, that is the game plan. He wants to do the same exact thing as me. I think I jump forward, and I'm attacking this pawn. This is a little bit scary as well. Is giving him a passed pawn... Like, take. I think jumping in is going to be okay. He doubles up. That really forces my hand on that one. I can go here. We really don't like this position. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I think I just give him the passed pawn. This is going to be a headache to deal with. Do I step forward? He steps over. Then I step over. No, if I play this, he jumps in with the knight. This square is a little bit of a cause for alarm. Pushing this hangs this pawn with check. Jumping in attacks this, but then my knight is like far. I can pin the knight. And if he jumps in, I take the queen. So this move might make a fair bit of sense. And I'm not sure... Ooh. Not convinced that was a great move. His knight can definitely get in. And that's just scary for all sorts of different reasons. But I'm up a pawn. If he lets me get up 2 pawns, then I don't care about him having the passed pawn. I'll be able to do something about it. So if he doubles... I take. He comes in, but then I take your pawn. Or I take your pawn in the middle, and that's... No. He would capture back with this pawn. Then it's safe. But then my knight's over here. Take. Then he pushes. So I can just take. The knight's coming in, I take this pawn. We just trade the queens. I'm up a pawn, right? We take here. The knight comes in. I take this. Then what's this knight trying to do? Jump in like this. Then I take. He takes. I'm not convinced. Did he really calculate everything there? He can get in. Like, if he doubles, I can grab this, and then I'm just up 2 pawns. And if he doubles, I can take this. I think I'm just going to go for this, right? Or we go like this. And then we come back. Here, 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 here. I come back. If you push, I block like this. You take, take. We're going for this pawn. You double, and I take. I think we're going to be chilling. 2 pawns is a lot of pawns. My knight on the side of the board sucks. Make no mistake about it. Okay. For one, I think I have this first. This is actually kind of scary. So I have to step over here. Then take, take. So we might want to just get rid of this rook first. Then he has the passed pawn. That's actually really easy to defend. If I play this check and I step up. This check is almost definitely coming. Need to bring the knight back. This is where we want my knight. That is what we're trying to do here. He also just has... one step closer with the knight. I think that makes a fair bit of sense. No? Sure hope I'm not hanging anything. And I'm really trying to go like this. Because if we trade down and you're up a pawn, it's a draw. But if I'm up 2 pawns, I just don't see a way that you can win. We step in and jump in like this. Boom. 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 I also have a tempo winning move on this rook. Then he doubles, but then I slide in like this. He takes, 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 takes. $56 seconds. We got 3-second increment. Don't worry. I play a lot of bullet. I got this under control. We are in a rook and pawn endgame where I'm terrified. We don't want him to win this pawn. We jump in, we're attacking this. Like, what are you going to do? Push? I think I just take. And I'm not 100% sure, like... You take, take? You don't want to give me a passed pawn. But now I'm not convinced. I will just take, 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 and bring the king. And at that point, I know that I'm winning. We take. You get a passed pawn. Potentially, so do I. Okay, so he doesn't want to give me a passed pawn. Do we want to trade that knight? I can question the knight. I can step forward. Step forward. We step forward. The idea is to kick this knight out and make him take. $35 seconds. I need to play faster. Okay. We're going to go. You take with something. I'm just going to take this. You can get behind it, but I go here, here, here. Defended. Yes. I push this. And it pries apart. We're going to just pry apart this position. One tiny step forward at a time. Because we need this king getting in. We're going to take like this. That breaks the pawns. We step forward like this because the king wants to get in like this. So yes, you can kind of stop me. But I'm fairly certain you run out of moves before I do. I step forward. Like, what are you even trying to accomplish with that? I'm coming in to kiss, like, give your little pawn a kiss, my friend. Held, held. Like, yes, you can touch. My rook is uber passive. I can create a passed pawn over here. I can step forward, and if he defends it, let's do that and just kind of get his rook to step back. He's gonna repeat, obviously. Oh, he gives me a check. Activity. We're threatening the rook. The rook's got to do something. You got to stay on this file. I think I pushed this. We pushed this. Now I'm going to make a pass pawn over here. Outside pass pawn, my friend. You can play this, but I'm literally just going to invest in my pass pawn with my king. Good luck stopping me. You run this way. I step in for this pawn. We use this as a decoy. There's probably a million different ways to win this. You guys, I probably missed some stuff at this point, but the idea was to have an attacking game. Was that an attacking game of chess? I don't know. This is just how I play chess. We just, play chill, grab some pawns, and win in an endgame. Now, to be fair, my last two opponents have both been under 1900, like 1880, and I only really play casual because every time I play, I record a video, and I just don't want to face cheaters, and people don't cheat in casual. So, fun fact, a tip for you. I have this, right? You step up, I step up. That's scary. This rook is annoying. I probably just give up something at some point. I step forward, right? I don't think that's going to work. He can just check me into oblivion. Okay, we're coming back. We're coming back. We will push this pawn one square at a time. This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous position. I have two outside passed pawns. That took away this. I can sacrifice this, right? At some point I can. And your king can't really come help because I will probably just grab this. It's not so clear. I just don't want to hang anything. I can push this. Let's do another round of shuffling to gain some time. That could be scary. But really what we're doing is we're shuffling these moves. Here. Okay. Now, officially, I cannot repeat the position again. I think we push this. I'm not sure, bro. We step here to touch this. Yes, he can get this. I'm so just confused right now. What if we just put my... What if we completely change the plan and we bring my king back to block this? Does he have a way of attacking? Okay, we cover. Yes, he can push this. He pushes, I take. If he goes here... Bro, are you kidding me? I hate chess. Now I lose this. We step forward. Bro. Absolutely unbelievable, this game of chess. Oh my goodness. If I throw this away, I'm going to be so upset. We go here. He covers. I step in and I grab this. You have to play this. I step here. You step here. We touch this. We're going to sacrifice this pawn to grab this pawn. Right? And then we focus on this 2-on-1 situation in the middle of the board. We play this. Here. He's going to give me a check. I'm going to have to step up. This is not super fun. We step here. We give a check. We're going to go here. If he attacks this pawn, we step back. And I'm really threatening this now. Now I'm just absolutely winning. Absolutely winning. We'll go ahead and give him some time because I'm confident. We're going to take this. If this happens, we're just putting it on a square. Here. Here, here, here. Are you kidding me? He's blockading me, bro. Now he's going for this. I shouldn't have given him time. I should really just... I don't even know what I'm trying to accomplish. He can attack my pawn. This is ridiculous. How long have we been in this endgame? I don't know what I'm doing. We're going this way, bro. What if I bring... I think I need my king. You can't take. You can't take, bro. My pawn will run. We step back. Still defended. Jesus. I'm trying to come this way, bro. This is what we want. This, and we're chilling. We're trying to come up to go here. Push. I push, right? No, I don't. Oh my god, I gotta step back. This is not a draw. I know it is not a draw. I think I gotta start giving checks. I haven't given a check in a while. Let's try that out. He's gonna hit me with the 50 move nonsense. He loses on time. I'm embarrassed at that endgame. I think, you know, we probably made close to 50 moves at that point where nothing had happened. I did not know how to win that endgame. Trying to bring the king here didn't work. I just kept getting checked into oblivion. I need to figure, like, check, forces him back. I threaten a rook trade. I don't know. I went about that the completely wrong way. Look at all of these moves. We're up. I need to look at this with the computer. You guys need to look at this computer with me. That was harder than it looks, okay? I know you guys are screaming at me like, oh, bro, but that was harder than it looks, and I'm not that smart. So, let's see how I was actually supposed to win that. And getting to this point, I mean, I think was pretty solid. Not knowing how to convert this is embarrassing, but getting to this point, I think was pretty solid. So let's check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And if you notice, I am wearing a robe because I went on a date with a Vietnamese girl, and I ordered the wrong thing. So I ordered this special all you can eat. So it ended up being $75 each. And the total bill was $190. And I got a little at the end. So is that what I wanted? The answer is no. But now I have time to show you the game in its full entirety, okay? So I have analyzed this, and I have recorded 2 different videos trying to explain this and the best parts, and the end game was literally just beyond me. There was a few tactics, and we're going to fly through this opening real quick. We're playing the Caro Kann, advanced variation. When you see this, all you got to know is push the pawn 2 squares. I'm going to show you this real quick. If you don't push the pawn 2 squares, and you push this forward, boom, 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 boom. Your bishop is trapped, okay? You got to give it up for something, and it sucks. Okay. If you play the pawn 1 square, you get boom, boom, boom. You can either go here and get forced back here, or you can go back here all by yourself. Going back all by yourself is better, but we're not going to ever do this because you're going to push the pawn 2 squares. Then he pushes forward, you defend with the queen or bring the knight, and either way he's capturing, and this happens, and you have essentially a really bad position, okay? A really bad position. So all of that can and will happen if you do anything else other than push this pawn 2 squares. So some people say you need to like understand the meanings behind. Do you need to understand the meanings behind moves in the opening? I don't think it's true. Just push it 2 squares. Everything else that I explained will never happen to you. Push the pawn 2 squares. That's all you got to know. You don't need to know what's going to happen if you pushed it 1 or you don't push it at all. You're never going to find out because I tested it and tried it for you and lost many games to those other variations. And it's not going to happen to you because you watched this video. And so, boom, boom, boom. This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be pinning the knight. It's okay. Now I know the idea. We pin the knight. He captures. I capture back. That check would have been fine. We develop a knight. We develop a knight. And this pawn in the middle of the board is simply hanging. Okay? I can just grab it. This is pinned to the queen, so you're not going to capture back and lose your queen. And the discovery check doesn't work because that square is defended by the knight that took the pawn. It goes boom, boom. Okay? And if he jumps in with the knight, I can attack the queen. You capture back. Then I step all the way back. Okay, whatever. Either way, I'm winning a pawn. Long story short, I'm winning this pawn. This pawn is hanging. Okay? We scoot around. Boom, boom. And I question this knight. And in this situation, he jumps forward. Now, what you don't want to do is trade a bishop for a knight. What you almost always want to do is trade a bishop for a knight and a pawn. Now, if it is a central pawn, specifically this is the most annoying pawn that he has in the position, and we get rid of it. So yes, I lost the light square bishop, but I got a knight and a pawn. And not only that, he doesn't have a dark square bishop. So losing my dark square bishop doesn't even suck that bad. Okay? So we are chilling. We're up a pawn. We're making some moves. And right now, this pawn is hanging tactically for the second time. We can take. If he takes here, we take here. Deflection to move the queen away from attacking the knight. We take back on the bishop. And if he attacks the knight, there's a lot of different things we can do. But the simplest is just come back. And we lose the pawn. But we're chilling, okay? I miss it. I trade off equally, and I'm still winning because I'm up that pawn. And so now if you see the evaluation is -1, that's because I have a pawn. Tactically hanging for the third time, right? Third time, I can take the pawn because this rook was never actually defending that pawn or attacking my knight, because if he ever takes the knight, I'm just going to take your rook with check, and that sucks. So you can't even do it. So tactically, the knight is hanging again. Do I see it? No. Instead, I move my queen closer. He's got this tactic where all this can happen. Neither of us saw it, so we don't really need to talk about it, okay? We step forward, he steps back. Yet again, he moves a defender of this pawn. But lo and behold, it is literally hanging again because now my queen is on this square. So I can take it again if the knight takes. Boom. And, for one, it's going through here. So the best move is to really just step back, but then we just trade off equally. Then I grab the pawn. I could plug the open file. Whatever. It's all winning. So, was that the 4th time that pawn was hanging? It was the 4th time. 4 times, tactically, this pawn was hanging in the position. 4 times in one game. Each tactic was different, and I missed every single one of them. So that is just not the sign of a strong chess player. So we trade off the queens. We grab a pawn on the side of the board, and then, first tactic for our opponent to find, we step here. Now, the simple idea of this is a good square for my knight, and you trading knights gives me a pass pawn, and me trading knights simply means that you're just losing more because I'm winning. Now, unfortunately, he has this move. Jumping in, defended by the rook, threatening a fork of all my everything. So the best move is to really just step up, but then he just grabs my rook. So by the way, it's just attacking my rook. So if he jumps in, it doesn't matter which way I go, if I go here or if I go here to defend this square from the knight fork. Well, let's just go here. He jumps in with the fork anyway. I take, but that moved my rook up to undefend the other rook. The same tactic that I had on him earlier. Bada boom, bada bing. He missed it. Okay. 5 minutes. All right, let's just skip forward a little bit. We trade some knights, we trade some pawns, and I know in this position I am completely, absolutely winning. So we push this pawn to get my king in. Cool. He doesn't want to take and let my king get in. We're just going to take and separate your pawns. His pawns are now separated. He has 3 pawn islands against my 3 pawn islands, but 2 of my 3 pawn islands are 2 pawns. Okay, we push this forward so I have a square for my king so I can get into the position. If I can get my king here, I'm attacking this pawn. That is the idea. Boom, boom, boom. We get in. Then I figure, let's step forward with my king. Step forward with the king. Then I figure, let's step back with the king. Then I figure, let's step forward with the king. Then I figure, let's push a pawn, because that is the best move, because we're making a pass pawn, and then I have 2 outside pass pawns ready to turn into queens. Should be an easy way, should be an easy road to victory, right? No. The answer is no. Now, what I did here is I did a little bit of time farming, shuffling the king back and forth. Time farming, it's a real chess term, but it's something you can actually do. And so essentially the idea here is to get checked a few times just so I can gain some time on the increment. So I could have gone all the way up, but I guess I got scared of like my king getting stranded and cut all the way off. So I didn't do that. Not this time. But I go up one square just to get checked, to step back, to get checked, to then make the move that I was originally normally going to play. Cool. And I gained a little bit of time from doing all of that. Now, in this situation, I do the same exact thing. We step up, we get hit, and instead of stepping back, this is the best move and the move that I want to play in the position, but instead we go boom, 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 boom. And that's a lot of moves that if are played quickly, look, I got 17 seconds, boom, 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 boom. Then I play the original move that I meant to play, but now I have 25 seconds when I make that move instead of 17. Okay? Now, we start pushing the pass pawn. Let's just get into this. We're scooting around, and I blunder. I blunder it away to a draw because both of my pawns are undefended on this rank. So I push forward, and my rook isn't actually defending this pawn because he can just take it, and I can't take the rook. The rook's not actually hanging because, well, it is, but then he just makes the queen. So my rook needs to stay on the back rank. I can't go up taking things. So long story short, this happens. He makes a queen, okay? So I have to go back and defend, which I do promptly. And what he needed to realize is to grab this pawn and lose this pawn, and this position is holdable. This position, boom, 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 everything like that is holdable, which is impossible for a 1900 rated chess player to know. So instead, he defends his asset. This pawn is his asset, and I can understand him not wanting to give it up. Plus, with 40 seconds, I've got 7 seconds. But now I step forward and I defend my asset. So now you've got an asset and I've got an asset, but at the end of it all, I have one extra pawn. Yes. Yes. Okay. So we start pushing the pass pawn. We're doing a shuffle, and literally, I cannot explain to you how stupid I am. In this situation, he literally showed me how the tactic worked. I pushed my pawn forward, and he just took it, and I wasn't able to take the rook because he would promote to a queen. This is literally the same tactic. I take the pawn, and you can't take the rook because I make a queen. I got confused because it's on the other side of the board and I'm the one doing it and it's not being done to me, but I am so bad at chess. He literally showed me how the tactic worked. I understood it and I saw it, and then I have the position to do it right back to him, and I don't. So I don't know how many games of chess I need to play to not make stupid moves like this, but I can straight up just grab this pawn because this rook is not defending it because he needs to stay on the back rank just like my rook was. Instead, I hang the queen. Okay? I'm still doing okay. All right, I'm still up a pawn. So I'm still up a pawn, so I'm still doing okay. So it's a draw, but I'm the one fighting for a dub. Okay? Now, I'm trying to figure out how to position my pieces. We're getting checked, but I grab this pawn. And now, I step forward, I step over, and I challenge you. I'm going to tell you what I did. I took this and I played against Stockfish on the highest level. No, I ran through this exact position with the computer so the computer could show me the best way and the best idea of how to win this position. I did that 2 or 3 times, and then I played the computer 2 or 3 times. Literally, I got a draw every single time. So this is harder to play than you would think. It's harder to play than you would think. One pawn is pretty much always a draw. 2 pawns with the king blockading them is also a draw. So you can throw it away to a draw pretty easily. Like I did just there. It's all zeros. But neither of us know that. And so we got to make some moves. I'm not giving up because I got 2 extra pawns. So essentially, I can just keep making moves till I lose the 2 pawns. And that's when I'll give up. I'll still, even if I got 1 pawn, I'll still keep going because I'm the one it's a draw, but I'm the one that could potentially win if one of us blunders. So we're shuffling around. And I challenge you to try and find, like, the way to win this. Okay? I'm trying to figure out what to do with this king. We step up. We're stepping around. I'm coming over here. And why is this move throwing it away to a loss? Boom. He's coming in. 2 attackers on my weakness. It forces this move. It seems like the right idea to me, right? I mean, you're literally as active as you can possibly be. You're cutting the king off. You're taking the pawn. Seems like the right move. It throws it away to a loss. So the reason for that is maybe I can run up this way and support this. I forget. We cover. And here, I think I need to step up. Actually, no, stepping back is fine, but stepping up is also fine. So stepping up and just giving this up, you can't actually take it. It's like if I step up and you take, I just take. And so I think I realized that at some point. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. This is where he lost on time. And I made that pawn capture on move 75, and now it is move 94. So essentially, I have 30 more moves to figure out how to win this endgame. And I got to let you know, I don't think that I have it in me. The right idea is to give this check, okay? And then if the king steps up, you step in, you can give another check, and you slowly but surely you start pushing the pawns. Played perfectly, I think it takes far more than 30 moves because you've got a rook and you can just give a million checks. And definitely a human can throw in some extra checks that aren't actually the best moves, but you can just throw in some checks to waste some time and make more moves to get towards the 50 move rule. That was 12 minutes of analysis. I can't believe I didn't get this like an actual win, but I challenge you. Take this position. Boom, boom, boom. Take this position right here. White plays this, and then it's your move as black. Play against Stockfish, and if you can win this, I'm proud of you. Kudos to you, because I just couldn't do it, and I even watched how to do it with the computer. And so we could run through it, but I don't want to waste any more of your time. And I think it's too complicated for me to really explain. But long story short, what you do is at some point you give a check. And if the king goes this way, you step in somehow, and you give a check supporting this pawn push in a way where he's not going to take this pawn. It's hard to do. It's hard to do. Please subscribe. I hope that convinced you that I'm the best chess player to watch on YouTube. So thank you so much for watching my video. It's been a pleasure playing for you. And wish me luck in this date. I've been shooting some shots recently. So we'll see what's happening. All right. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much, and get out here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. Are you ready to get better at chess? Me too. Let's do a 10-minute rapid game of chess where I'm going to manage to beat the opponent. It might not be 100% accurate, but we're going to get it done. And then we're going to go to the analysis, and we're going to check what did I miss? What did you guys miss? So follow along during the game. Like, question what type of moves should be played. This guy is slightly rated higher than me. We're getting a weird opening out of the gate. Dude is rated like near 2,000 in everything. So in this situation, we're going to just resort to my custom opening because this guy might be slightly more booked than me. And so what we're going to do, he's making a lot of pawn moves, but so are we. But we're basically going to go for my custom opening where we play the bishop's here, the knight's behind, we bring the queen up somewhere, and we castle. And so guaranteed our opponent has not seen the likes of this opening ever in his life. These are some weird moves. And so we're going to just stick with it. Stick with it. We've got our minor piece structure. My pawns in the center are defended like a million times. He castles this side, so you know what? We're going to castle this side as well. Not even going to think about it for too long, but generally, if your opponent is rated higher than you, you want a same side castle because you don't want them hitting you with an attack. And so my pieces are developed, meagerly developed at that, but he has still yet to develop these three pieces. So taking in the center seems like something that I can get behind. Now, how do we move forward? You always got to check, how do I move forward? I mean, so potentially my knight getting giggity. Jiggity? How do you say it? We're going to go like this, I believe, because this square seems nice for my knight. Potentially jumping in and being able to do some damage later. He's got to develop like this or he's going to Fanketto. So he does want to just develop like that. Potentially we just jump on in. And if he takes, then we take. His rook would come here. I could scoot over like this. Don't love it, don't hate it. We can I gotta scoot up at some point, don't I? So we're gonna just scoot up. Gotta do something with the queen. Definitely don't want to be falling behind in time as well. Okay, so we're pushing pawns on the side of the board. If I go like this and he makes a weird move, then my knight potentially can get like trapped. We don't love that. But I think we're gonna just go ahead and put a rook on the open file. He will probably do the same. Okay, so I gotta move this knight. Like I said, moving forward, he can potentially move and just not go for that, and then my knight can get trapped. I don't want to go back to the back rank. This kind of cramps my position a little bit, but we're going to just go ahead and do it. This guy is undefended, but it's kind of hard to exploit that in a number of different ways. So he wants to go here. I don't see a huge reason not to just push this pawn. If we see this trade, we open up this file, we can bring a rook over. Sorry about that. So we're going to just push here. If he takes, we have defended those two squares from his knight. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe a pawn push is what we're going to see. But now he's got his pieces developed. But we have a new position. Neither of us have ever seen this position. I can guarantee it. Okay, so this is being attacked. Moving it forward essentially cedes what it is doing. Its whole purpose is to do this. But I would like to just match our opponent here. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to go ahead and do that. I mean, if this is the open file, then next I'll replace that rook with this one for this open file. Okay, so we're going to play like this. He can potentially just challenge me, but then I could take, and that would cause his knight to step back. And you don't